With this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, go, go Dragon.
The Razer SEA Games eSport event was absolutely a historical moment, not just for Southeast Asia region, but for the global eSport audience. With our sight firmly set to establish eSport at Olympic Games as a vision of our CEO Minang, there are three focuses that we have to really go forward and have our vision established in the near future. The first is to grow our global eSport audience. Second is to establish the fundamentals, infrastructure, and local development among the country at the grassroots level. And the most scalable and sustainable way is to work with the Esports Federation, where they have the sole objective to develop this as a true sport in the country.
I remember on Game 5 where Philippines is starting out slow, but after a minute of back and forth, Philippines managed to force and win a team fight in the mid lane. That crucial team fight helped the Philippines regain momentum and win the series. I am really excited to see the competition, especially with how it ended in SEA Games. Will Philippines defend their title, or will Indonesia stop them? I am also looking forward to other countries such as Myanmar to get their shot at redemption.
Now, a SEA game the Myanmar and in the 2 tin the Mobile Legend to the AUB 2 tin a period of a coup the start Esports Lesabio Polar as well. Myanmar at the end in a totally to like to believe Jaletiaro Macau, I met the room in a account on the Yanni with Judah Target. A Yenny Dungale, MES, Matima Penet, book, Amyai, Pubio, Dopia Nagare, Pubio, Jangere, Poe, Alum, Tuni Lagame, so Dinimale, to the new Razer SEA-Invitational Poale, Laume, Alum, Pona, Kankana, you attempt your Laume to Chimjayare to your authority to the Pubio, Fellow Shamlo to Tene, Found Yare to Lele, Yame to Tene, Piro to Kushidaga.
For Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the Razer SEA-Invitational will feature 10 teams randomly drawn into 2 groups, a best of 2 round-robin preliminaries, followed by a double elimination playoff format.
To me, the exciting part is to see them coming back with 10 nations this time participating in SEA-Invitation. It's for them to defend the title or to claim the title for their countries.
best of me. Look at the best of me. 나의 공허, 나의 참, 난 너만.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill.
I am only a shepherd.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain.
Play in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. We search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
Save the world from suffering, the Guardian Dragons harnessed their powers once more. Sensing the dragon's resurgence, the powerful Kraken hastened his plan to destroy the world. Inspired by the fiery dragon warrior, many fine and noble warriors entered the dragon trials. Among them, a warrior from an ancient elven realm made his way to the dragon sanctuary, where the final trial of wisdom awaited.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
You love playing games, and you're always hunting for the best deals. Now you can get more back just from the way you pay. Introducing Razer Gold, the virtual credit for games and entertainment that rewards you back. With Razer Gold, you get to enjoy more savings with exclusive deals. Get access to special bonus gifts and in-game items you can't find anywhere else, like unique weapons and skins. What's more, with every dollar in Razer Gold spent, you'll earn Razer Silver, our rewards program. Just like airline miles, the more you spend, the more you'll earn. Just keep collecting Razer Silver, and once you've got enough, you can redeem it for Razer hardware, games, gift cards, and more. With Razer Gold, you get more savings and gifts, and automatically earn Razer Silver to redeem even more cool gear. It's the best way to get rewarded just for being a gamer. Get started by signing up for a Razer ID on gold.razer.com. Take a moment to verify your account so it's totally secure. And that's it. Start filling up your e-wallet with Razer Gold and enjoy rewards with every spend. So how do you fill up your e-wallet with Razer Gold? It's easier than you think. We've got over 1 million partners and stores around the world, both online and offline, where you can top up your e-wallet with Razer Gold. Don't have a credit card? No problem. Reload your wallet by purchasing these Razer pins. You can easily find them at your nearest convenience store, supermarket chain, or pawn shop. Prefer to do things online? We've got you covered. Reload your wallet with your credit card, internet banking, and even your telco bill via direct carrier billing. Now that you're stocked on Razer Gold and you found something you'd like to purchase, here's how you pay with Razer Gold. Click on Pay with Razer at the checkout segment of your purchase. Log into your Razer Gold account and use your wallet balance to check out. If there's insufficient Razer Gold, simply reload your wallet with a specified amount via online banking, credit card, or buying Razer pins from a store. Here's a sweet deal to get you started. Create an account now and verify, and we'll reward you with 1,000 Razer Silver. Start getting rewarded and getting more back than you pay with Razer Gold now.
Hello and welcome to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. Good day or evening, depende kung or wherever you are. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rob Luna and I am joined by the caster, of course. That's going to be Manjean and Chantel. We are so excited to bring you the best games, the best strategies, and the best plays, and by far the best players here on the SEA region. This broadcast, of course, will be brought to you by Razer SEA-Invitational. Is brought to you by, of course, Razer. Hashtag this is esports together with Tier 1 Entertainment and Samsung. And before we actually head on to our caster, I would like to let you know that Razer has been a leader in Southeast Asian esports for the longest time. And most recently with the success of the 30th SEA Games, where esports was a medal event for the first time in history. They've taken the momentum and created the SEA Invitational. The Razer SEA Invitational is not just any tournament. This esports at incredibly high level across 10 competing nations. Over 400 teams and 3,000 athletes battled it out to make it here to represent their country. That means these guys here are truly the best. At SEA Games 2019, Razer worked in each of the National Esports Federation to help bring esports to a larger audience. Now, they've done it again with the SEA Invitational, making it a more inclusive event, this time with 10 countries represented. This event will help the athletes and organizations prepare for the planned SEA Games that's going to happen on 2021 in Vietnam. Of course, we will be joined here by our casters, none other than Manjean and Chantel. How are you guys doing?
Doing fine. Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes. So
Yes.
there's so much to happen. So how are you guys? How are you guys?
I'm good. Actually, I'm really excited with this Razer SEA Invitational for Mobile Legends Bagbag. Just like you said earlier, this is the time where we are seeing the best of the best for each country.
Yeah. By the way, thank you so much, Rob Luna. Once again, guys, welcome to the stream. We are now live at the Facebook page, Team Razer, even in YouTube as well. Just go ahead and search for the Razer SEA Invitational. We're your casters. What do we call ourselves, Chantel? Mansell? Manso.
Jantel. Jintel.
Team Manso for game number 1. Again, like what Rob Luna said, there are 10 participating countries. I think we need to identify all of them. The first one is Brunei. Second one is Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Our format for today is going to be a best of 2 round robin format. With all of the teams fighting it out for the points that they need. So every win counts for day number 1, and they will stretch it out up until the grand finals. How are you, girl? How are you?
I'm really excited with this one. And for those who are new to this team, our first battle is between Vietnam and Singapore. So I'm really excited to see on how these teams will participate, or how these teams will perform on the games, since this is a best of 2 and a point system. So what's in my mind is that how these teams will show us the different metas for the certain countries.
Yes, because definitely if you are a follower of the Mobile Legends scene, for each country they have this Mobile Legends Professional League, right? So again, for Singapore, I think they're part of the MY, the Malaysian MPL. Myanmar, I'm not really so sure, but last year we've witnessed how Myanmar plays with their meta back 2019 in the MSC. If I'm not mistaken, that team was Burmese Ghouls, right? And but I'm not really sure what team that we have right now, but we will know that for later. But yeah, I'm excited to watch this because again, both of these guys have different strategies. If I'm not mistaken, the Team Singapore, they pull off a very good Roger in their lineup. Actually, me and other casters as well. We played with other Malaysian casters last week, and they were playing the Eudora really well. So wow, I'm excited to see, especially that we got an update, right?
Yeah, actually for that update, we have a lot of heroes which is open on the field right now. I'm excited actually, or I'm looking forward to see this kind of heroes to be part of our team composition for this one, knowing that this is the Razer SEA-Invitational. So speaking of the Southeast Asian teams, there are a lot of differences. We are Filipinos here, and there is a different meta for the Filipino team.
Yeah.
There's a different meta for the Malaysian team. So this is a very good opportunity for these teams to expand their knowledge for the game.
Yeah. You know what? Speaking of metas, there is a myth in the world of Mobile Legends that Team Indonesia are the ones who really set it up. They're the ones who create something, and other countries just copies it. But right now, I've talked to one of the coaches, one of the coaches of Team Evo Singapore last year, and now he is the coach of the Filipino representatives, Mr. Ducky. He said that right now, in terms of strategy, other countries, Team Philippines are now the ones creating it. So I think it started at around January, around December, when people are really doing the funnel strategy, the 1-3-1 strategy, where you pick one certain carry and you pick all tanks like pseudo tanks and pseudo supports, and you will let that hero farm up, and you will just give him all of the power spikes in the world, and he will carry the game. So yeah, I'm excited. What's in store for us, Chantel? This is it.
Yeah, again, it's gonna be Malaysia versus Singapore. Speaking of Singapore, you said it earlier that it's part of Malaysia, actually MYSG for MPL. So there are a lot of controversies, or actually there are a lot of really explosive matches for Singapore, actually, that gave them a really good thought about the team, because it's a really, it's really good to have this kind of impression that you're really good in terms of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And speaking of you are good, it just means that you're really one kind of a team. You have this kind of rotation, you have this kind of strategy.
Yep.
So this time for this SEA Invitational, I'm sure that all these teams prepared for this tournament.
Yeah, what I'm speaking of strategy, I'm actually excited to see will Singapore pull off their signature hero, which is the Django and the Kimi hero. Probably the Team Myanmar will go for fighters once again, the Uranus, the Jawhead. Speaking of strats, by the way, we have here an update. There are going to be heroes that are banned for the tournament. First of all, that's going to be Luzong.
Yuzong.
Yeah. Because it's the newest one. And the second one is Badang. I think there's a bug in the ultimate of Badang. Been playing with that Badang in brawls, and I always lose. I don't know why. Probably that's it.
Maybe because of the bug. And Yi Sun Shin.
Yi Sun Shin. I'm not really sure. Yeah, what's the recent changes for Yi Sun Shin? But he got he
got even actually. Because of the change gears, we know him to be actually known to be a marksman, more on the long range. But for the recent update, it was changed on the weapon side. So there's a possibility for this YSS or Yi Sun Shin to spike up in terms of damage.
Yeah, his second skill, right? His second skill, he can pull off that melee attack. Plus, he had a makeover in his appearance.
Yeah, a total makeover actually.
Yeah, total makeover.
Yeah.
So I think Moonton said, "Hey, ban him first. His style is not yet trending. It's not yet acceptable in the game." But kidding aside, guys, we're just waiting for our game, for our draft to start. By the way, I would like to call on again our panel host, or our host for today. Welcome back, Rob Luna.
Yeah, so I'm really excited. I'm actually seeing you both guys are really excited, especially Chantel. He's actually blushing so much right now. And this is the first time I saw Chantel being that kind of, it was like blooming so much. But yeah, speaking of blooming, ladies and gentlemen, of course, Benjin and Chantel, I would like to let everyone know who's watching right now on our streams. I think we do have it on Facebook and other platforms as well. Is that to everyone, we're giving away a $500 worth of Razer Gold pins to a lucky fan throughout this event. Be sure to click the contest link in the chat to enter. We will do this, of course. Everyone, we will be letting you know that that's gonna be a $500. Who's actually excited? Are you excited to win for $500?
Yeah. We cannot actually join because we're the commentators. So guys, go ahead, take this opportunity.
Yes. In terms of the Razer Go, if ever guys, you actually don't know what a Razer Go pins. This is actually you could use to buy in-game currency or in the games that you really like. Like as example, if you like to buy something in your Mobile Legends, you want to buy skins, you want to buy champions. Definitely, this is gonna be worth it. And there are a lot of things, and I'm pretty sure you just have to check the website of Razer itself for you to know which or what you could be able to use this $500 or this Razer Gold pins.
Wow, that's a lot of moolah right there. So go ahead and join our raffle, and who knows, right? By just you watching, could have probably win free skins.
Yes. And of course, going back into the game, I think we do have our first series going to be Vietnam and Singapore. All right. So, what do you actually think about this matchup?
This one, I'm more inclining on the Singapore side because I was part of the crowd when. Not literally part of the crowd, but I was once a witness of how this team performed in the different international games, maybe on their MPL and even on the MSC. While for Vietnam, I'm kind of skeptical in terms of the team, but I guess since this is the SEA-Invitational, I'm sure that they are really prepared for this kind of tournament, and I must say this is going to be the battle of brains and guts for all the teams.
I read it wrong. I thought it was going to be Myanmar, but it's going to be Vietnam. By the way, I think Vietnam now has the momentum in terms of playing Mobile Legends, because the thing that I noticed for Team Vietnam is that yes, probably they lack they lack something in terms of the strategy, but basing on international events as well, Team Vietnam right now, they play a lot of ML, just like here in the Philippines. They every day, every day the workers, I've seen a lot of tournaments where it's a simple tournament. They have a lot of indie darlings there as well. So I think in terms of 5-on-5 situation, in terms of team fight, Vietnam has the upper hand, but I think Singapore is one step ahead in terms of meta. So probably Vietnam, they're still playing the funnel strategy, and Singapore right now is adjusting to the 1-2-2. I'm not really sure. We will actually see that later.
Actually, for this Mobile Legends itself per se, I'm not really sure if what's the kind of rotation that's effective for the game. So for you, Manjin, and if you're still there, Robluna, is it the 1-2-2 or the 1-3-1 kind of rotation?
I was actually talking to some of the pro players. I'm sorry, Jin. Is that it actually depends on the draft. Most of the time, the 1-3-1 rotation right now into the current meta, at least in the Philippines, is that once you actually have something like a Ling, which is totally, you really need that hyper carry to bolster its damage and item or core, whatever, is that they're really different. But if you're gonna going for like the usual setup or in the meta, like we do have the mage in the middle and like a staple marksman on your bottom lane, I think the 1-2-2 and so far and by far, I think the 1-2-2 is working so well, even with, in terms of drafting wise, you have a lot of options if you're going to be using the 1-2-2 strategy.
Yeah, I think it really depends as well on
The kind of lineup.
The kind of lineup plus the team on what they're used to. Because sometimes there are carries that really wants to get all of the buffs for themselves so they can play aggressively for the first 5 minutes. Right? Because sometimes some teams are patient enough to wait for a certain hero to amp up his power spike. So it really depends. I think it's up to the team on how will they adjust with the draft of the other team, of their opponents. Like for example, I'm now seeing players who are now pulling off a Goshen off lane. I don't know.
Actually,
because right now Esmeralda is one of the highest picks in the ranked games. Shout out to my rank team, right? Shout out to my rank team. Every night they're carrying me. Esmeralda right now is getting banned. All of these mages are getting picked right now. I think there's a heavy news in terms of nerfing the marksman items, the marksman heroes. So I think we shall see the mage course back at it again.
Yeah. And actually, what's interesting with the recent patch is that I am more likely to see. I'm foreseeing that Gatot and Balmond will be part of the tournament because there are a lot of instances wherein we see this kind of heroes to be chosen in terms of draft. For Gatot, it could be somehow the same idea with the Uranus pick on the offlane. The damage, the clearing of the minion wave. So I guess it's gonna be Gatot, Balmond, and I forgot Hilda for this tournament.
Yeah, Hilda too, right? Hilda too. She acts like a pseudo Uranus kind of
definitely.
Because she has the wave clear, she can man up with a 5-on-5, plus she can run away quickly. So wow, the game is evolving. Once again, what I like about Mobile Legends, if you are a pro team, if you are a champion, you've been playing a lot of pro games, the faster the game goes, the faster it evolves too. The faster your career goes too. So we're gonna see how all of these countries adjust to the recent patch. And by the way, esports never stops. So thank you for the Razer SEA-Invitational for this event.
Of course. In regards with the countries, we do have like 10 countries here. So the best part, I think, is that we will be seeing different metas in different countries. And something that this might actually gel up into which one would be better. Well, you could actually get something from the Team Vietnam that this offlaner really works. Then somehow on Singapore, this duo on the middle lane were actually going to be working. So from these 10 countries, we will be making a meta which one will make or will actually work. Like what you've said earlier, the Esmeralda is actually coming back into the meta. And so does Basha. Because in the previous tournament, well, at least for the MPL, Basha wasn't even being picked, or at least here in the Philippines. But during the SEA Games, during 2019, Basha is one of the formidable tanks, if I'm not mistaken, being used by Hayes for Team Philippines. So what do you guys think? What are you actually in terms of Vietnam? Even Manjin said that Vietnam is one of the countries who's actually fond of playing Mobile Legends. Even even on the streets, they're actually, it's almost the same here, right? Yeah. So we're also doing the same thing.
Yeah, man, I think all of these countries they had their own qualifiers as well. For our Philippine qualifiers, we witnessed the side lane priority for our representative. We've been talking to a lot of analysts in Mobile Legends right now, and one thing that they say, especially on specifically Bren, and what they told us is that they think that in Mobile Legends the mid lane doesn't exist anymore. It's all about the jungle control. So you only have 3 lanes. One is top, one is bottom, and then your mid is full on jungle, right? So it really depends on the first 2 minutes who is gonna get the buffs, how will you control the turtle, just how will you shut down your opponent by you stealing all of the jungle buffs.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's where the funneling strategy actually came because of the jungle control. So the funneling strategy actually focuses on getting all the possible opportunity to get all the jungle, to take all the gold possible on the early part of the game. That's why we had this funnel strategy. And speaking of, Jean said that there's no middle lane already, so that's why we have heroes that is now on the off lane, which is actually on the middle lane. So that being said, it just tells us that you have to secure the outer lanes first before securing the middle lane, because the delaying factor is a different story to tell.
Yeah, just like Leomord, right? Probably we can see Leomord funnel or Popol and Koopa panel. Popol and Koopa is quite good too because of the late game. Because what I notice with the games right now in Mobile Legends, even in ranked games, that the games they now go to the 20-minute mark. Usually we're used to games that finish in around 10 minutes. But right now, the late game, it now exists. It's now a different MOBA for Mobile Legends. We've been witnessing games for like probably the past month or the past few weeks that we're having 30 to 45 minute
Yeah,
games.
actually, we were the ones who casted that, actually, the 40-minute game for a
54-minute
tournament. We were together on that match, and that alone just tells something with the evolution of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Before, it was only one-sided. If you win the early part of the game, it just means that you'll win the game. But with that being said alone, the 40-minute game, it means that you still have a chance to turn around the tables on the late game.
Yes, and I guess that was actually make it more exciting in terms of you have something to win. Like if you are actually noticing which one, or trying to know which will be your power spy, because there are certain drafts that's actually going to be working on the early to mid game, and if and only if they forgot or not be able to close the game, this potential of a comeback, like what you've said, there we have like 30 to 40. I think we do also have like a 50-minute game way back on a different tournament, and I think that's healthy enough in terms of tournament, because as a fan, if you there are some mistakes that you could be able to do in the early stages of the game, and from that only mistake will define you to lose the entire match. I think that's not really fair, and something like what Chantel said, the evolution is actually really really healthy for the tournament, or at least for the game itself.
At least it's quality content. It's quality content. Long game, Mobile Legends long game. Let's go.
Yes. But anyway, guys, we were just waiting for our players to be able to join the lobby, but we will be having a very, very short break. And before we actually head on to the break, I would like to
with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon.
Strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed. Focus. Control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
You love playing games, and you're always hunting for the best deals. Now you can get more back just from the way you pay. Introducing Razer Gold, the virtual credit for games and entertainment that rewards you back. With Razer Gold, you get to enjoy more savings with exclusive deals. Get access to special bonus gifts and in-game items you can't find anywhere else, like unique weapons and skins. What's more, with every dollar in Razer Gold spent, you'll earn Razer Silver, our rewards program. Just like airline miles, the more you spend, the more you'll earn. Just keep collecting Razer Silver, and once you've got enough, you can redeem it for Razer hardware, games, gift cards, and more. With Razer Gold, you get more savings and gifts, and automatically earn Razer Silver to redeem even more cool gear. It's the best way to get rewarded just for being a gamer. Get started by signing up for a Razer ID on gold.razer.com. Take a moment to verify your account so it's totally secure. And that's it. Start filling up your e-wallet with Razer Gold and enjoy rewards with every spend. So how do you fill up your e-wallet with Razer Gold? It's easier than you think. We've got over 1 million partners and stores around the world, both online and offline, where you can top up your e-wallet with Razer Gold. Don't have a credit card? No problem. Reload your wallet by purchasing these Razer pins. You can easily find them at your nearest convenience store, supermarket chain, or pawn shop. Prefer to do things online? We've got you covered. Reload your wallet with your credit card, internet banking, and even your telco bill via direct carrier billing. Now that you're stocked on Razer Gold and you found something you'd like to purchase, here's how you pay with Razer Gold. Click on Pay with Razer at the checkout segment of your purchase. Log into your Razer Gold account and use your wallet balance to check out. If there's insufficient Razer Gold, simply reload your wallet with a specified amount via online banking, credit card, or buying Razer pins from a store. Here's a sweet deal to get you started. Create an account now and verify, and we'll reward you with 1,000 Razer Silver. Start getting rewarded and getting more back when you pay with Razer Gold now.
Welcome back once again to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. And for our first series, of course, that's going to be Vietnam versus Singapore. And of course, before I introduce our casters for this match, it's going to be, I would like to thank Samsung that this broadcast is brought to you by Samsung and experience the awesome performance of their brand new Samsung Galaxy A51 and A71. And I'm be calling now my hype and casters who'll be joining us for today. Of course, that's going to be Manjin and Chantel. How are you guys doing? Whoa!
We're doing fine. We're doing fine again. I'm drinking my tea. Yes, I'm drinking my tea as always.
How about you, Chantel? What are you actually drinking? Was that coffee?
I'm drinking my water. My water. H2O.
H2O. All right, so first we've already talked a lot about Vietnam and Singapore before we actually head on to our short break. So I think we were actually having we're just waiting, guys, for the teams to be able to join our lobby. So what are we actually expecting for this match?
Man, I'm expecting high quality Mobile Legends for both of these teams. If I'm not mistaken, the team from Team Vietnam, it's Vec Fantasy Main. They were actually, but we will address them as Team Vietnam. But they are actually the Vietnam representatives for the last year's M1 World Championship, and they made it all the way to day 2 of the playoffs. So this is a strong team. I'm not really sure if the roster is still the same, but what I would like to say is that this is one tough team to beat. And speaking of one top team, I've also noticed that we have here Team Resurgence.
Yeah, for Singapore, yes.
For Singapore too. Yeah.
Yes, for this team, we have KZP, Lia, Sana, Sync, Jason, and XTP for their lineup. So again, we will address them as Singapore and Vietnam for the whole duration of the tournament, since they are representing their own countries.
I'm not really sure, but Sana actually has a ring on it. I think we've casted Team Singapore too in the previous tournaments. I think it's part of MSC. I'm gonna check that out. But yeah, these guys are good. These guys are great. But in terms of momentum, based on what I've seen with their tournaments, I think Team Vietnam has the upper hand here, especially in terms of teamwork. In terms of heart.
Yeah, and I guess even with experience itself, because if you what you actually said was true, that they were part of the MSC or probably the SEA Games way back 2019. So this is a very common ground for them. They really know what they're doing here. Well, I'm pretty sure that they are already qualified for because every teams here that's been joining us here for the SEA Invitational did actually qualify for their own, and of course, we will be having our drafting phase. Manjin and Chantel, take it away.
Okay, so for our blue side, that is Team Vietnam, while on the red side, it's going to be Team Singapore. So again, Kaja and Kufra will be banned for the both teams. So these are the usual bans we're seeing on a different kind of tournaments. So earlier on our early talk, we mentioned that we are very kind of interested on the certain metas for every country. So for this one, it's almost the same from the usual or from what we are seeing on our tournament. So this time it's gonna be Ling for Team Vietnam, more on the crowd control, and for the hyper carry.
Yeah. They removed the Ling, they removed the Kaja, so both of the Kufra for the priority ban of team Singapore. I think they want to eliminate heroes that has control in a certain hero. Like for example, Claude is open here. So for the first pick, I think Team Vietnam, they can actually pick this up. Claude is still strong right now, especially with all of the jungles that he has.
Yeah,
there you go. 100% predicted, man.
Although for Team Singapore here, we could see an Atlas and maybe Eureka's pick or even the Esmeralda. If it's Selena pick, so it's more on the aggressive part. For this one, we have the Atlas on the upper hand in terms of crowd control together with the Selena, and that is already an advantage if you want to engage on the early part of the game. So this is a very good pick actually to negate this Claude if you want to take all the jungle or to actually not give the opportunity to this marksman to get the gold that he needs.
Yeah, you know what? What I like with the Selena Atlas combo is that you can actually hit the Abyssal Arrow with around 100%, around 80%, 80% accuracy rate because of the slow that the Atlas provides. So you don't actually need the traps if you are going to beat the Selena, because some people, if you might notice, if you play against the Atlas, you will get so slowed because of the passive of the frigid breath. So this Claude being used by Broly, being used by Tung right now, he needs to be careful. Probably get the Purify in his spells to dodge out the crowd controls for the side of Team Vietnam. And there you go, Chantel, like what you've said, Esmeralda and Uranus. You've been predicting it too.
Yeah, actually, I was predicting this for the part of Singapore. Actually, for this taking Vietnam, it's actually a good pick because we all know that Esmeralda is a good counter for the Uranus. Imagine you have this certain heroes together, which are actually kind of contradicting, which is already an upper hand for this Vietnam team. Although for this Singaporean team, we have this Stamps and the carry. So it's more on the sustain, or as we can see here for this kind of lineup for Singapore, it's more on a team-oriented kind of lineup. Although for this Team Vietnam, I like what I'm seeing right now. We are seeing this Lolita for their hard tank. We don't usually see Lolita nowadays in tournaments, but this is a very good decision for Vietnam since it's a good counter pick for the Claude.
If you like the Lolita, well, what I like here for Team Vietnam is the Lu Yi. There you go. This is the newest hero right now in the meta. I've been seeing pros play this, and what they do is that they prioritize the first skill from the first second of the game, because the first skill, it has 4 stacks. So if the game starts, if you want to control the jungle, you can immediately put a lot of burst damage because of the dispersion. That's what it's called, the dispersion for Lu Yi. So wow, they will immediately counter the invade potential of the Atlas and the Selena. So Chantel, I think basing on the draft, I would love to give it to Team Vietnam just because of the Lu Yi. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, and for that one, I'll go for the lineup of Singapore because of the carry pick. We all know that carry is literally good in terms, or actually the best in terms of late game. Although, yes, Vietnam has the Claude, but there is the possibility for this Claude to be countered because of this Atlas and Selena pick by the Singaporean team. But anyways, it's going to be a 1-1 for our caster prediction. Again, this is going to be Vietnam versus Singapore for the first day of our Razer SEA-Invitational.
Let's see what's going to happen with your carry late game, Chantel. Yes, I do play a lot of carry too, and look, look at that. That's just like what we've said. Already on half health is Jason because of the dispersion damage of this Lu Yi. But we shall still see as XCP. He will actually steal the serpent.
Yes, but there's the first blood coming in from the Claude of Team Vietnam onto our game. We can see here Team Singapore getting that buff, or actually invading the buff of Team Vietnam on the orange side. So this time around, first blood is on the side of Team Vietnam, which is actually a good thing because we are seeing right now the power spike. This is a level 3 Claude, ladies and gents, for this match, and another kill maybe by this Lolita of our blue team.
You know what? That was sneaky from XCP. but the main problem there is he got brought down. He got brought down by the Claude and company. So with that, even though the Claude, he doesn't have the purple buff right now at Broly. I will call him Broly now. Yes, he doesn't have the purple buff, but he has the experience and the red buff to actually gain some potential momentum here. Even without the purple buff, all you need is to get that level 4. You can spam out your Blazing Duet to farm the lanes, and then you will eventually hit a certain power spike to be aggressive. So with this, Team Vietnam leading by 1,000 gold, Chantel.
Actually, for this kind of early game, this is considered to be a lot of gold for Team Vietnam. So knowing that they have the Claude for their mid laner onto this game, that's really an edge against Team Singapore. For Team Singapore, all they have to do is to protect this carry. It's going to be a battle between the marksmen on the latter part of the game. But as we could see here right now, Sync is almost out of life onto this Selena. The aggressiveness that we expect to have from Team Singapore is actually on the side of Team Vietnam.
I like the setup. I like the setup from the rotation and the dispersion to the Bulwark CC for Team Vietnam. You know what's interesting too is that Team Singapore, they prioritize the outplay potential on their side because of the flickers. But meanwhile, Team Vietnam, they're playing it defensively with all of the purifies that they have. 4 purifies on their side. They want to bait the arrow. They want to bait the fatal links. Team Singapore, I think, Chantel, what they need to do is to control the macro game. Because again, this is a Masha pick. Masha pick means split type of composition. Get the objectives quickly. We call it the Turbo Masha. So let's see if that's going to be present here. Yes.
Actually, for this game, we have to consider that this 2 offlaners or the side lanes of Team Vietnam is using the Avarice spell. Speaking of which, there is the damage here come from Louis, which was very commended on the early part of the drafting. So far for this game, we have Team Vietnam on the upper hand in terms of code, in terms of actually the map control, because they have the Lolita. Zoning out all the players, which is expected to be done by this Atlas of Team Singapore. For Team Singapore, though, they have the flicker, formal flicker to be exact, for their spell. So there is an opportunity for them to disengage whenever there is a team fight come from Team Vietnam.
Well, by the way, hold that thought, Chantel. The teams are now poking each other here in the turtle. That is going to be the first turtle dance of the game. Team Vietnam securing that with the Numinum Blast, and Broly will now transition his way to the mid lane and will probably farm some more. Speaking of gold, Team Vietnam leading by 1,000, and they are now getting their first items. Claude now immediately going for the Blade with Spear. Here you go in the top lane. XCP.
Another one. It's gonna be 2 versus 1 onto our top lane. XCP against this Esmeralda, but there is Hyde for the backup and a secure kill for Team Vietnam onto this game. We have 2 players come from a Team Vietnam with the Enchanted Talisman. Imagine you have the Avarice on the talent on your emblem plus the Enchanted Talisman, but there goes the Domino Blast. Takes 2 and a kill for Team Vietnam onto this game. We have Jason here left for Team Singapore onto the middle lane. Dash away or back away for Team Vietnam, and it's 4-0 for our score onto this game number 1.
Throne Trin with a nice setup to the Numinum Blast to the I call it to the window to the wall. Numinum Blast to the Blazing Duet, E to the Z combo there. Meanwhile, as I say this, here in the top lane, here in the jungle, we have a rumble in the jungle. Blazing Duet again from E, and it's over. BMI out. It is now a stomp. 6-0 under 6 minutes. Chantel, I agree with you. The Avarice, it has this cooldown reduction attribute as well. And with Enchanted Talisman, I think Team Vietnam, they just want to layer out all of their damage every time the cooldown pops. But
here's the arrow. Yes. Actually, speaking of that, for Team Singapore, all they need to do is to have this carry cope up in terms of gold.
Yeah.
Like what we've been saying earlier, it's gonna be the battle of the marksmen. Although for Team Singapore, though, they need to as much as possible build an item or any item to counter out this Esmeralda and Uranus. Maybe Sea Halberd, since they are more on the physical side. But here comes Little Lynx. Oh my God! Turtle has been taken here by Selena. Lumina Blast catches 2 and a kill for them. It's gonna be a 4 versus 1 in favor of Team Vietnam.
Oh my, that was a huge pop of the Fatal Links, but the problem there is they were inside the rotation second skill of Hide. And it doesn't matter if you get 2 or 3 because man, with that skill, it set up Broly again with a beautiful Blazing Duet plus the Numinum Blast. We all thought that Team Singapore has the crowd control, but again, Team Vietnam, they have Purifies and they are playing well. They are outplaying the crowd control game of Team Singapore. Welcome to the CC train, says Team Vietnam. And with this, they are now leading with the 8k gold. It's looking like a one-sided game, Chantel. How can Team Singapore come back from this? Blazing Duet once more. And man, it's now a 4-on-1 situation in the mid T-Mac. Just manning up to 4.
Actually, for Team Vietnam, the perfect word to describe the team is more on the sustain. Imagine you have the Hyper Carry Claude and you have the sustain coming from this Esmeralda and Uranus. What a big wow in terms of team fight. You have those 2 players that were mentioned earlier that could get all the damage come from Team Singapore, and you have the Claude instantly with the Blazing Duet giving all the damage against Team Singapore. Although for this one, we have Team Vietnam on the goal lead. So for Team Singapore, all they have to do is as much as possible breathe or loosen up in terms of objectives. So far, this is this is a little map or this is a map control. In terms of Team Singapore, it's little. So they have to, as much as possible, at least get a hero or a player here come from Team Vietnam for them to be able to get different objectives against Team Vietnam.
But I think, Chantel, it's going to be hard because if you're gonna think about it, the skills here for Team Singapore are single target skills, right? So you have the TAMs, the only AoEs, the Fatal Links, probably a little bit of the traps, probably a little bit of a spinning light wheel, but who will target? There go Fatal Links into 2, but look at Hyde, they're free hitting them from the back, Blazing Duet to the monster kill from the Claude Broly, just like an anime, finishing up all his enemies. Phantom stepping up, Phantom stepping out, and I think it's over now. Chantel, 14-2. 5 heroes are here. Team Vietnam, this is it.
I think this is gonna be a GG push for game number 1. Congratulations, Team Vietnam.
Wow, awesome performance for Team Vietnam. What an opening for the Vietnamese squad.
Actually, for that game, it was a reflection that the draft pick or the team composition here of Team Vietnam was really effective for their kind of play. I was earlier inclining on the lineup of Team Singapore, although with that kind of performance with Team Vietnam, it was really a landslide for game number 1.
I think Team Singapore, they tried to steal and to neglect the Claude of his Serpent, of his Blue. But what you do with that is you immediately back up the one who is stealing the buff. So SCP, yes, he did get the Serpent, but there was no backup for his team, right? I think their plan is to for you get the buff, and they underestimated the slow from the dispersion from the Lu Yi, and the slow that the slow that the Art of Tiberi has, and the damage output of the 3 rotating heroes for Team Vietnam. And then he died, and after that the Claude just snowballed his way to victory. Yes,
it was like a domino effect for Team Vietnam, and just like what I've said earlier, it's all about actually negating the heroes of Team Vietnam. For Singapore, though, it was hard to do the kind of strategy or to actually build the Sea Halberd and the Necklace of Durans, but because Team Vietnam was all over their jungle, so
all over,
it was kind of difficult to get all the gold that is needed to build that certain equipment.
Plus, if you they want to get the jungle, right? They want to give carry their own farm. But how do you do that? How can you put that on the check? How can you check it out from the checklist? What you need to do is to pick off, man. You they want to rely on the arrows. I think their plan was for the Selena, the carry, and the Atlas to move as one. The Masha will go for the split. The Tams can go toe to toe with the Uranus. I think one lane that they won back there was only the bottom lane. But all throughout the mid jungle, the top lane, Esmeralda was owning the Masha too, right? Esmeralda was baiting the Masha from her second skill, and then she will spam the wave much faster rather than the Masha.
Actually, for that one, it all boils down on the off lanes, I guess, for Team Vietnam, because it was really difficult for Singapore to negate that one. We have Esmeralda and Uranus together in a single team, and you have the carry, which is supposed to be funneled for Team Singapore, but then you have the Claude for Team Vietnam. So it was really difficult for Team Singapore, but the draft was there, the idea was there. It's just that the gameplay that was supposed to be used on the kind of team draft is not executed well by Team Singapore. But for game number 2, since we are on a best of 2 series for this one, I'm sure that Singapore is gonna make adjustments for game number 2.
Yes, I agree too. Look at this, their adjustment. They now prioritize banning the Esmeralda. They don't want to deal with it. It counters shield heroes such as the Atlas. Chantel. So with this Esmeralda,
Here's the thing, if you ban out Esmeralda, there are a lot of heroes, or there is a possibility that Ling and Claude will be opened for the draft pick. Although it could be the thought that it could be an exchange of hero pickings here. The other team will get the Claude, and Ling is still open for the other team. So that is the crucial part on that kind of banning for Team Singapore.
And they're now opening the Ling and Claude. So it's time for Team Vietnam to pick their poison, because Team Singapore has the first pick advantage, but they will not ban it. Instead, they will ban the Uranus. So who is it gonna be? Team
I guess
Singapore.
It's gonna be Claude. I think it should be Claude, because it is a safe hero for the late game and for the early game. Because we all know that Ling is it's gonna be Popol and Koopa for this. It's more on the support tanky hero for this team Singapore. Although for Team Vietnam, they have a lot of options in terms of hyper carry. We can see Claude being hovered here by Team Vietnam, which was used on the first game, which was very effective actually for Team Vietnam.
I think Team Singapore, they want to go all the way. They're backing it up with the late game of this PNK. In the Philippines, we call it PNK. I don't know if in the other countries to shortcut the name. Popol and Koopa priority here. It somehow answered the Claude, but I think it goes 50-50 because the Claude can easily proc his first skill to the dog, to the Koopa. But we shall see, because we still don't know, because Sling is still open. So it's an unorthodox priority here for us. Well, for us, we're not really used with the Popol and Kupa opening, but we shall see what Team Vietnam has in store. So yeah, man, look, Louis.
Another Louis, yeah. Actually, Louis was being commended earlier by Manjin because Louis is a certain hero which gives the damage, is stable for a support, actually. For a team. So this time around, we have two heroes here, which was also part of Team Vietnam's lineup earlier on game number 1. Although for Team Singapore, we could see an Angela and Joy pick, so it's more on the sustain. It's more on the sustain and the crowd control. Although we mentioned earlier that for Team Vietnam for Team Singapore on game number 1, that their crowd control is more on the single targeting. So that's gonna be kind of a problem.
It's the same. It's the same. It's quite the same because the Jawhead has a single target ultimate. The Angela has a single target stun too, but he has love waves. But by the way, I think the Louis is a good response to the global offense that the Angela brings to the table, because whenever the Angela pops her ultimate, the Louis can answer with the diversion with all of his team in by her side. So yeah, in terms of global presence, I think Team Vietnam, they answered it well. So once again, guys, I'm just reminding you that this is a best of 2, and in terms of momentum, the best of 2, you will get that if you win game number 1. So these are your last picks right now. Chantel, you have the Natalia and you have the Masha. Who do you think has the upper hand?
Actually, for this one, I'll go for Team Vietnam. I'm really a fan of crowd control, actually. So with this one, we don't have a hard tank for Team Singapore, so I'll go with Team Vietnam. They have the Claude, they have the Louis, which was effective. So you don't have to change something that is broken. So for Team Vietnam, they will use it again onto this game number 2.
I think it's classic MOBA, right? It's classic MOBA. When you build a composition, you really want to get heroes who has stuns, right? Like probably 2 or more heroes that can get 2 heroes. Like it stun them, but we shall see, because I want to see the diversion plus Tyrant's Rage combo. Give it to me.
Yeah, actually.
Or diversion Blazing Duet. Let's see. We shall see. Right?
It's gonna be a fantastic play if we could see here in the Razer SEA-Invitational again. For this one, it is game number 2, Vietnam versus Singapore. For this one, I guess for the lineup of Team Singapore, there is kind of a lack of damage.
Yep.
In terms of the lineup, they have the PNK, they have the Angela, they have the Natalia. So if it doesn't work out well whenever the Natalia goes in, that is a bit of the problem. But again, this is the SEA-Invitational for Razers, Team Singapore versus Team Vietnam.
Yeah, all the damage that they have is only in the presence of Lia 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 in the early stages. But in terms of one-on-one, there you go. Execute from Sync with a high and dry against the Tamas.
That was fast.
That was the first blood. Yeah, first blood. There you go.
Yes, actually, that was fast, knowing that this has the execute. So Team Vietnam should be wary of that one. But as we could see here, Kufra is low on health. So this is a more aggressive Team Singapore that we've watched earlier on game number 1. So this time around for Team Vietnam, as we said earlier, they should be wary that there is the Natalia on the lineup of their enemy team. So as much as possible, they shouldn't be alone, or rather, they should be mindful of the bushes.
Yeah, mindful of the pickups coming in from Sync as the Natalia with the execute. Probably, we've talked about this earlier, Chantel, that they don't have early game damage, but what they have is DPS, the damage per second damage in the lanes. And I think they can use it to an advantage so that whenever they poke, the Natalia can just flank, right? Sync can just flank in and go for the surprise play and then execute. Just like this. There you go. That is the dog with the max bite buff. Rrr, says
Oh
Chantel.
my God! Yes,
Chantel.
for
Yeah.
that one, that was a nice play. Actually, come from Team Singapore, but here on the bottom lane, it's gonna be a flicker out for this Masha of Team Vietnam. Although for Team Vietnam, they are focusing more on the objective, as we could see on the middle lane turret, almost half for the damage. And we always say that the middle lane is the most important lane for the MLB because it is the shortest lane. So for Team Singapore, as much as possible, right after getting the kills, it is better for them to take objectives against Team Vietnam.
Yeah, but that didn't happen, Chantel, because again, the pressure here coming in from Team Vietnam is just too strong. Placing to it, but it will get cancelled by the Chichu Dog. And man, Talia will also fall down. But there you go, that hide with the ultimate hiding inside the diversion. And they will survive the potential pick. Speaking of pick, here we go, Jason in the bottom side. Masha is just running for her life. Man, this Popol and Koopa pick is just playing good right now. Paying dividends for Team Singapore.
Actually for this one, it's really good for Team Singapore that they are maximizing the potential in terms of early gank for their kind of lineup. So this is a good thing for Team Singapore. Although for Team Vietnam, we don't see actually Claude being part of the team fight. So there is a window of opportunity to actually have this Claude on the upper hand or actually get all the buff or all the jungles that he needs for a power spike. So again, ladies and gents, this is a turtle objective. Let us see who will get this one. We have Team Singapore and Team Vietnam getting ready for this objective. Kufra is ready on the bush side, although here is Team Singapore starting this one. So let us see, guys. 3-1 is the score. 4 minutes into our game time. No contest. But there is no contest for this one.
Man, Jason's Popol and Koopa is just paying off for their team. One of the main strengths that this hero gives is the vision all throughout the map. So you can be very careful on where you position. And you can actually see where your enemies are going, and they're setting up again the DPS damage onto the Kufra. That is the knock up, but that is the Tyrant's Rage. He will go with the bouncing ball out. But man, is the damage enough though? No, it's not. Angela pops that global ultimate, and man, Team Singapore now putting on a show. Chantel, this is it.
Yes, imagine that ultimate come from Kufra being used just to take that Koopa of Team Singapore. So imagine the rarity of this Kufra to get all the possible heroes come from Team Singapore. But here comes the fight onto the middle lane. We have the tower race here for Team Vietnam. They'll take down the middle lane second tier turret against Team Singapore. Just like what we've been talking about earlier. For Team Singapore, they need to get the objectives against Team Vietnam, because so far Team Vietnam, regardless if they are out in the team fights, they are showing to us that objectives is a different matter. This time around on the middle lane, it's gonna be 3 versus 2 together with Swan. Lia getting a kill for Team Singapore.
You know what, Chantel, I agree with you. Even though Singapore is leading by 4 kills, the gold lead is not that high. Probably it is right now, but yeah, towers matter. And what's lacking here for Team Singapore is that they don't have any tower hitters on their side. They have the fight potential. They now amplify their damage with Lia. But I guess Team Vietnam, in terms of draft, they actually shifted to the fast-paced split push type of comp because of this Masha pick too. So yeah, in terms of objectives, Vietnam is getting it, but I think Team Singapore, they heard you. So what they did is they immediately went to the turtle and they got the turtle. Yes.
Okay, so for Team Vietnam now, so I guess it's gonna be a nice setup play together with the Angela on the hard card. We have Lancelot low on his life, but that is gonna be a kill for the Claude onto this game. Nice kill, actually taking that Lancelot, which is the main damager of Team Singapore. Although, while that is happening, we have Team Singapore taking another turret against Team Vietnam. Although Sync is on a roll, going ballistic. Another kill for that one using the execute Sync, low on life. Masha on the revenge and a possible kill. Oh my god, that is on stealth mode. Turnaround kill for Sync, taking 2 players of Team Vietnam and another one taking down this Kufra of Team Vietnam.
Sync bringing his enemies down the sink, down the drain. Team Vietnam, they're running for their life. There's Natalia pick with 4-1-4. Clutch mode, stealth mode. Picking off the Claude, picking off almost the Masher here, and it gave Team Singapore the opportunity to even up this ball game. Here we go once again. Berserker barraging his way inside. Blazing Duet coming in from Broly. Is this the outplay though? He will manage to take out the Popol and Koopa. And there you go. Tyrant Rage out. Sync running with the Angela. They're running away. This guy is everywhere, Chantel.
Yes, I guess for Team Vietnam, it's safe to have a team fight whenever there is no Natalia available for Team Singapore. We saw earlier the potential of Natalia taking down actually 2 to 3 heroes, regardless if he is alone for Team Singapore. So I guess that is a big factor for Team Vietnam. Although the top farmer for this game is gonna be the Lancelot. The Claude for Team Vietnam, although there are 2 players come for Team Vietnam with a 5k tier gold. So Turtle, another objective has been taken here by Team Singapore onto this game. It's gonna be 9-4 for the score. Golden is on the side of Team Singapore, although for Team Vietnam, we could see a light in terms of objectives, in terms of tower push. Because if they aren't going into a team fight, they make sure to get objectives against Team Singapore.
I think that they're also aware that they cannot really commit to the 5-on-5 situation, especially that there is a Natalia roaming around, because their lineup is not built for the 5-on-5. That's why look at this. Sync, it is the Natalia Angela combo, but he was too deep. He's just like Adele. He rolled down in the deep well, and man, he paid for the price. And man, that was a shutdown onto the playstyle of the Natalia and Team Vietnam. This is the opportunity for them to get back. Chantel, what happened?
Actually, for this one, yes, Mangia, that was a sour move come from Team Singapore. But wait, hold that thought. It's gonna be a kill for Team XCP on this game. We have here the PNK actually for the crowd control. Although Jason is already low on life. Masha on the kill possibly, but there is an off-cam kill come from the Claude. Actually, double kill for that one. So it's gonna be 4 men down for Team Singapore. We have the 7.8k gold for the squad. Actually, Queen's Wings is the priority item, or item for this squad for this game. So what's the problem here for Team Singapore is that they are more on the team fight, but there is this Kufra negating the possible initiation that they are trying to do.
Yeah, the bouncing ball and the Tyrant's Rage from Trong Trin is just paying off for Team Vietnam to outplay them, not just in terms of team fights, but in terms of the macro play too. We've talked about it earlier, Chantel. They want to match up with the global potential of the Angela. They have the diversion, plus they have the Masha, and so Team Singapore, they answered with their own pick, trying. Yeah, they did. They did get the Thanos plus a bonus kill for Sync. The Claude is now inside the vicinity. Oh my goodness.
This is actually dangerous for Team Vietnam to be picked off to 1 by 1, but there is the counter initiation come from Team Vietnam. Here comes Masha being killed by Lia on the Lancelot. Oh my god, what a blazing duet into 3 with a triple kill plus the free hit. It's gonna be a savage for this one of Team Vietnam.
Playing with a Cupra BMI in, BMI out. Agent X44 is in town. 13 to 14. It doesn't matter if you're in stealth mode. We have true sight. Team Vietnam getting the victory. And with that, they will go 2-0 against Team Singapore. Am I not mistaken? They won game number 1, right?
Yeah. Actually, that was
it's a close game.
It was a close game. Actually, on the early part of the game, it was leaning towards Team Vietnam, but Team Singapore surely and slowly and surely taking that win against Team Vietnam. We have the Claude, which we said earlier that is more on the early game and more on the late game. Plus, we have to commend the Kufra actually on the crowd controls. It was really outstanding kind of crowd controls, taking down 2. Actually, it was 2 technically because it was a Lancelot with the heart guard. So that is Lancelot and Angela all at the same time.
All at the same time. Hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. With 1 Kufra. Yeah, if that's if that's it. Oh no, yeah. Wow, Team Vietnam putting a show in series number 1. They will now go up 2-0. Yeah, 2-0 against their enemies, and they I think it's still Group A. It's still round 1, so it's not yet over. It's not yet over for Team Singapore. You know what? I would love to hear from our host Rob Luna what he thinks about the game. Rob Luna, are you there?
Yes, I'm definitely here. And what makes me exciting is I really thought that they could be able to pull out like a 1-1 in this best of 2 game. And somehow Broly, which is the Claude, made it different. Otherwise, that Savage is totally clutch. And even I was actually thinking that Natalia was a good, and as well with actually Life 4 was the Lancelot been doing great in the middle lane as well with the Natalia. Even the clutch kill on the Masha. I said it's one more attack and he will actually die. But with the Blitz and the evasion, he could be able to pull up those skills. And this team, like what Manjin said earlier, that Vietnam, this might be the game Mobile Legends for them is really top notch.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think in terms of experience too, because they played the macro well. Chantel was telling me that Team Vietnam, they were leading by just getting all the towers. The Claude is a good tower taker too. So man, congrats for Team Vietnam. I'm excited to see the other games that we have in store.
Yes, definitely. And I think we do have our next match that's going to be Team Thailand versus Team Malaysia. But before anything else, before we actually head on to our next match, or definitely on a break, is that what do you actually think or what happened on that specific? I think game number 1 is a total pub stop. No questions asked. Everything then went well for the side of Singapore because they do have the Atlas, but there's no synchronization in terms of the draft because most of their heroes were single target. Like they have the Tamus, they have the Selena, and I don't think it really mattered the way they get the purple buff for the Masha. It's not really totally worth it. But on game number 2, is there a part of you guys that it could be able to go to Singapore, but with only the outplay coming from the Claude on the late game?
Actually, there is the certain feeling for me that for game number 2, it was really Singapore's game. It's just that what I was saying earlier, they focused more on killing the players or for team fight. That they forgot that they need to push turrets. There was a time wherein they are on the advantageous part of team fights, but then there's no third push. Unlike for Team Singapore, as much as possible, if there is a team fight, the trade would be a turret pushed. So for Team Vietnam, for Team Singapore, they kind of lacked on the objective part of the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. If you can see on the mid game, I was actually watching it, is that there's a part that they could not be able to fight Team Singapore in like a 5v5 match. And what Broly did, which is the Claude, he actually went through from tier 1 to tier 2 straight because he actually knows that the rest of the Team Singapore was onto the top lane and they don't want to react because they couldn't be able to pull off a kill because there's a burst potential coming from the Natalia and even with the Lancelot. So yeah, I really like what Chantel's did or actually said is that objective. This is still an objective game, ladies and gentlemen. So doesn't matter how many hero or champions you did kill, but if you are not getting objectives, of course, you will still gonna be losing the game.
I think it's gonna. I think they want to get the objectives. I think they have that in mind. But the problem is that the Kufra is there to just CC them, bait out skills, and just neglect them from pushing towers. So wow, that was an outstanding performance for Team Vietnam. What a statement for series number 1. But I expect a lot of good ML still for Team Singapore, because what I think is that the Popol in Kupa, Natalia and Angela, those trio heroes, it was a good combo. The combo was outstanding. So yeah, man, I'm excited for the next few next games that we have. So yeah, take it away, Rob.
Yes, I'm really excited, ladies and gentlemen, because we might actually be having a short. But before we actually head on to our break, I would like to remind everyone with you that this is the match scheduled for today for our second series. That's going to be Team Thailand versus Team Malaysia.
Yeah.
And of course, before we head on, I would like to also remind you that we are also giving away $500 worth of Razer Gold pins to a lucky fan throughout the event. And be sure to click the contest link in the chat to enter.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, I'm so pumped for Team Thailand versus Team Malaysia. Shout out to our Malaysian friends.
Yes. So anyway, guys, I know you're really excited to watch your country representing here on the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. But before we actually head on to our break, please don't go anywhere. We will still be having more explosive matches on the way. And also don't forget to like and follow Razer on Facebook and, of course, Tier 1 Entertainment. Next match will be Team Thailand versus Team Malaysia. We will be back after a very short break.
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon.
Strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
my two-step.
Monster kill! Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy! Mega kill! Legendary!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
You love playing games, and you're always hunting for the best deals. Now you can get more back just from the way you pay. Introducing Razer Gold, the virtual credit for games and entertainment that rewards you back. With Razer Gold, you get to enjoy more savings with exclusive deals. Get access to special bonus gifts and in-game items you can't find anywhere else, like unique weapons and skins. What's more, with every dollar in Razer Gold spent, you'll earn Razer Silver, our rewards program. Just like airline miles, the more you spend, the more you'll earn. Just keep collecting Razer Silver, and once you've got enough, you can redeem it for Razer hardware, games, gift cards, and more. With Razer Gold, you get more savings and gifts, and automatically earn Razer Silver to redeem even more cool gear. It's the best way to get rewarded just for being a gamer. Get started by signing up for a Razer ID on gold.razer.com. Take a moment to verify your account so it's totally secure. And that's it. Start filling up your e-wallet with Razer Gold and enjoy rewards with every spend. So, how do you fill up your e-wallet with Razer Gold? It's easier than you think. We've got over 1 million partners and stores around the world, both online and offline, where you can top up your e-wallet with Razer Gold. Don't have a credit card? No problem. Reload your wallet by purchasing these Razer pins. You can easily find them at your nearest convenience store, supermarket chain, or pawn shop. Prefer to do things online? We've got you covered. Reload your wallet with your credit card, internet banking, and even your telco bill via direct carrier billing. Now that you're stocked on Razer Gold and you found something you'd like to purchase, here's how you pay with Razer Gold. Click on Pay with Razer at the checkout segment of your purchase. Log into your Razer Gold account and use your wallet balance to check out. If there's insufficient Razer Gold, simply reload your wallet with a specified amount via online banking, credit card, or buying Razer pins from a store. Here's a sweet deal to get you started. Create an account now and verify, and we'll reward you with 1,000 Razer Silver. Start getting rewarded and getting more back when you pay with Razer Gold now.
Hello guys, welcome back here to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. As we were waiting for our teams to join our lobby, I would like to remind everyone with you that this broadcast is brought to you by Samsung. Experience the awesome performance of their brand new Samsung Galaxy A51 and A71. And as we were waiting, it's going to be Team Thailand versus Team Malaysia. We'll be heading on our second series. And like what I've said, we were just waiting for them to join our lobby so they could be able to play. And one thing is that we also have here a giveaway. Giving away $500 worth of Razer Gold pins to a lucky fan throughout the event. Be sure to click the contest link and in the chat to enter. So anyway, just wait and stay tuned. We will be back in a very, very short break.
Samsung Galaxy A unlocked.
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here.
The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing, can stop me now.
Let's take him from the side! Now!
Death to all who oppose me.
No!
So this is what I'm truly capable of.
Wake up! Yu Zhang! How is this possible?
You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Let me do my two-step.
Grovel before your king, human.
Killing spree! Double kill! Triple kill! Launch a legendary! Maniac! Unstoppable! Legendary! Savage!
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
You love playing games, and you're always hunting for the best deals. Now you can get more back just from the way you pay. Introducing Razer Gold, the virtual credit for games and entertainment that rewards you back. With Razer Gold, you get to enjoy more savings with exclusive deals. Get access to special bonus gifts and in-game items you can't find anywhere else, like unique weapons and skins. What's more, with every dollar in Razer Gold spent, you'll earn Razer Silver, our rewards program. Just like airline miles, the more you spend, the more you'll earn. Just keep collecting Razer Silver, and once you've got enough, you can redeem it for Razer hardware, games, gift cards, and more. With Razer Gold, you get more savings and gifts, and automatically earn Razer Silver to redeem even more cool gear. It's the best way to get rewarded just for being a gamer. Get started by signing up for a Razer ID on gold.razer.com. Take a moment to verify your account so it's totally secure. And that's it. Start filling up your e-wallet with Razer Gold and enjoy rewards with every spend. So how do you fill up your e-wallet with Razer Gold? It's easier than you think. We've got over 1 million partners and stores around the world, both online and offline, where you can top up your e-wallet with Razer Gold. Don't have a credit card? No problem. Reload your wallet by purchasing these Razer pins. You can easily find them at your nearest convenience store, supermarket chain, or pawn shop. Prefer to do things online? We've got you covered. Reload your wallet with your credit card, internet banking, and even your telco bill via direct carrier billing. Now that you're stocked on Razer Gold and you found something you'd like to purchase, here's how you pay with Razer Gold. Click on Pay with Razer at the checkout segment of your purchase. Log into your Razer Gold account and use your wallet balance to check out. If there's insufficient Razer Gold, simply reload your wallet with a specified amount via online banking, credit card, or buying Razer pins from a store. Here's a sweet deal to get you started. Create an account now and verify, and we'll reward you with 1,000 Razer Silver. Start getting rewarded and getting more back when you pay with Razer Gold now.
Yes, and welcome back to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. Once again, my name is Rob Luna. I will be joining here by the casters, the animals. That's going to be Leo and Wolf for our second series. This is going to be Team Thailand versus Team Malaysia. Of course, I would like to let you know that I'm really excited on these games. And this broadcast, of course, is of Razer SEA-Invitational is brought to you by #This is Esports together with Tier 1 Entertainment and, of course, Samsung. So let's go ahead and introduce you to our casters, Leo and Wolf. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much, Rob. We're actually doing fine. And we're doing amazing. The animals at your service, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for the second series. Wolf, how you doing, man?
I am more than excited. I don't even have the word for it because I've been waiting for this the whole week and even a month, actually. We were able to watch the Philippine qualifier, at least from our side. It was intense to see what the Philippine representation is, but more than anything else, the international representation. That's what I'm more excited about, because I believe we're gonna see the likes of I Do Not Sleep, the likes of Geek Fam representing their country, and I'm sure that before, they have performed well in international tournaments. I had the privilege to be able to watch and cast some of the games from the said organizations, and boy, they are so good when it comes to Mobile Legends, and I'm so excited to see them in action in an international tournament. This is going to be exciting.
Yep. We already talked about how the Philippines' own qualifier was stacked, if you will, but now that we're going to be seeing some old friends, some friendly faces, especially here in this next matchup in series number 2, we're going to be seeing Team Thailand clash with Team Malaysia. And we're familiar with Team Malaysia here. This is actually Zorn and the gang. And going up against them is going to be Team Thailand, better known as I Do Not Sleep. So they as well are familiar faces.
That's right.
Again, it's very rare that we see metas clash. So anytime that we see an international or a regional tournament like this, it's quite a treat. So ladies and gentlemen, we are at your service. Game 1 starting right here, right now. This is the draft. Thailand on the play. Malaysia gonna be responding. Can we expect the same thing here, Wolf? Is it the Esmeralda ban, the Natalia ban?
Yeah, I think at least for the running meta in the Malaysian side and in the Thailand side, yes, they do prioritize those heroes as well. I think that at a certain point, they also love playing the Masha as well as the Lancelot, these heroes that normally fit in almost any composition nowadays, right? And I also feel that Selena is a top priority, at least a commodity for any of the countries that we'll be seeing now in the Razer Southeast Asia Invitational, because when I was reviewing some of the games from other regions, Selena is always present, as well as Popol and Koopa. These are the heroes that will be top contested. I mean, obviously, I already saw them in the bans, but I just want to explain to all of our viewers that this is, I'd say, an international flavor that you cannot mess up. It's like chicken, or I don't know. It's actually like salt and pepper chicken. I don't know. It's like fried chicken. There it is.
It's like vinegar and soy sauce. It's just everywhere, right? It's good with anything. It's good with anything. And what's interesting is the first phase or the first bans for both teams here, Thailand and Malaysia, they make sense, right? Because you want the Popol and Koopa. It's a mechanic. The dog Koopa. It's something that no other hero in Mobile Legends has, right? And that extra body on the map is just so hard to deal with. And Selena, on the other hand, she also brings in a unique mechanic, which are the wards, and of course, the distance, the gap closer, the jumps with the Garrote, and the Abyssal Arrow. But let's look at the second bans, though. It's Claude, which is a go-to core, right? Where we're still in the final meta, at least possibly in the twilight of it, since we are seeing 1-2-2 lineups working. But what's with the Angela? Why is Geek Fam afraid of Angela?
Yeah, because it's also that kind of hero that is a one-size-fits-all kind of hero. If I'm making sense, right? You can almost slide it into almost any lineup. It has its own unique kit for sure. But if you think about it in a MOBA mentality, whatever the kit that Angela has, you want to have it in almost any kind of composition. But I guess that when it comes to the Thailand meta, yes, I do see a lot of Angela being picked up by I Do Not Sleep themselves. It's one of their go-to heroes. And absolutely a hero that can go well with almost any tank, honestly. And you kind of want to have that peel mechanic in a way, or that kind of aspect wherein you can jump to the back lines and just to destroy your opponent's formation because of how you can dive with almost any hero.
Yeah, with impunity, that is, right? Because again, the mechanics that Angela bring into Mobile Legends is also quite unique, right? She follows the train of thought with Selena, with Popol and Koopa. I mean, come on, that's one less target, and you yourself can still cast spells. That's ridiculous. So let's look at the picks right here. We are ending with the first phase. Bans are already up for Malaysia, though. That's Luoyi as the first pick for Thailand. Interesting. Jawhead and Esmeralda, I think that possibly closes up the side lanes, if I'm not mistaken. Esmeralda could still be played in mid, but Malaysia, though, a little closer to home. I mean, at least from what we're used to seeing locally, as well as just on a damage basis output, as well as just being a great side laner with the Uranus, Ling and Farsa.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, the one that really surprised me with this is the fact that Luoyi is the priority compared to the Ling, which to me is very surprising. It's a travesty. I don't know. I can't describe it because having the Ling available for you, it's almost automatic to pick it up. And I can only name a few heroes that you pick up before the Ling, and Luoyi doesn't fall into that list. Maybe they have found out something that happened through the patch. And honestly, I think there was a little bit of an update on the Luoyi where the range as well as the overall damage output, the damage per second output of the Luoyi is great now. But maybe now during the past weeks or maybe the past days even, maybe teams have already recognized how you actually play Luoyi, because if you look back maybe 2 weeks ago, we don't know yet how to play this specific hero, and maybe we have finally figured it out, and I'm excited to see how Thailand will utilize this hero.
Actually, you know what? About an hour ago, it seemed like the players in our first series figured it out, because Luoyi showed up in both games, and it was a competitive game. So I guess that's something that the SEA region is just putting on the table here. Guys, Luoyi is a thing now. And again, she also brings in quite a unique kit. She has that mass teleport. All right, so she can just close the gap for your whole squad. So I don't know how that comes into play here. Thailand closing up their lineup with an Atlas and a Bruno. Question mark. I think maybe the carry would have been better, especially with the Ling on the other side for Team Malaysia. So we'll get a little bit more of a look at how these lineups are going to be acting out, especially in the first minute or so of the game. But Wolf, I gotta ask you, which lineup are you feeling more?
No, honestly, I like how they want to go for the Luoyi. I'm excited to see it. But when it comes to like the raw team fights that I visualize, when I visualize the team fight that will happen, it's gonna be extremely hard for Team Thailand to team fight against Team Malaysia. I'm looking at the lineup now, and there's Uranus and Kufra in the front lines. I like the combination that they have. They have the Uranus to stay on in front of the opponents, and then you have your Kufra waiting for the jump to happen. And if you look at those heroes that will burst them down, it's Lunox, it's Ling, and it's Farsa. Whoever gets stunned is gonna be deleted from the map for sure.
Yep, and it's confusing. You're gonna have to build physical and magic defense. Team Thailand here, they've got their work cut out for them. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 1. This is going to be a series of 2 between Team Thailand and Team Malaysia. It's the second series in the SEA-Invitational. Welcome. I hope you guys enjoy this one. Here we go. Geek Fam gonna stick to their own side of the map, securing the purple here for Zorn, who, Wolf, by the way, we know plays a solid tank. So that's interesting for him to now place himself as the core. On the other hand, Team Thailand doing the same. Lois here just sticking to their own, almost picking a fight. Oh wait, look, invade down bottom.
You know, it seems like a fight around the orange buff this time, but the Ling will be able to secure it again. Zorn having this retribution means that any kind of contention between buffs, that's going to be always in favor of Team Malaysia. It kind of makes me think that Selena ban from Team Malaysia is not just about banning out the heroes that are very good when it comes to those cheeky picks or those meta heroes. It's more like they want to secure their buffs for the link as they have already set it up. And Zorn being the funnel receiver for Team Malaysia, it just means that he will be able to have a very good start in the game. And we know that a fat Ling in the start, in the first few minutes, is always the way to go.
Yep, a rotund Ling, if you will. And I think Zorn is exactly that at level 4 now. He's trying to pick a fight here with Lois. Down bottom, it's actually a 3-on-1 situation. Art's getting beat down. He disengages though. That's fine. Let's see. Up top, they actually put Ozoroveki on the Lunox. And she's doing all right. Zorn here gonna get the River Crab. Oh, Rumpel with the jump!
Oh, okay, they catch Amy Hack on this Esmeralda, but that is an Esmeralda, and he's already level 4, so doesn't have really so much contention. But with 3 members, oh, there comes the Lunox with the ultimate, and also the Tempest of Blades. Now that I see it, Team Malaysia has got a lot of invulnerability frames for themselves, like having this Tempest of Blades as well as the Brilliance. That means they can really dive.
Oh, yo, what's interesting is I think Team Malaysia may have called the wrong shot up top. I mean, of all the targets, they chose the one that's the toughest. I mean, only second possibly to Atlas. It was the Esmeralda, so they did not get the kill there. And I think they lost some time. Their gold lead was so much higher earlier, and now it's what, at 200? So possibly they need to choose their targets better, and I think they need to go hit Framesy or Seth right here. They need to get that Bruno.
And if anything, Leo, I just want to say that I have an inside information now with the XP graph really favoring Team Malaysia. 1,000 EXP, which means that they have more than they can team fight now. Atlas going to be bursted down. And what did we say during the draft analysis? Anybody who gets stunned will be immediately deleted from the map, even if it's an Atlas.
There you go. They'll take what they can. Turtle here secured by Zorn. Now they're going to convert to either a kill in mid or the tower up top, and it's round 2 with the Esmeralda. Oh, down goes Hack.
Yeah, this time they have connected their shots. Earlier, it wasn't the case. Now they want to go for the jumbo. The Atlas catches 3, but where's the follow-up? I think this is more of a defensive Fatal Links coming out from Team Thailand. And they will just back down. That's an ultimate, though, that they committed. So Team Malaysia obviously will feel more confident now for at least a minute or so.
Yep, it's a while before the Fatal Links comes off cooldown. Here we go. Mizzy Minx with the flicker in, does not commit with the ejector and Unstoppable Force combo. He lets go, and a push up top by Ozoroveki. Not much Hack could do. Oh, there's a Falling Star Moon. Goes for the Brilliance. Lois cannot commit just yet, and that's just Dominus waiting in the wings. Oh, Feather Dare Strike just to push him back.
You know what's weird? We always see Lunox as that hero that will want to go fight. So we look back maybe a year or so ago, you will say that Lunox needs to fight, but they are staying up top. Anyways, they want to go for Amy Hack this time, and the kill will be there. Ling takes him out, but the Lunox is going to be punished as well as Rumpel on this Kufra. Ling, Zorn going to be receiving that charge coming out from the Jawhead, and more so coming up from the Atlas. In comes the temptation, but will not catch the mark. Farsa is already well away from that part. While this is happening, Team Malaysia is going to be able to get a push onto the bottom lane, courtesy of the Uranus mid lane, though. Leo, what is happening now?
They're going to convert that win, as small as it is, a 1-for-2. It's still a free turret. Arts now in the middle of the crossfire. Zorn here building up the blades, and there you go. Down goes Mizzy Minx, and Rabe might be up next. Ozoroveki raining down the bullets, and it's going to be a 1-for-none. They'll take what they can. Not much of a conversion here for Team Malaysia, but Wolf, man, I am just awestruck. I am flummoxed. I am perplexed. I just saw how Lois on that Luo Yi could possibly be a game changer. Did you see that? They almost, just as a whole team, man, moved at least quarter of the map to try to take someone down. But Team Malaysia, they seem to figure out how Luo Yi works as well. They know that those things are possible, and they get away with it. Hack, though, collapsed upon by 2 members of Team Malaysia up top. Not much this one could do. Wow. All right, so I see now, possibly game 2, we might see a Luo Yi ban. I'm not sure.
Maybe. Now Zorn going to be jumping with the Tempest of Blades. But Bruno will be able to run away. He's gonna be chased down. Rumple will not hit the mark. They're trying to still dive for this. This is not a really good fight coming out from Team Malaysia, but they still save at least their Ling. As that's a real scare coming out from the Giant as well as the Atlas. Unfortunately for Team Thailand, they will not be able to punish that over-aggressiveness coming out from Team Malaysia.
Yeah, and again, Wolf, you mentioned earlier the invulnerability frames, man.
That's right.
That's what allows Team Malaysia to overextend. Well, what we would like to call sour moves. They're allowed to be a little sour because they got a little sweetness there. They're able to kind of cover up the taste of possibly overextending and save themselves. So with that being said, they're able to push mid, apply some pressure up top, and look at this. Zorn is just all over the map. Man, this is a newfound respect. But wait up! Thrown out is Rumple. Might have been the wrong target for the Unstoppable Force Ejector combo. It's fine.
Look at the Feather there, start just zoning out the members of Team Thailand. They're not really interested in getting kills at this point. Team Malaysia is just pushing. Even with this Lunox, he started up top, just constantly pushing the wave and shoving it against Team Thailand. And already afterwards, they transferred into the Lunox into the middle, the Uranus up top, and the Ling onto the bottom, which means that whatever lane Kufra goes, they get a kill, and this is what they do now onto the bottom side. Oh, Sword gonna be punished because of this. There's the shutdown. I'm not sure if that's a worthy trade coming out from Team Malaysia. They did take it nonetheless, and obviously Team Thailand will be happier with that trade-off.
And a 1-for-1 resulting in a free turret, man. I'll take that any day. Dominus though, hold up, almost caught out by Ms. Mink. That was dangerous. Turtle up already. We're a minute away from it turning into the Lord. And let's see, there's another team fight happening, waiting to happen down bottom.
Yeah. I go this time. This is Rumple, not the easiest target to go to, but they did go for him anyways. They isolated Rumple. Took a lot of time actually. Ozorveki may be able to. No, not enough damage at this point. Rumple will be the trade-off for turret up top, I think. So Team Malaysia are happy to give away their tanks, their utilities, just to get more important macro objectives.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, Wolf. Arts is great on the Uranus, but he just doesn't have the raw power, like the basic attacks, to really just pressure a turret just like that. At least not 9 minutes into the game, right? So, also something to note here. Sure, Team Malaysia, Geek Fam here, they might be winning a lot of their team fights, or a majority of them, especially with this 5-1 turret pushing lead. But do note, Framesy on that Bruno has not died, so there's still hope here. That's an insurance policy.
Nevertheless, they catch up the Atlas and they're melting him down. It's Atlas down for the count, and the orange buff as well, belonging for Team Malaysia. Zorn is going to be really happy for this because he is allowed to give some of the buffs to his teammates, like Dominus here on the Farsa, getting that purple buff. And look at the jump. No punishment though. Gets away, and the sticker to put a cherry on top.
Just a little embellishment right there, some theatrics. But here we go. That's Arts pressuring from within. He gets the hell out of dodge. Now all the lanes are crashing down into Team Thailand. Man, I think this is just a penetration waiting to happen.
Yeah.
And after that, yeah, I think they're gonna try to time this just in time for the Lord, right? 40 seconds, maybe even 30 seconds before Lord comes out. They gotta go for the penetrate so that it gives Team Thailand essentially a hole to cover up in their ship, their sinking ship, if you know what I'm talking about, so that they can take the Lord for free. But Team Thailand, they're not gonna lay down and take this, man. They're fighting, but
they're fighting.
It's a very safe way, though.
Oh, Arts though. But that is a Uranus, not the easiest one to go to. It's away with just slows after the controls from Team Thailand. There's absolutely no way for you to be able to kill the Uranus. And at this point, with all the farm that he had, he's not that scared of the Bruno. Rumble just charges up the Tyrant's Revenge, will not commit to it. Oh, by the way, Leo, I just want to say this is a lesson from Team Malaysia on how to siege the base of your opponents if you can't dive. Just wait for them to commit the mistake. Like what they're doing now. The Atlas shows himself, there's a little bit of punish. And when they commit on the bottom lane, there's a little bit of push up top. So this is how you win these base pushes. But Dominus Joy,
in trouble.
It's not gonna be enough. Esmeralda with the jump. They take out the Forster though. Ling in trouble. Will pump the Tempest of Blades to get away. Fatal Links onto 2. They jump away with the Kufra, but the Uranus is not gonna be there. So if there's a lesson for base heat from Team Malaysia, there's a lesson for pick-offs coming out from Team Thailand. Wonderfully done there.
Man, that was the perfect counter punch. I mean, Team Malaysia was just waiting for the haymaker, and Thailand just saw the body. They went for the jab and the hook, taking down Arts and Dominus. Not much Zorn and Ozoroveki can do here. This is a little greedy to try to steal that, but again, they have the escape. They have essentially the cheat to be able to jump out of there. There's the Blades, Tempest of Blades. There's the Brilliance. Team Malaysia, again, they're allowed to be a little more sour than your regular lineup. So with that being said, that was a bit of a speed bump in their roadmap to victory. The way that Team Thailand got those pickoffs, again, during that long, drawn-out siege. What's the next move here for Malaysia?
Well, what they can do is not do this. This for Team Malaysia. No, do not be this because they are still jumping. Okay, it's a little bit scary there from the north side. What I'm trying to say is that they cannot be so anxious to get those kills or those dives because what they can do is just constantly take the jungle, just get the Lord, for example. That's what they're doing right now.
Choke them out.
One thing that they have to do is respect the intensity or the significance, the substantialness of the initiations. The substance, there it is. Right? Root word, just root word, substance.
Yes.
The substance of what Team Thailand's initiations can do. Because Fatal Links, even if you put an Atlas into a perhaps a 3,000 gold deficit or even more, even 6,000 gold difference, the Fatal Links is still Fatal Links. It still is so strong. There's no item that can save you from that. I mean, there is, but technically speaking, it will never ever reduce the effectiveness of that skill. And that's also true with the Ejector. This is what you get a value out of your heroes. So Team Malaysia, they have to respect that fact. Even if they amass like 10,000 gold lead, one good Fatal Links can destroy their lineup.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Jumping in. Hack with the Falling Star Moon, but the penetrations happen. That's less damage for Team Thailand now. And still no casualties just yet. Middle also getting pushed in. Lord gonna fall here. Mizzy Minx low enough not to be able to do his full combo. But again, Wolf, the ults are online. There you go. Fatal Links here by the Atlas. Rumple looking low. Pop in the Feather Airstrike is Dominus. And they're gonna have to retreat. Dude, this looks like it might be over. Just focus down on the base. Is it gonna happen? Tempest of Blade here by Zorn, and Ozoroveki is still raining down the Chaos Bolts, and the base is looking really low, man. There's the first kill by Framesy, actually the second this game. But look, the base is barely alive. There's no more minions, and Team Thailand lives another day.
Or is it? They want to chase Rumple. This time they shut down though the Jawhead. Nice jump from Zorn. Very nice timing on his counter punch as well. Now Amy Hack against this Uranus. Esmeralda is traditionally a good hero against Uranus, but not when it comes to bursting him down. It's more of a very long fight if that's gonna happen, as the Bruno just takes care of business, clearing out the minion wave. Uranus is staying here. Amy Hack just commits the Falling Star Moon to the minion wave, and Uranus is taking over the house of Team Thailand. Your casa is my casa. He's saying right now, this is getting a lot of attention. It also gets away because you know what? Team Thailand will not commit the Fatal Links, even if it's acceptable.
Well, that was what? Almost all members of Team Thailand going ham on the Uranus. What a work of art. You know what I'm saying? What a work of art.
Right.
Keeping the pressure.
Well, with Oracle, you have brute force breastplate, dominant size, so much defense coming up from the Uranus with 10k in terms of gold. And like I said, Team Thailand will not commit the Fatal Links just on one hero that they don't have the assurance to kill too. Man,
here we go. This is part 2 of the siege, man.
Round 2. Here we go. Here comes the new challenger. Faster with the feather there. Like Sword commits a Tempest of Blades to jump away this time. Rumple jumps in forward as well with the Uranus. Now they go for the Fatal Links onto Frey, but the Giant's already down. Bruno though gets a kill on the Link. That's a very good because of this, Lunox with the ultimate. Now he is safe, but he's trying to take down the base. Can they defend? The answer is no. Team Malaysia will take game 1.
And I think the way this happened for Team Malaysia, Geek Fam here, they put their cards in the right place. They invested in the right sort of funneling. I mean, it wasn't all for Zorn, right? I really like how they put some stock in Ozoraveki, they put some stock in Dominus, and this is a lineup that's not necessarily your traditional 1-3-1. It's not your basic funnel. You have two mages, right? One of them a little bit more focused on the support. I think that's Dominus, a little bit more artillery. And the other is Ozoraveki, who can just go for the DPS when he needs to. And wow, this game was more competitive, or at least a little longer drawn than I expected. Finishing at what, about 15 minutes?
Yeah, it was 16 minutes. Nice
16,
guess. All right.
There you go. 16.
All right. Yeah. What I want to say about this game is that it really went in favor of the side of Team Malaysia because of the fact that they prepared for it. It feels like they really did prepare for this lineup because of how they executed in the early game. What I noticed is that they immediately go for these plays that are so efficient because it helped them to. It stopped their opponents, Team Thailand, to react to it. I mean, their first move, which was to invade the orange buff of Team Thailand, it was not even answered at all, not even contention. Right? Yeah. Obviously, there was a little bit of contention. They tried to defend, but how can you defend against a Link with the retribution? Absolutely no answer. And the fact is, the way I say that they're so prepared for this is if you look at their movements, you have the Lunox staying up top. That is a rare case. Lunox usually participates into the fight the moment he gets level 4. But the way they played it is that the side laners, they stayed. The Uranus stayed in the bottom lane. Lunox stayed up top for maybe until the 8th minute timer before they grouped up. And that tells me that they are saying, okay, we only move when we get our items, when we get our power spike. And that to me tells me that Malaysia has really prepared for this.
Yep. And again, despite the priority on Luo Yi and how Team Thailand may have showed us another way of playing Luo Yi, a little more efficient than what we're used to, I think, you're right. Malaysia was just prepared. Yeah. And I guess what also Team Thailand should invest in, especially for Game 2 here, is a little more on the proactive side. I think this lineup was a little too reactive. It was waiting on the counter punch too much. They should invest a little bit more in haymakers. And that Bruno, sure, he did not die as much, or at least in the early game to the mid game, but I think he came online too little too late. And man, I just want to ask you, how do you feel about Killing Spree? I've seen a lot of pro teams just put Killing Spree on their marksmen, on their cores. And is that the right direction these days? Because it was a switch up here. It was the Jawhead, actually, who was rocking the Bounty Hunter. How do you feel?
Yeah, that's I feel weird about that because ever since the change on the Bounty Hunter, I think that was 2 months ago, you always have to think, I will have to go for Bounty Hunter because I need kills. Before, it was a luxury. Now it's a necessity. Getting the kills with the Bounty Hunter is an absolute necessity in the early game because it's just the way they nerfed it. It requires you to be, like you said, more proactive when it comes to your fights. Now, there was a choice. I like the decision from teams when they started to go Killing Spree instead of the Bounty Hunter for your marksmen or for your assassins, honestly. But funnel receiver assassins, right? Yeah. And it made a lot of sense to me when they are also fighting after they get their power spikes. So if you're asking me, how do I feel about Killing Spree? You totally have to understand the strength of and weaknesses, by the way, of this particular emblem set or this particular talent set. Because the main weakness for Killing Spree is that it doesn't necessarily give you the gold, and you really need to get those executions. You need to perform the team fights in a way that you are picking off your opponents, or at least you're getting the more favorable trades. Because if not, this is just lifesteal that you can't use because you're bursted down by your opponent so quickly. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. It's more about understanding the pros and cons of that specific emblem talent. Right?
Yeah, Bounty Hunter speeds you up. Killing Spree keeps you in the game a little longer. So that's a pro right there. Another emblem I noticed, we'll discuss this just a little bit while we're waiting for the next game to lobby up once more. We're waiting on Game 2 between Thailand and Malaysia. Malaysia up by 1 game in this series of 2. Wolf, we saw that, our boy Rumpel on that Kufra He was rocking the concussive blast, the newest talent for the tank emblem. How do you feel about that?
We both know that we love it, right? But at the first, here's the thing: it's really good, honestly. If you look at it in a way that you want to fight, if you're an aggressive kind of tank, that we both play aggressive tanks, right? But it kind of feels awkward after such a long time playing it. That you kind of miss the way you are tankier, right? For example, you're playing the Kufra, for example. But the Kufra is a bad example because of the fact that a concussive blast is so rewarding for a Kufra.
Yeah.
It's just how it is. But if you put it in some of the other tanks, like if
a Grok, there you go.
It doesn't feel. You don't feel tankier. You feel a little bit more limited because you don't have much mana regen as well as much as you get from a support emblem, for example. If you put it, for example, on the high loss, you don't really feel confident as well because you're trying to. Do you want to actually kill off your opponents or do you want to be just tankier at a certain point? So I guess that the concussive blast is more on specific heroes. Like Kufra, for example, is a very good answer. I tried it with Uranus. It doesn't feel the same way as well. It kind of feels a little bit how do you say this? Slow?
It feels wonky. To me, it feels wonky for some heroes. Yeah, it kind of breaks what they feel like they should be doing. And you're right. It's a perfect fit for Kufra. We're looking for another hero that it perfectly fits. But what I think it does, like especially in the early game, is it helps put in that finishing touch. Like, especially when you go for like aggressive invades, man. It's just the perfect way to like even threaten when you're just a two-man coalition. It's your core and your tank going in for the orange. It works there. And it kind of loses some of its charm in the mid game. Because again, you're looking for the best way to peel, and Concussive Blast does not help with that at all. Tenacity definitely does. Concussive Blast, it's mostly offensive. So also, but here's another pro though. Good news, bad news. Good news. Towards the late game, if you're behind or if you're trying to go for a split push, it helps clear minion waves. Especially if your tank has no way to do that. It helps a little. Maybe saves you a second or two, and that adds up. So that's how I think Concussive Blast helps out our tanks in this current meta. I don't know if we'll see it again here in this game, in game 2. We've yet to see. But what are our expectations for game 2 here as we go into the second game in the series?
Absolutely more respect for the Ling coming up from Team Thailand. If not their first priority, I think that they should be banning it. And if I'm not mistaken, they will be switching their sides. So Team Malaysia will always have that first pick potential. And I guess that prompts Team Thailand to absolutely respect this. I think that after that game, it's not even the idea of just the Ling as an individual hero. It's more like how confident Team Malaysia can work around the map, can move around the map, or at least approach their win condition because of that specific hero. So that's one thing that absolutely needs attention, at least for Team Thailand. For Team Malaysia, though, I think that you can absolutely respect something like Atlas, although I think that they will not take that away. Maybe just go for their standard picks, and I think they might repeat the Uranus, knowing how confident they have this, and they're showing us that they're not scared even of the Esmeralda from their opponents. So that's one thing that I can expect, at least from the second game.
Yeah, that's weird, right? Like, what a work of arts, man! Like you duel against an Esmeralda. That's a losing fight, but not in this situation. So what I'm getting here is the onus is on Team Thailand. They're the ones who has to adjust here. They're the ones who have to make the specific bans. They're the ones who have to essentially be a little more proactive to essentially put Malaysia on the back foot and switch up the tempo. Maybe Malaysia isn't as comfortable that way, because we've seen them in other tournaments across the region wherein you're able to really just bully them into a certain corner. So I'm hoping to see that from Thailand, so we get a little bit more of a competitive series. But there's another question I have to put out there. We noticed already in game 1, it's Zorn on that Ling, and he did all right, but I'm just so used to seeing Zorn on tanks, and whenever he plays a tank, dude, it's better than Arts, man. He's able to just scare people, like right at your base. He's facing down your turrets, throwing up them stickers. How do you feel about Zorn as a core?
I really don't. how do you say this? I think nowadays, professional players, they also like to play other roles just because of the fact that you kind of learn from your opponents. That's the idea. So this is more evident in tanks though, because for example, a professional player in the Philippines, and for the Filipino fans out there, I hate to sound biased, but this is a good example. Hayes, also a it's a Southeast Asian champion already in the region, very well established tank. Yeah. You know what? When he plays ranked, especially with solo trio, he plays as a core because he wants to understand how a core feels, so that as a tank in game, he tries to make it hard for his opposing cores to play. Right? You kind of feel what's annoying on the idea of a core, so that when you play as a tank or support, you annoy your opponents, right?
Yeah.
And maybe that's one thing that Zorn is applying, right? I'm not sure how long he's been playing as a core or as a support or whatever is the mixture, but I guess the fact, the moral of the story is, it doesn't matter what you started with as your role. If you know that you can play it because you understand the other roles, you will perform better, or you will perform in such a unique way that you cannot be stopped by your opponents, or at least you have your own flavor in the meta game. So that's maybe how I see it, because I haven't seen enough to judge whether or not a support Zorn is better or a core Zorn is better. But at the very least, what I can say is that his understanding of his role now absolutely is much better than anyone else, because he's gone through some of the other roles.
Yeah, I agree. And I picked up something from what you said. You didn't say it out loud, but it's essentially like thinking like a criminal. You know what I mean? Like you were once a part of the underground, and now you're on the right side of the law. You're like, I get how these guys move. Check me out. I'm going to dodge these tanks, get into the back line. They'll never know what's coming. And I think that's what Zorn is bringing to the table here. And that's why he likes heroes like Ling. To be honest, I think of all the games I've casted that Zorn was there and he played anything but a tank, he played a Ling. So that makes sense. Like, I don't see Zorn playing like a carry or playing like a Bruno. I don't think his aggressive playstyle fits that. Because if you were sour with a Bruno or a carry, you can expect to start beating. But yeah, with Ling, you can just get away with it. So I think maybe a Zorn Lancelot is not far into the future. Let's jump from Team Malaysia here over to I Do Not Sleep. Let's talk about what they're bringing to the table. They're Luo Yi, played by our player named Lois. Lois did pretty okay. How do you feel about the Luo Yi here, watching it from game 1 or series 1, and now here in series 2? It just wasn't very good. Are we gonna see it banned because we're gonna go into the draft now?
Maybe. I think that when it comes to Luo Yi, did what he can in the previous game. Unfortunately, they didn't have the right complementary ingredients that will go well with the Luo Yi, because what you want to do is to use that. It's either you go for like a turtle type of Luo Yi, wherein you just clear the waves, just support your team and save them from harm, and then wait for the late game for your win condition to just snap. But the way that Thailand played it is that they kind of want to go for those backliners, but unfortunately they didn't have the right recipes, the complementary ingredients, like I said, to go with the Luo Yi. So I did not feel that there's like an assassin that can burst their opponents. I mean, there's Bruno, but Bruno should not be played like that. I mean, if they had something more like a Gusion, for example, or maybe something like a Lancelot, I would have agreed that it would have been good. And that makes me think that, yes, the Luo Yi did what he could in the previous game, but unfortunately, with the wrong ingredients in place, they cannot make the dish.
You're right. I'm loving it. I like the tasty references there. And the question before we close off the bans here, we see Popol and Koopa, Uranus taken out by Malaysia, Thailand, the Selena, totally acceptable. Is Luo Yi sauce, or is Luo Yi the main course?
Wow, that's a great question. Honestly, I feel that it needs to be the main course. You
got to build around her.
Yeah, that's a very hard question, actually. I think that it will depend always on each team. But for me, if I'm gonna be like a captain of a team, I will always put it as the main course. I mean, it's like all the other ingredients hide it. But
Mm-hmm.
when you put it in your mouth, you always say, "Oh, this is Luo Yi."
That's Luo Yi. Oh, Luo Yi. So now we understand
That's
Team
right.
Thailand's mindset,
right.
why they picked her first, right? Why it was a first
That's
pick,
right.
Luo Yi. But as we go into the picks here, Thailand taking out the Claude as a comma for our first phase of banning. Man, Geek Fam, Malaysia here, just the stock that they put into Esmeralda is just through the roof, man. I'm liking this. Team Thailand did pretty well with the Esmeralda, but here it's Malaysia picking it up. Now Thailand, they choose to respect Ling in the only way they know how to, by picking it up.
Picking it up, and then there goes the Thams. Pretty solid in the side lanes, but it kind of prompts Malaysia to get something like a Joy at this point. Also good control against the Ling. I've seen teams also get the Grok just to control this Ling. And maybe we get Malaysia. Of course, Kufra makes a lot of sense against the Ling. I think it's an automatic for Malaysia.
For sure.
Luo Yi, man.
Luo Yi, come on, let's do it.
They're gonna do it.
Dude, I would be so happy if it was the summer of Luo Yi. Let's go.
There it is.
Yes!
They're gonna show how it's done.
All right. So again, now it makes sense. You're right. You mentioned earlier that if you're gonna play the Luo Yi, you have to build around her, and it has to be with heroes that need a little bit more of reach, a little bit more of range. Can you imagine how sneaky these Falling Star Moons are? These tyrants' revenges are, dude. They'll be coming out of nowhere. If you thought the bushes were dangerous, dude, imagine like the river. You have no idea that Luo Yi would be popping out with these two. I'm looking forward to this matchup already.
Yeah. So for your Team Thailand, you're scared of good bursts potentials or sources. I mean, like Lancelot should be one of the top of your list when it comes to your choices of bans, because that's gonna be really, scary to deal with.
Yeah.
Although they have the Atlas this time, at least that's good. I think for Team Thailand, they're also lacking this sort of mainstay hero in the front line, so that the Atlas will have his. I'm sorry, I'm also talking about Team Malaysia now. For both, there you go.
Good job. Good pickup on Thailand. Yeah, they totally read that. But Wolf, I'm getting like deja vu from Thailand here. Their lineup looks very, very reactive once more. It's a counter punch lineup again, especially with the Tams and the Atlas.
Yeah, they need a. I think what I'm trying to say is that they need someone to stay in the front line, stay in lane, so that the Atlas can be there for the counter punch. Like you said, there should be, if there's a bait, if they're wanting to fish for Team Malaysia, they need a bait into the front lines. That's what they are lacking for now. At least, well, they will have another source of burst, and maybe they close it up with a Joyd or a Cho. Malaysia. Man, this is how you make that dish. If they pick up the Hellcurt, not the Fanny.
Yeah, don't flash us the Fanny. Don't do this, Zoran. Don't do this.
Don't do this. I mean, we're talking about this Luo Yi dish. You don't need to go for cinnamon. You just go salt and pepper this time. Fanny is cinnamon at this point.
Yeah, it's an interesting flavor, but I don't think it fits the dish. All right, there you go. Smart.
That's Busa. It's almost the same. It's either the Hellcurt or the Busa.
Yep. And the thing about the Hayabusa is they have good wave clear, so that when he does go for the shadow kill, it's all gravy. It's all just heroes all day.
Yeah. Lunox, by the way, is also a very strong kind of hero when it comes to bursting down opponents. I like the Kaja. So instead of having a definitive frontliner to go with the Atlas, they put the Atlas in that position, and then they have the Kaja to kind of back it up. It's good to kill off the Esmeralda, because honestly, the way you counter the Esmeralda back maybe a year or so ago, I always say that the way to counter Esmeralda is not by dealing damage or dealing anything else. You have to stun the Esmeralda, honestly.
Stop her, yeah.
Just stop her, because
the suppress.
The suppression is perfect. The thing with Esmeralda is that the tankiness or the tank ability of this hero is based on ramping up. It's not like a solid right in your face tank. It needs to absorb the shields, take the time, and the moment that you control and layer your stuns against the Esmeralda, you're just gonna shut him down. What Esmeralda hates is that when he cannot press that button, that Frost Moon shield. If he cannot click that, if he cannot tap that, you're just nothing. You're just a mage basically.
Yeah.
You're a squishy mage.
What is a dancer without music? So you stop the music, and Kaja is the fun police. He's just gonna stop that. So here we go, game 2 in this series of 2. Team Malaysia ahead here. Could they go for the sweep, or will Team Thailand counterpunch their way towards a 1-1? Zorn here again on that core. He is gonna throw out them shurikens and a sticker for good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're for Team Malaysia or for your Team Thailand, put your cheers down in the chat below. And the early fight here picked up by this one and Rumple with the bouncing ball. Wolf, are there any invades we're going to be seeing, or are they going to stick to their own side most part?
Yeah, I think that they'll stick to their own side now, especially because they are facing the Ling. And one thing that you have to do with Ling is you have to secure your own buffs, because Ling can easily take them down. Or do something like a mirror move. Like when they try to invade, if you scout out that they are invading, you have to go for the reverse invades as well. Unfortunately for Team Malaysia, their jungle clear speed isn't as good as Team Thailand, so they have to watch out for this. But Team Thailand, after losing game number 1, they might be scared themselves to go for an invade for this Ling. That means that whatever I said, it's just thrown out the trash. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Team Thailand off to a great start. So this is a nice change of pace here. And they're going to pay the price down bottom. Rumple takes out a Mink. Yeah. 1 for 1. Also, Raveki, though, I don't understand how... Well, yeah, he's at level 2. He didn't have his escape just yet.
Yeah. So, no escape from the Lunox. And I think that they'll play this Lunox like the previous game, but Atlas be able to flicker away. No punishment though. It's the Ling. Tempest of Blaze going for Dominus. There's the punish that I was talking about, as a 1-for-1 trade-off happened between the utilities and supports. Now, the very nice usage of that bouncing ball, and the flicker was way off the mark. It's not timed perfectly. That's why Rumple will be able to get that kill. Gonna be taken out by the Ling. And obviously, Ling, it's Framesy XF is so happy with this, getting 2 kills already just 2 minutes into this game.
All right, so Team Thailand, they're putting their kills towards the right place. And this lineup actually looks a little closer to an actual funnel. So yeah, Team Thailand, they're playing it safe. And
yeah,
Zorn, he also has some kills himself, but he's in mid, so high and dry, I don't think it's going to see much use. But look at this, the pull onto the Hayabusa is able to quad shadow out of there. And they're bursting down Lois. Arts gets the kill with the Falling Star Moon, gets out before the turret punish.
See how good this is, how well coordinated Team Malaysia is. Even before that dive, Esmeralda is already walking onto the middle part of the alleyway. He's going to be picked off as Team Malaysia and Team Thailand is going to be clashing into the mid lane. Ultimate is being thrown out. Only one death so far from both teams, as the Atlas as well commits the ultimate just to run away from his opponents. Weirdly enough, the Team Malaysia will just suffer 1 loss after that.
Oh, Rumple misses the jump. Arts as well there to follow through if in case they caught someone. But yeah, so far this is an equal matchup. About 1,000 gold between these two teams. This one just waiting for the right time. Oh, there's the jump.
Right timing indeed. Look at the look at the damage coming from Lu Yi. I mean, if there's a good setup, AoE setup, it means that your damage output is gonna be great. But the Tempest of Days is gonna be there to control the Hayabusa. Nice timing coming up from the Ling to get into the fight when the ultimate's already committed by Team Malaysia. It meant that he's gonna have free reign over his opponents, and Team Thailand are really happy with that trade-off because that's a kill out to Zorn in exchange for a kill from Team Thailand. So all in all, guys, good things, they love it. Want to go for the Lunox.
Oh!
Lunox first down so quickly. My goodness. Team Thailand is gonna have a swell time. Here's the teleportation. No, it's not.
Cancelled. That's fine. Dominus is here. So this turret is not going to go down just yet. They trade the turret up top for the turtle. And so far, Team Thailand has good control over their side of the map, save for top lane. And I'm feeling good about Framesy here. Lois here using the Feathered Airstrike to clear out the minion wave. Recall back home. Look down bottom though. Zorn, next target, going to be hacked.
It's the Thams. There's the ultimate shadow kill. Very easy kill for sure. Team Thailand, knowing that this has already been committed, will they be really confident in taking the fights now. They don't. Oh, I thought that they had the Divine Judgment, but they don't have it at this point. It means that Team Thailand will not really fight, and this also means that Team Malaysia will go for pickups now. Atlas gonna be taken out with the Lunox, Luyi, as well as this Kufra, taking him down so quickly. In top lane, you can see Amy Hack suffering this really heavy push or shove coming out from the Esmeralda, but it comes to control, and they do have damage. Can they take him down though?
Oh, wow.
Just pop the Purify after that Divine Judgment.
Art's just doing Art's things, and he did this earlier as the Uranus and Esmeralda. It's almost like a copy and paste. Drag and drop is the same kind of hero as Chunky, and that's another push down bottom by Zorn, and they're up 2 turrets. Up by 1 kill Team Malaysia is, so they're back in the driver's seat, but it's looking better for Team Thailand. It's more competitive than they were in game 1. Oh, nice Purify there by Ozoraveki, but they are going to burst down Dominus all the way from the backlines with the Feathered Airstrike. Ozoraveki going to be hit here by the Tempest of Blades. Rumpel takes down this one though. Amy Hack on the kill for Ozoraveki. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Team Thailand coming up on top after that. And they are going to convert down bottom for a push by Framesy. They're still losing out on turrets though, so they need to find better windows and trade smarter.
But I did like this kind of trade. Soren wants to force out the Farsa away from the middle part, but they will not be able to get a push. What I like about what Team Thailand did is that Framesy x Seth didn't have to use the Tempest of Blades on the kill onto Dominus, which meant that when he was gone upon, he had that ultimate to keep himself safe. Atlas will be safe as well. Dominus will be not. It's going to be taken out by this Ling. And then comes Soren just poking through. These are the shurikens. Now Soren is onto the right side already, while the Esmeralda, knowing that the fight is already lost in the turtle part of the map, just forces out this bottom lane rotation from Team Thailand, or at least reaction, as that push is gonna come. This is such a weird reaction from Team Thailand. I honestly thought that they will go and defend that bottom lane, but maybe they'll just punish this, which is not the best decision from Team Thailand. They lost control of the turtle area as well as the bottom lane, so turtle will be taken by Team Malaysia. What was that? Some bad movements from Team Thailand meant that they lost 2 big objectives.
Wolf, I think what Team Malaysia is doing is exactly what they need to do, and that's divide and conquer. Just like you said in game 1, man, they just need to make their side lane solid, and given that, Ozoraveki and Zorn can just go ham. And with Dominus's teleport on the Luoyi, they can just respond where they need to and be there in no time. This is what Team Malaysia is doing, and that's why it's 9-9, because they're figuring out what the right tempo is. Now, Team Thailand, they need to read this. They need to counterattack, and down bottom, it's a 1v1 fight. It's the Tams versus the Esmeralda, as this push in mid is going to be forced. Dominus, again, I think he's going to be taken out. Mizinx gets the kill, and there's the trade-off Rumpel by Framesy. Ozoraveki on to this one. It's a 2-for-1. Make that a 3-for-1. That's a double for Team Thailand. But down bottom, it looks like Arts wants blood. He's chasing after 3 members. Hold up, this might be too much.
Well, that was back-to-back. I don't know what the term was. Was it called the brain fart?
I don't think so.
I don't know if that's the case, but for both teams, man, it was a mistake from Team Thailand to lose their turtle at the turret as well, by just running around the map and just jogging through the river and this mid part of the map. And afterwards, Team Malaysia committed their own mistakes.
Yeah.
What was that fight? Now, they were under the turret.
Yeah. And they didn't even take the turret. It's standing.
Thailand.
Like, nothing came of that mistake for either team. So we're back at equilibrium. That was a bad trade by Malaysia. Thailand, questionable movements. But nonetheless, we're back here. It's a better fight than game 1. And the pull by Mizinx. Rumpel gonna go down here. No question. Bouncing Boulder trying to save himself. Loy's gonna back out of here. Ozoraveki, though, got the order, but it's not enough. That's a 2-for-none. But I think he'll trade for a turret up top, and Zorn is just all the happier to take it.
Yeah. All right, so a little bit of disconnection from me, and while that happened, Team Malaysia already lost control of this Lord area. This is their mistakes piling up, I'd say. And Team Thailand happy to take that one. Lord taken out. Team Malaysia, I just want to say that Arts is I'd say I guess the term is my spirit animal already. After that Uranus gameplay from game 1. Now with this itemization game 2, I love this. I always use this on side lane Esmeralda nowadays, because before I go rush Calamity Reaper, but now as a side lane Esmeralda, Enchanted Talisman into Brute Force Breastplate, man, you're so tanky. If you don't make the mistakes, your opponent cannot kill you.
Yep, I love the talisman. The talisman just really helps you, as you said, tap that a little more often, right? That you get the dance much faster. You're able to aggressively go for the Falling Star Moon a little bit more, and that's such a threat. So yeah, an earlier talisman, I think that's slowly becoming the trend over the early Calamity Reaper. Now, big fight just waiting to happen in mid.
Oh, I'm gonna go for the Fatal Links this time. Lunox commits the ultimate, but it might be punished by the Force. So look at the damage output from Team Thailand as they take out the Lunox. Team Malaysia slowly having a series of unfortunate events. Art's gonna be taken out. Oh, not really. Just still pops the ultimate, and there's teleportation in hope to save Rumpo, but not gonna be the case. It was cancelled out. Team Malaysia, like I said, series of unfortunate events for them because of the mistakes they made, and they have lost so much control of the map. Now Team Thailand leading in terms of net of gold as well as momentum.
Yeah, earlier, Wolf, you could argue that it was a strategic trade for Team Malaysia. What they were doing, right? They would give up kills for turret takes, for objectives, split pushes, but now it seems like those have added up, and now they're down 2 turrets, 7 kills, and the map is red. This is just a bad place for Thailand right now. Oh, for Malaysia right now.
Yeah, bleeding red for Team Thailand now. It's Malaysia's. It's Team Malaysia's chance now to defend, and hopefully they have a better way of defending compared to Team Thailand in game number 1. It's definitely feeling like Team Thailand can just systematically end this game if they continue to do this, because guess what? Their Divine Judgment and Fatal Links is much stronger as compared to game 1, because this time it's backed up with so much farm, and that's what they're doing right now. Nice jump away from Sword and jumping from Rumble. There's the shutdown. Ultimate Tires Bridge. Now they've taken up 3. Team Malaysia winning the team fight just by raw skill. No one punish the Kaja this time.
Oh wow! And jump from Arts is chasing down Lois. Fallen Star Moon here. Arts throwing out no caution to the wind, dancing away to victory, and Arts none the wiser just goes for Lois, and that's a wipeout. Wolf, can they finish from here?
Might not be able to finish it, but the momentum is theirs. Back once again, Rumple says, doesn't matter how I start, it's how I end. What a beautiful jump. With the 3 Titans Rage, and of course with the damage output from Louis, was the Lunox as well as the Hayabusa, man, they were deleted from the game.
The Kings of the Counterpunch have seemed to met their match. I could have sworn that it was going to be a mistake for Malaysia, but nonetheless, Thailand with Seth Framesy jumping into the back and being bursted down. That was just the beginning of the end. While Art was already in the back line waiting to take down Lois. Lois was not able to pop the Feathered Airstrike to help out, and again, it resulted in that beautiful wipeout. So again, I think we're closer back to equilibrium. 50-50 situation here. All turrets are down for all teams. Lord here, totally up for grabs. I think we're waiting for the first mistake to be made. Just whoever makes the first mistake. Oh, there's a ball.
Although it's gonna be caught, but he jumps and Tyrant's Revenge onto the air. Hitting nothing but the air. Arts jumps backwards though. This is not the best jump from Arts. Is it going to be punished though? I guess the answer is no, because they are still fending off Team Thailand at this point. Rumple goes for the jump, catches one, bouncing ball away just to be safe. Now Sorn wants to dip into the fray, still holds on to his ultimate, and Team Thailand is going to be forced back to their base even after Team Malaysia not having the best of initiations in that fight, which means that Team Malaysia might have control over the Lord area. But Team Thailand, though, they ported back the Kaja so that there is not much contention on that Lord area from Team Malaysia.
You see the discipline on Zorn there. How he just held on to the shadow kill. I mean, I think they could have taken one out, at least maybe two even. But yeah, I think they're going off of discipline. Throughout this game, there have been mistakes that were made and kills that should not have happened. And now both teams are learning. Both teams are picking up on that. And here we go, Rumple finding out where this one is. The disengage there. And this is like a Lord dance across the map. We're just waiting for whoever will go first. I think fortune favors the bold, but nonetheless, this is a death bush just waiting to happen. Check this out.
Yeah, I like Team Malaysia is also shoving the lane. So this is such a disciplined play. This is a professional gameplay. And if for all the fans of Mobile Legends out there, if you want to increase your stars or your rank, do this. Always shove the lanes first before taking the fights. But in comes the jump. They want to go and force a Lunox. Lunox taken out. That's a big amount of damage lost from Team Malaysia. Winter Tension committed by the Lu Yi as he is still taking out. No, nice timing with the teleport. By the way, such a good combo because you just pop the ultimate to Winter Tension. You're safe.
Yep, and you're gonna make it all the way to the other side. That's
right.
Nice save on himself by Dominus, but also Ozorovic nonetheless gonna get picked off. I wonder if Zorn can steal this. Check this out.
Yeah, they're trying. They don't have the Fatal Links as well as the Divine Judgment. That's why they just buff right now. Just off cooldown. When Esmeralda went in, he's gonna be taken out because of this. The Lord is still in very critical. And they take out the Kaja as well. They away damage from Team Malaysia is good, but not from the Team Thailand as they take out 3. Incoming to 4, chasing down Rumple, but the jump! Nice bouncing ball coming up from the Kufra to punish one. They still will lose their Hayabusa even after that very good defense from the Kufra. They take what they could. Team Thailand, many of their members are so low. And if you're the Lunox, you're tempted to jump in. But the Counter Inferno, but they take him down with a stun. Good heads up stun coming out from Team Thailand. And admittedly a mistake from Team Malaysia. Lunox, also Raveki, not the jump that you want to go for. Is just walk straight into them. My goodness. What a nice goal. I was just saying the time the Divine Judgment was just on cooldown and it went off when the Esmeralda went in. Fleeting time in action. My goodness.
Perfectly. And man, Team Thailand, again, they go for the counter punch and they may have lost the Lord, but really what matters here is how they all invested in keeping themselves alive, right? It doesn't matter if you're low, but the fact is you did not die. And it could have just totally been a wipeout for Team Malaysia once more, especially after the quad shadow plus the shadow kill was pulled off by Zorn. But check it out now. We have 1, 2, 3 immortalities on the side of Team Thailand. I think that was key to winning that extended team fight.
Same spot, same place. Difference is it's a Kufra. The possible is gonna be there. He still is alive. In comes the Tempest of Blades. Finally, Kufra goes down. Counter Inferno pop. There's the ultimate as well as the Winter Treasure to keep himself safe. They're out, but onto the backlines. Farsa taken out. Also, Raveki doesn't have the brilliance anymore. Does have the transient, but will definitely fall because of this. So that's a 2-for-1 trade-off. The Team Malaysia didn't want to have as well because they have committed many ultimates and as well as the Winter Truncheon from their side. So I don't know if this is a push from Team Thailand, but it seems like Team Malaysia are a little bit happier of the result. At least they didn't get wiped after that fight.
Yeah, but every single time, more often than not, Team Thailand gets these 2-for-1s, even a 3-for-1, and that's what explains the 17-25 kill record here for both teams. And man, I think it's because Zorn, he just really wants to time his shadow kill perfectly, right? And because again of the way the Team Thailand built their items, it's just so hard to get that finishing touch despite the high and dry, despite the Blade of Despair. And man, they sure can clear the waves, but if you don't divide and conquer, this is for Team Malaysia I'm speaking of, if you always fight them when there's like 3 or 4 of them, the shadow kill just won't be as potent.
there's one thing I want to say about Team Malaysia, but that will be after this fight as they go Divine Judgment Time's Journey. Sorry, it's just the ultimate coming out from Rumple still available at this point. Will they punish Amiap? Yes, they can. In comes the Tempest of Blades. Rumple, when it's your timing, he is going to be taken out. That's just the immortality. As Team Thailand jumps in such a bad manner, they committed their Divine Judgment as well as their Fatal Links. I didn't know why I said Time's Journey, but that's what I meant. Right? And here's the thing, if you commit so much on the tank at this point, you may wonder, is that the actual right decision?
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, you don't have control onto Arts, for example, at this point. Look at him. So confident now. There's the Divine Judgment, Fatal Links combo, back once again. And you know what Arts says? I'm happy to receive all of that.
Give it to me, please. More.
My goodness, that was literally just brute force breastplate as well as Oracle as defensive items, and he's already so strong.
Yeah, I think this really shows us now that Esmeralda, there's a way you can play it that it's closer to a Uranus. It turns into Uranus. Like she's chunky, she has a lot of sustain, a little less damage, but can survive 3-on-1s, 4-on-1s, and that's what Arts is showing us here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is quite a long match. Thank you for staying with us. 21 minutes in now, and we see another lore dance just waiting to happen. Again, the key for Team Malaysia here is divide and conquer. Zorn now picking up the Malefic Roar, and that just telegraphs one thing, man. He wants to go for the split push. He's gonna go for it as soon as he's allowed to, but this one looking low. There's the Fatal Links. Mortality already popped. Dancing his Arts into the back line. There is the Winter Truncheon by Dominus, and they're bursting down, popping the Immortality on another member. Mizink's gonna go down now. Oh, double here for Arts. Dominus popping the Immortality. He's still alive though. Still none for Team Thailand. Malaysia taking 3 for none, and now they'll take this Lord for free. And wow, this is Framesy getting away with his life. Rumple barely missing him.
Such a good microplay coming up from Team Malaysia. They used their utilities for Team Thailand to commit to them with their ultimates, like for example the Fatal Links and the Divine Judgment, and also the Tempest of Blades. And when that is popped from Team Thailand, they say, okay, we'll just pop the Winter Truncheons. Let's pop our Brilliance. Let's pop whatever it is that will really negate their resources. And once it's on cooldown, we now fight. It's exactly what they did. They baited out the resources from Team Thailand, and now they're reaping the benefits. They have taken the Lord after that 3-man kill. They jump in the Falling Storm when they catch off the Ling. It comes the Tempest of Blades. Meh, they will get away at least with this Ling. But that means that they don't have the ultimate from Framesy. Look at that stat line, 12, 1, and 11. But it won't matter if
12, 1, and 11. Yeah, he's got double doubles now. I was about to say triple doubles, but that would be bad. That would mean he died.
That's not a way to go.
Yeah, no. Nonetheless, I've got to commend Team Thailand here. They're doing so much better here than they did in Game 1. Now, they have to go for the defense of the century. This is their chance to even it out. But first, speed bump in that road to the 1-1, man. They have to defend this Lord as all lanes are crashing down into their base. Top, mid, and bottom. And Lord, he's looking to make this turret bleed. This might be a penetrate.
And there goes the Lord. We got the inhibitor now. They want to teleport forward, but it's just nothing. It was just bait at this point. Coming off from Team Malaysia. Lord onto the base. Zorn is actually trying to dip to the fight now. In comes a very good collapse onto the middle part of the map. There's the Fatal Links, but not going to be able to finish off a kill as Lunox pops the ultimate. Keep them safe. Inhibitors down in the top lane and the mid lane. They jump in. Rumple really wants to go for the kill of the Farsa, but the Winter Truncheon is going to be popped. Rumple not going to be punished though. Arts jump and not going to hit the mark. But they do kill off one. That's Kaja down for the count. Ling tries to go for the Tempest of Blaze on the back lines, but it comes the Shadow kill onto the Farsa. Not gonna get the kill though, but they will take out the Atlas in the middle. The base in shambles now. Double kill coming off from the Hayabusa as he takes on the Thams. Go for the Lunox, going for the Farsa. I mean, they take them all. Only Link to survive. Chased down by Soren. Immortality for Framesy, but you know what? I'm not interested. I'm actually going to the base for the picture. Look at that Kufra.
Yo, Kufra is just going ham, jumping up and down. Congratulations, the Team Malaysia going 2-0 in this series against Team Thailand. That was a slobber knocker. We went the 11th mile there, Wolf. But again, we're evolving the meta with every single game we play here in the Razer SEA-Invitational. How'd you like that game? It was what, 25 minutes, give or take?
Yeah, it was 24 this time.
24, there you go.
24 minutes and 26 seconds. Very good Mobile Legends action for sure. I'm happy that we were able to cast that. I want to say though that this is a different approach to the Luoyi. Instead of using it as a offensively, I think that eventually Team Malaysia realized, okay, the lineup of their opponents, the way they're winning the fights is when they combo their ultimates up and they use it efficiently. What if we break that? What if we force them to commit their ultimates in such a bad manner that they will not get the kill, and maybe when they recuperate? So it took them a lot of experiments, actually. It almost made them lose the match. But in the moment that they used it, like they forced the Tempest of Blades, Fatal Links, all that jazz, just for a Winter Truncheon teleport away coming up from the Luoyi. And all of a sudden, they freed up, they paved the way for the Hayabusa to be online when the fights do happen, because he's no longer fed. I mean, what's to control him? The Tempest of Blades, the Fatal Links, and Divine Judgment already used. And that's how they adjusted their gameplay, which is what I like about Team Malaysia. Very good contender for the Razer Southeast Asia Invitational.
And again, great start for this group here. And yeah, we learned now that possibly, you're right, possibly this is what the Luoyi is. A main course, if you will. And it's played in this certain way. It's a rope-a-dope. It's the duck and weave. Right? You play it in such a way that you force the opponents to go all in, you back out, you get back in there. And that's essentially why the score looked like that. And that's why it went back and forth, because Team Malaysia was working that strategy out. And they figured it out here against Team Thailand, who knew what they were doing. I think Team Thailand is on the same page here. That's why we went the distance. And could not have asked for a better game. This was a nice start to day one in the Razer Invitational.
Absolutely. I think Team Thailand made Team Malaysia work, and I'm just happy to be able to cast it, Leo.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is just the second series for today. We are going to be witnessing a few more matchups, by the way. There's a couple more happening today in this group, and they're all going to be series of 2. And I can expect more evolutions in the meta, because we're also going to be seeing a Team Singapore versus Team Thailand next. So more of I Do Not Sleep. And we will see Brunei and Vietnam closing off the night.
That's right.
Man, are there any other things you expect besides Luoyi just taking names? What else do you want to see, especially after the patch and these 2 series with us so far?
I want to see more Masha pushes, those very cheeky plays with the Masha. I still want more Louis, to say the least. I want more of that. So maybe that's what I can wish for in the coming series.
Maybe even more concussive blasts, right? Possibly even Gatot Kacha. I mean, our friends, Manjin and your elder sister Chantel, they talked about these fighters, right? Especially after the patch. And besides Luoyi, it's the surprise that we didn't know we wanted. I would like to see these fighters as well, especially wherein the side lanes are just necessary, right? And I think that's one of the keys to Team Malaysia taking the sweep here. Their side lanes are so solid, especially with Artsy and Arts and Ozoraveki. There you go. Their side lanes are so solid. They have such a presence. I think that is going to be key in the next matchups, especially from the teams you haven't seen just yet. You know, Singapore and Brunei.
I think I'm hearing someone.
Hello?
Yes, I would like to join the conversation, definitely. So, what a match. What happened on that? Thailand and, of course, Malaysia. I did the right thing, so I should type it. Is that I think Team Thailand is really fond of using the Atlas. I really thought on the second game they did have a good fight, but it just went sideways. I think one of the things that made them lose, on my own perspective, is that both of their support, at least their mages, didn't even bother to buy a necklace. The only thing that they have on counter for the Esmeralda is the Sea Halberd from the Thanos.
That's right.
I think that was the one thing that made Arts very, very strong on that fight. Would you actually agree with me, guys?
I think so, yeah. But as much as that is true, I think that they are presented so many issues aside from that. So maybe the way that they chose to not go for the Durans is because they're still also scared with the Hayabusa. That's why you can see them going for Queen's Wings, a lot of those stuff. And so maybe they are so busy dealing with another issue that they weren't able to address that part. That's why Esmeralda had a free game, to say the least. That's why, guys, you try to make a more, I decided to say this, holistic draft in a way that you have many damage sources, right? Or maybe many tanky sources, right?
Yes, I totally agree with you. Well, in terms of like a dilemma on what item you would like, one thing probably to note is the Kaja went through the Athena, even though they have an Esmeralda on the other side. It's because they're also afraid for the damage of Ozuraveki. Even though he actually didn't somehow matter on the early stages of the game, but as the game moved on forward, the Lunox did so well on the late game. I mean, clearing everyone, and I really like to commend Dominus on the low Yi. With that was the first time I saw like the Winter Chunchon into the. I mean, it's like you have an we could. This is if you want to go back to the base, just go into my circle. So anyone in the team is about to die could be able to go out together with the low Yi.
Absolutely.
Wow. Yeah, I really like that kind of. I mean, there's so much to say about the game, and
you know what? I'm seeing a lot of combos already. Sorry to cut you off, but imagine just having Winter Truncheon or like how they played the Lunox. There was one time where they popped the Brilliance with the Lunox, and there was already teleportation back to the base, so they're safe. It's literally get out of jail free card.
Yes, that's.
You take the what Malaysia was doing in game 1 with those free escapes, right? You got the Falling Star Moon, you've got what we call the invulnerability frames in Mobile Legends, and you add the layer of Luo Yi all the way. And I think that's why people use Winter Truncheon and Purify, just to make sure that you get away with it. So again, this is a great future for the meta. I think this is the next level of the 131, right? We see the return of 122, and then we see the summer of Luo Yi. I'm excited to see how this develops.
Yes, definitely. I mean, that kind of like mechanically thing about the Luo Yi, that adds a lot. The way Dominus use it is like somehow defensive, and what makes me want to be excited about it is if they could be able to use it like an offensive. I was looking forward like on the mid game that if they will be using it to get the Lord onto the Ling. I think that was the level 1 Lord on that game. But for the defensive side, it really, really works, and I'm really excited to see more of Luo Yi plays. And I think Esmeralda as well is like a very top-notch in terms of the picks, because we've seen Soren did use the links flawlessly on the game number 1, but they tend to give it out just to get the Esmeralda.
Esmeralda, again, I think the story of the season here for the Invitational would be the summer of Luo Yi, Esmeralda is back, and we hate Popol and Kupa and Selena. Like, it's just expect that to be banned, or if people pick it up, like it's gonna make such an impact. So we have a meta developing here in the Invitational, and I'm glad to see that it's evolving from what we're used to in the pro scene.
All right. Yes. Well, anyway, guys, I don't want to cut it off. I'm pretty sure you're pretty happy, and I'll be seeing you more of your cast on our final series. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we do have here a giveaway for a $500 worth of Razer Gold Pins to a lucky fan throughout the event. Don't make sure that you actually click the contest link in the chat to enter. And as we move on forward, we still have 2 more series throughout the day. The next one, it's going to be Team Singapore and Team Thailand. And of course, thank you so much to our casters Leo and Wolf. You will be seeing them more on the final series after a short break.
with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon!
Save the world from suffering, the Guardian Dragons harnessed their powers once more. Sensing the dragon's resurgence, the powerful Kraken hastened his plan to destroy the world. Inspired by the fiery dragon warrior, many fine and noble warriors entered the dragon trials. Among them, a warrior from an ancient elven realm made his way to the dragon's sanctuary, where the final trial of wisdom awaited.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill!
I am only a shepherd.
Monster kill!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. They search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
unlocked.
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon.
Strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
Me do my two-step.
Yes, and welcome back to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. And I would like to inform you guys that we are just waiting for our teams to be able to go into our lobby, since Team Thailand just made their game, just had their game against Team Malaysia, so they're probably a little break, so they could be able to refreshen themselves up and create new strategies into their upcoming match against Team Singapore. But I would also like to inform you that we do have here from Razer, the Razer Viper, that's one you just watched, is that this mouse is the mouse built for esports control. Control the outcome of any battle with a gaming mouse that combines high precision, a cutting-edge lightweight body, and the fastest actuation in gaming. Meet the Razer Viper, featuring industry-leading mice technology that designed with and tested by Team Razer athletes, bringing you a mouse that's bred to a tear up to the pro scene. The product features, of course, Razer mouse optical switches actuate at the speed of light with industry-leading response time, 5G optical sensor for a superior tracking accuracy, 69G lightweight designed for swifter, more controlled swipe, Razer SpeedFlex cable for unhindered control and minimal drag. And yes, once again, I would like to inform you, we were just waiting for our next match. That's going to be Team Singapore versus Team Thailand. So don't go away. We will be back.
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon!
Strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. and search for more speed. Focus. Control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
Yes, and welcome back to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. And this is going to be the third series of the day. It's going to be between Team Singapore versus Team Thailand. And of course, we will be having as back our caster once again. It's going to be Manjin and Chantel giving us the best and the hype cast for this specific match. And of course, we'd like to let you know that this broadcast of the Razer SEA-Invitational is brought to you by Razer #This is Esports, together with Tier 1 Entertainment and Samsung. I know you guys are already excited to watch. Both of these teams did have a rough start on the very first day of our SEA-Invitational, but nonetheless, they could be able to pull up something onto this match. And bringing you now our casters that once again, Manjin and Chantel, how are you doing, guys?
Hello. What's good? Good evening, Rob Luna.
Yes, good evening to you as well, Manjin, of course, Chantel. So yeah, take it away.
Yes. Okay. Good evening, guys. We are now on the third series for today of our Razer SEA-Invitational. It's gonna be Team Singapore versus Team Thailand. For this, both teams they both came from a loss from their first game onto this tournament. But I guess it is more on the adjustment side now for this both teams because. For now, it's they are more prepared in terms of the draft, in terms of the rotation, and in terms of the gameplay.
Yeah, again, I think this is an important series for them to win because, again, you need points in order for you to gain momentum and you don't want to get eliminated early. So, yeah, for team, earlier we saw Team Singapore. They did put up a good fight with the Natalia pick and Team Thailand as well in their game number 2. But what's interesting here, Chantel, is they both lost to a Lu Yi type of composition.
Yeah.
So we're now wondering, is Lu Yi really the new strat, the new meta right now for the teams? Because it gives you a lot of global presence. It can give you a lot of damage in the early stages because of the 4 stacks of the dispersion. So wow, yeah, this Lu Yi is really paying off for the players and the pro scene right now.
Yes, and for this one, guys, actually for Team Singapore, we might see another Atlas kind of hero. Again, because for that first series against Team Vietnam, they actually picked Atlas for both of those games. So for this one, Team Singapore banned out Uranus and Ling, while for Team Thailand, it's gonna be the Claude. So it's more on this heroes banning out these certain heroes that are usually used on the hyper carry or usually used on the middle lane.
Yeah, they want to eliminate the funnel heroes. You know what? My friend, my buddy Shinbu told me that he only sees 4 funnel heroes right now. If it's not going to be the Ling or the Claude, it's either the Esmeralda or the Kari. So we shall see if it's going to be the Kari here. But again, we've been seeing new heroes such as the Leomord, the Gushon funnel. Is it back though? That is the main question. So yeah, like what you've said, Chantel, you predicted it right. Jason,
it's gonna be Atlas. Yes.
Yeah, now locking the Atlas, so it gives crowd control, it gives initiation, it gives tankiness for Team Singapore. The question is, what are they gonna combo it with? So we shall see, because the answer here for the side of Thailand are fighters, a fighter and a tank, a Kufra and a Tamis.
Actually, for me, Kufra is a very formidable tank in terms of crowd control, and really, when it comes to team fight, it's a certain hero that brings about disaster in a certain team. Given that there is enough initiation, actually, or good initiation to be exact. Although for Team Singapore, it's gonna be Pobling Kupa for their lineup, which is also a good frontliner. Actually, for Team Singapore, we always see Pobling Kupa to do more on the support side of a team fight, and together with the Kaja. So question here is for Team Singapore, will they go for an off-lane Kaja? Because there are moments, or there are instances wherein we see Kaja on the off-lane because of the fast clearing of the minion wave. Yes,
probably because they actually pulled off the Kaja off-lane in their game 1 against their previous opponent, but unfortunately they lost. So with this first 3 picks, they have a lot of zoning potential. They can pick off and they can easily get heroes. All they need now is burst. So we're just waiting for the next hero, their main core hero, to come up. And look at this, Chantel. There you go.
It's Luoyi, yes, for this one. This is most probably the most talked about hero for this whole tournament. Actually, for the day 1 to start, the day 1 of a Razer SEA-Invitational, it's gonna be Luoyi, which is the talk of the town. It has been very evident on our previous games that it is very effective in terms of team fight. It's an instant warp, actually, if you want to engage in a team fight or if you want to escape.
Yeah, it's an interesting, because some people don't really see it, but sometimes the Luoyi has this vacuum mechanic where when she marks you with the yin yang. So if both of you has different marks, that's an instant crowd control. That is like a mini fatal links for the Luoyi's second first skill. I mean, for his first skill that can set up for this comboed Torn-Dross, this layered Torn-Dross. So if Team Thailand manage to pull off a Tyrant's Rage onto the vacuum of Luoyi, onto a Torn-Dross, that's going to be a massive damage output coming in for Team Thailand. So we shall see, because I like the Lancelot pick. It's good against the Bruno pick.
Yes, actually, Singapore. Yes, that's right about the Lancelot, because it could easily strike on the back ends of this lineup of Team Singapore, as long as he is able to dodge the divine judgment here of the Kaja, because there would be a little of a problem if he dives in for an engagement, but then there is the ultimate coming from the Kaja.
Yeah, he just needs to wait for the Kaja to proc the divine judgment. But Chantel, basing on the lineup, I think it's almost similar. Both of the teams have stuns, they have good side lane damage, they have true damage, they have controls. But I think the only difference is their core heroes. The Bruno, you will feel him at around 6 to 7 minutes. You will feel the damage. He will get ripe at about that time. But meanwhile, the Lancelot, right? You can definitely feel his damage in the early game. in the early game.
Actually,
So,
sorry. For those two heroes that you mentioned earlier, it's gonna be the battle between Lancelot and Bruno. So for me, for the early game, it's really a go for the Lancelot. Although for Bruno, the damage, just like you've said earlier, 6-minute game time or the latter part of the game, it's gonna be Bruno's game time, guys. We know a marksman for sure, plus the PNK on the spike support damage for this team. So I guess for the team with the Lancelot pick, they should end the game early, or it'll be close to impossible to turn things around. But anyways, it's gonna be this third series for today: Team Thailand versus Team Singapore.
I think they should end the dinner early for them to get their dinner early as well, right? So it's gonna be threatening for Team Thailand if this game went on to at around 15 minutes, because the Popol and Koopa can transition himself into a core. I think that's the reason why they actually chosen the Terizla to counter the damage output of the Bruno, because again, this passive of the Terizla is just too much for marksmen such as Bruno, such as Kimmy. But that's in the early game, because again, the Bruno can have this huge amount of critical strike, and that will be critical for the Terizla if he will catch all those damage. But meanwhile, I say this, that is the rotation ring for the side of Louis, as Jason will just pump fake the double team. Yeah.
That's we're talking about the damage here of Louis actually for the side of Team Thailand. That was just a specific skill for Louis, but we could see already the damage against Team Singapore. And for this one, we could see both for this team's a 2-man mask. So we are mostly seeing a 4-man mask, a 3-man mask, but this time it's gonna be a different rotation for the both teams. Anyways, seeing this one, I guess for Team Thailand, they have to be mindful of this kind of rotation being brought to us by Team Singapore, because it's really difficult if this Bruno in terms of the gold spikes up early part of the game. We can see here on the middle lane, it's gonna be a Kufra together with this Lancelot, but here comes the dive in coming from this Kufra. It's gonna be 2 versus 3. Zink is on the first blood, guys. Kufra getting the kill, but here comes the penalty zone. Flicker away for LY4 of Team Singapore.
What you get if you give the Lancelot Mink his level 5 at 2 minutes. Early Phantom Execution, early puncture to the Thorn Rose, and there you go. Early damage, as well, like what we've said, the early stages, they will try to give all the space in the world to Mink. He now has the upgraded Retri, and he is now stalking his prey in the bottom side. Doesn't even need his damage.
What a nice gank! But here's the setup play, counter play come from Team Singapore. Fatal Link catches 4, but we can see here LY4 on skill for the side of Team Singapore. Ameloy with that damage, but there is the double kill. So again, like what we are saying for Team Singapore, rather Team Thailand, they need to be mindful of giving this Bruno the kills, because it has the bounty hunter. So the more they give up the kills, the more it will be really disastrous for Team Thailand in terms of the late game. But another penalty zone here. We have this Terizla against 4 players of Team Singapore. The sustain is there, but the damage is also there for Team Singapore. But the fight is not over. We have the double kill here for the Tams, and Lancelot with the damage as well.
Oh, Team Thailand na unfazed, because they knew that the cooldown of Jason's ultimate was still up. Right? It was he just used it in the bottom side, and with this Terizla Frenzy set. Yes, he sacrificed himself, but I think that was the right decision for not giving Team Singapore the turtle, not blocking this Bruno from umping up his damage. But as I say this, it's going to be another skirmish in the mid side. But no casualties whatsoever. Team Thailand, they will survive it. Team Singapore, now they want to get back from this. They want to get back from this deficit. It is clear that Team Thailand, they're controlling the tempo of the game, Chantel.
Yes, and actually for Team Thailand, we could see the Tams on the bottom lane just doing the objectives. He's actually not a necessity to go for a team fight or to join the team fight. That just means that Team Thailand is, as it is, good in terms of team fight. Just 4 players here against Team Singapore. So for Team Singapore, all they have to do is to do the objectives against Team Thailand here. But here comes Kufra on the title stage. Nice set of play plus the penalty zone. That is going to be a secure kill. Come from Luyi of Team Thailand. The fight is not over. Nope, it's going to be a dash away for the both teams onto this side. The goal lead on this game is on the side of Team Thailand.
Was the combo? We've just seen it. The wombo combo from the Tyrant's Rage to the rotation dispersion combo from Luyi. The vacuum is present for Team Thailand, and that was flavorful. We have our own fatal links as well, says Team Thailand. I think this is going to be the revenge play. There you go! Dribbling the ball, plus playing it with the kicks. That is soccer and basketball for you. Meanwhile, the Wolf is here, biting Lois, Sink, and company. They were able to get the retaliation play that they need, but Team Thailand, they're now aiming the turtle. We now have the turtle dance. There you go, the puncture in. Sink will flicker out. Nice outplay, but the Kaja will also die. Chantel.
Oh my god, it's gonna be another one down for the side of Team Thailand. Double kill actually. The last insanity is here for this X-Borg, and Turtle has been taken by Thams of Team Thailand. 1 man down. XCP getting that kill for Team Singapore. It's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team Thailand on the team fight. We can see a courage mask for the Atlas of Team Singapore, so they are more on the aggressive side, knowing that they already locked in this courage mask for this tank. But another set of play coming free in from Team Thailand. Immortality is popped for this one. Last insanity plus the play to links. Oh my god, another one. Divine Judgment come from the Kaja. Low on life with that bouncing ball. Is he gonna escape? Nope. He's down for the side of Team Thailand.
Upon layers of skills and combos here for both of the teams. Jason said, hey, it's time. It's morphing time. Let's go. Fatal links onto 2. You have the last insanity 2. And then lots of confusing skirmishes here coming in from both of the teams. I think both of them, they are confused on whether to, are we gonna take the turtle? Are we gonna take the tower? Or are we going to kill? Right?
Actually,
if you're a player and whenever you have that ultimate, you will definitely understand, because we have bombo combos on our side. So you will definitely like to love rather to pull that off.
Yep. And actually for this one, we could see the gold earlier. I'm liking the situation of the players here coming from Team Thailand, because there are, I guess, 3 players with a 4K gold mark against Team Singapore, who only has 2 actually, yes, 5.6K and 4.4K gold. So that is already an edge, because there are players here come from Team Singapore that needs to cope up with this one. And speaking of, this is the problem here with this both teams. They're not really sure if they should engage into a team fight or they should go for a split push. All they do is whenever they see something blocking their way, they go instantly for a team fight. Again, this is the turtle objective. We could see the damage coming from LY4. Another one with the Divine Judgment plus the Fatal Links. That is going to be a mega kill. But the penalty zone is here. Oh my god. It's going to be 3 men down for the side of Team Thailand plus the turtle objective for Team Singapore.
Pulling triggers on their side. Divine Judgment to the Fatal Links. What more can you ask for? Chantel, it's like the door sign says push, but Team Singapore, all they did was pull, and it was enough for their team to get all of the damage done. Crowd controls in. Hack only has the Purify, only is the one with the Purify. Flickers for Team Thailand. It's not working for them right now in terms of 5-on-5. There you go. That is the version TP, but it's still Team Singapore. getting the tower and getting all of the objectives.
Yes, actually for this one, I guess for Team Thailand, one factor to be considered is the movement speed of the Trisla. If it goes in for the penalty zone, there's literally no way out. Because there is the Divine Judgment, there is Popaling Kupa for the crowd control. So I guess for Team Thailand, all they need to do is a surprising kind of engagement. They have the Kufra on their lineup. They also have the Terizla. If they take down or they initiate into 3 or 4 players here of Team Singapore, it's going to be good for the team. Although this one for Team Singapore, we said that they need to bring the damage or they need to release the beast on LY4 on this Bruno. But this time on the status of Team Singapore, I guess they are really on the upper hand. Another one onto this one. There is the penalty zone plus the last insanity here. Oh my god, the damage is real for Team Singapore with a double kill for that Xborg and a double kill as well for LY4.
LY4 free hitting everyone from behind. 16 to 9 and Chantel, well, we've been talking about it earlier. It's now 10 minutes into the game and the crits is just too much for Team Thailand to handle. Man, this Bruno is the key to victory right now. I think plus props to Jason. Look at his assists, Chantel.
Actually, it's
out of 16.
Oh my god,
fatal lynxes. Yes.
Yes, that's actually a lot of participation in terms of team fight for this one. For Team Singapore, the key for their win for every clash is their synchronization of skills. We can see them actually. We have this Kaja on the Divine Judgment plus the follow-up automatically for Jinx. So there is no way for Team Thailand to negate or to counter-initiate. There was a time wherein that Teresa wanted to do so, but there is another one on that series of events. We could see the damage for XCP already on that export.
Definitely, and I think we're gonna have another one, but the Fatal Lynx is on cooldown, but it's not, it doesn't matter because the Bruno damage is just on point. And if the vacuum coming to Yi, the Kaja will fall, but the Bruno just popping the normal hits after normal hits. Last insanity, that's the flamethrower. XCP is inside the base, and there you go, fire stakes. I think the game is almost over. Chantel, 18 to 10, 12 minutes, and Fatal Lynx onto 1 because that's the Fatal Junction onto Lois, but it's alright because the dog is also here with the wolf form.
Oh my god.
This is it.
For Team Singapore, this is a really nice game for them. Very aggressive from the previous one. But Team Thailand is still alive for this game. We can see the light being brought about. The players are already alive for this one. For Team Singapore, though, they are already on the upper hand. For this match, all they need to do is to secure more objectives against Team Thailand and to avoid having errors. In terms of team fight, they need to be mindful of every bush. So because there is a possibility here for Team Thailand to actually go for a surprise play just to kill a certain hero coming from Team Singapore.
Just don't go for any sour moves if you are Team Thailand. Because Chantel, Team Singapore right now, I think we didn't notice, but they have 5-man flickers in their arsenal. That's the reason why they're getting all of the CCs right now. But as the vacuum once again from the Lu Yi manages to get the PNK, and that is a double kill from the Atlas. Oh no! Is this the sour moves that we're looking for Team Singapore? And that's it. 3-man falling down for Team Singapore.
Oh my god, that is what we're talking about for Team Singapore. All they need to do is to secure the objectives rather than go for the errors. For the team, you could see here right now, this Kufra is very aggressive. So we could see, since there are only 2 players left for Team Singapore, this is a perfect opportunity for Team Thailand to actually get objectives against Team Singapore. Although they need to take note of the side lanes as much as possible, we want Team Thailand here to actually push the side lanes because the minion wave is actually a good factor to consider if you want to negate or to turn around the situation, especially for Team Thailand.
The side lanes are important right now, especially in the top lane for Team Thailand, because it's on a super minion state. So now Team Singapore, hey, wait up. Don't worry, casters. We're gonna push this. That is the catch-up pick of Lancelot. Is this another outplay for the side of Team Thailand? There's a stun coming in from the dog. And Hack will pop that quadrant and Porno. We having ourselves a dance-off here in the mid lane. There you go. The song catching 3. But Bruno manages to get one with the Wave of the World, and now Jason, it's morphing time once again. The dog is just too bad. 3-man RKO out of nowhere for Jason. Is this the setup? Is this the setup, guys? Yes, it is. Double kill for the Bruno LY4. That is the retaliation play, Singapore. But is this clutch time though? No, it's not. Hey,
oh my god.
Inzimik is trying to outplay, but the Lord is now alive as well. This is an instant tower kill for Team Singapore.
Actually, for your Team Singapore, I'd like to commend the setup play here coming from Jason. It was really the story of that clash. Without that perfect RKO taking at least 3 players of Team Thailand, it would be a little different from the outcome of that one. And as we can see here right now, this is the second Lord of the match for Team Singapore. They have the upper hand and they will secure it, although Louis tried to go for that warp portal on the side lanes just to make sure, or just trying to contest that one. Although this time for Team Singapore, I guess, going to our thought earlier, it's all about securing the objectives rather than going for a team fight, because this time for Team Thailand, they also have the damage right now, and given the perfect initiation, it's gonna be really difficult for Team Singapore because they need to dodge at least 2 crowd controls come from Team Thailand. It's gonna be from the this Kufra and from the penalty zone of the Turisla.
But I think we did not count the dog. The dog is inside the base. Koopa. And there you go.
Oh my god.
Another one. Shoutouts to DJ Khaled. Chantel, I think this is it. This is the final hoorah of Team Singapore inside the base.
Actually, yep, 2 man down. Actually, make it 3. It's gonna be a mega kill for LY4. And another one. It's gonna be a GG push for Team Singapore, taking that game number 1.
There you have it. There you have it. Shoutouts to Michael Cole. RKO just too real for Jason. Commendable performance from the Atlas. You know what? I think it's so scary if you have an Atlas in the Popol and Koopa in your lineup. Again, you slow your enemies by just walking. And that's how dangerous the combo is. That's how dangerous the combo is. So we've talked about this, that the Bruno, it's not good in the early stages, but with the bounty and 12 kills, right? So I have all the crits and I will just kick balls in your face.
Actually, for this game also, this actually negates our thought regarding Louis, because the other team used Louis, but then it fell up short in terms of team fight, I guess. And for Team Singapore, what's good about their gameplay for this one is that they focused more on getting the turrets right after the team fight. So that is a different story if you get a kill and then get the turret. So right then and there, the map control of the other team actually went short and short, one after the other.
You cannot really deny the fact that whenever you get towers, you will definitely get an advantage. By the way, let's say hello to our host. Rob Luna, are you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm definitely here. I'm actually watching the game, and I really thought that Thailand could be able to pull it up in terms of the crowd controls that we've been seeing from the Kufra and as well with the Terisla. But I think it was all negated in the terms of they have the Atlas. Like what you've said, the Atlas did really well on that specific game. It's because most of the heroes coming from the Team Thailand is like melee. So they could be able to pull off. I mean, a very easy Fatal Links. We've been seeing like 3 or even 4, just like Chantel, as being hyped about the 4 in the turret onto the bottom lane. But yeah, Team Thailand, they really somehow messed up on that specific, probably on the draft. But the Bruno as well. I saw that was LY4, right? The one is Bruno. And what a flawless performance coming from the marksman itself.
Yeah.
Actually, for the Bruno pick of Team Singapore, I'm kind of skeptical on the early part because Bruno is not really being chosen in certain tournaments. Actually, it's not part of the so-called meta. For some, they'd rather choose a Kimi, they'd rather choose Carry or a Claude for the lineup. But for Team Singapore, they were able to pull out this Bruno pick, which is very interesting and very good, actually.
I think it's a good combo with the Atlas and the Popol and Koopa, because whenever you pop the Fatal Links, you immediately go for the Wave of the World, and it won't push back your enemies because they're in the air. They're getting knocked up by the Fatal Links. So all of the crits, all of the physical damage coming in from the Wave of the World, for your opponent will definitely catch it. And that's the reason why I think they were confident enough in going in team fight. It's all about the rumble for the team Singapore right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Somehow, the part of Chantal did say that Bruno might not be a part of the meta right now. For one reason, it's because the game in the early stages of the game is quite faster, and we're seeing mostly like even Granger, even Kimi is going back into the meta, and as well Mage is into the middle lane. So somehow the Bruno did sink because of the Atlas. Because from the ulti itself, the ultimate from the Bruno, everyone is clumped up. The ball is actually just bouncing around everyone. Yeah. But somehow, here on Team Thailand, I was expecting a really good Louis play. So because on the previous 2 series, Louis was somewhat or like a hero that was really doing well in this first day of the Razer SEA-Invitational.
Yeah.
Actually, I was looking forward for that warp plus the penalty zone coming from Team Thailand. But then
call it the penalty warp.
The penalty warp for Team Thailand. But then maybe it's really because of the Atlas pick of Team Singapore, because the Atlas was literally all over the place, all over the map.
Yeah. By the way, if you're gonna think about it, whenever the Louis channels her ultimate, the diversion ring, whenever she channels it, the Atlas can just wait for it.
Yeah.
Like pump fake his ultimate whatsoever.
Was actually
right?
Well, was the ultimate coming from the Louis, the one that will be ported out? You can be able to see it, just like the ultimate coming from like Avatar of the Guardian from the Gattaca.
Yeah.
So you can be able to see it.
That means the Atlas can just wait for everyone to come in, and then just gonna raise his hand and let's go Fatal Links onto 5, and that's what's happening. That's what's happening.
Yes. Well, everyone will gonna be hyped up or seeing that kind of epic thing or battle coming from the Louis and as well with the Atlas. But everyone, I think we will be having a very, very short break. Some might be the team will be pulling up something like a strategy, but once again, we will be having another game between Team Singapore and Team Thailand. We'll have a very, very short break. See you.
Samsung Galaxy A unlocked.
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon.
strength and courage will be eulogized in the galaxy. Faith is my unbreakable sword.
me do my two-step.
And welcome once again to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020. We're already on the second match against, in between Team Singapore versus Team Thailand. I would like to remind everyone that this broadcast is brought to you by the Razer SEA-Invitational is brought to you by Razer. Hashtag this is esports together with Tier 1 Entertainment and Samsung. But I'm not going to take away more of your time because I would like to send you over to our casters for the third series. That's going to be Manjin and Chantel. Take it away.
Thank you for that, Rob Luna. Again, we are your shoutcasters for this game number 2 of the Razer SEA-Invitational, Team Singapore versus Team Thailand. Chantel and Manjin. Manjin, how are you feeling right now?
Actually, I'm doing great. I'm excited to watch the final game between these two. Right now, Team Singapore, they're on a momentum. Of course, I think they rested for a while, right? Because for Team Thailand, their previous game was a slobber knocker. It was a bloodbath, right? So it went all the way, probably up to 20 minutes, and I think it's really affecting them on how they play. Again, we've seen Louis on a roll today, right? But it failed for Team Thailand. So I want them to breathe a little bit, inhale and then exhale, freshen up their minds. Because again, guys, if you are new to the stream, every game counts for the Razer SEA-Invitational. It's just a best of 2, right? It's just a best of 2, and with the best of 2, every game is important. You definitely want 1 point in your team. So yeah, we shall see as we are now inside the draft already. Ling and Esmeralda for Team Singapore, and Claude and PNK, Popol and Koopa for Team
Actually,
Thailand.
for the Team Thailand, they picked out this Uranus. So probably they wanted a certain hero that is more on the sustain side or more on the delay side. And for this one, for Team Singapore, since this Team Thailand picked out the Uranus, they need to pick a hero which is more on the TPS, because we don't damage per second per se, because we don't want a certain hero to be lingering around the map without
Yeah.
you having actually executing that hero, because it is literally gonna be the cause of delay for this team. Anyways,
Yeah.
for Singapore, it's gonna be this combo again.
Again.
The combo, as you were saying earlier.
What do we call this? What do we call this combo? I don't know. The
Alja.
the squid and Alja. Okay, we're gonna call it Alja. The Alja Love team is in the presence of Team Singapore, plus the vacuum mechanic and the global present. Oh, this is looking dangerous. This is
Actually, looking
it's
at this,
gonna be action-packed. What?
looking at this three heroes of Team Singapore, it's actually kind of scary. Although for Team Thailand, what's good about their lineup is they have the Fleer. So
Yes.
it'll be a lot more difficult this time around for this Kaja and actually Atlas to initiate a team fight, because
Yeah.
there is the Searing Torrent. I mean, Searing Torrent, there is the crowd control actually to push back the heroes who are more on the aggressive type for Team Singapore.
Seth was like, hey, if you guys love pulling, I will push you back. So I think Chantel, we're gonna have ourselves a tug of war game this time for game number 2. Yeah, and in terms of crowd control too, I like the Jawhead and the Uranus pick. Jawhead can easily pick off one in combination with the fireballs, the setup for the Valier, and plus you have this Uranus, and I think the Uranus is the perfect answer for pulling for the heroes who pull, right, for the Kaja, because again, if the Kaja manages to pull the Uranus with a Divine Judgment, that's actually good news for the Uranus, because he loves getting near his enemies to proc his passive. So yeah, we shall see, because I think Thailand, they went back to the drawing board, and I think they found the blueprint already on probably how to get back to this game. Chantel?
Actually, for this one, although for Team Thailand, I'm not really sure with this kind of lineup. It's more on a skill-dependent kind of lineup. We have the Farsa, we have the Valier, so totally the damage or the finisher of the play will heavily rely on this Hellcurt. So it's more on how it goes in terms of how they bring about their damage or how they use their skills. So it's more on the initiation play, although the crowd control for this lineup of Team Thailand is really on the Jawhead side.
Yeah, it's really gonna depend on the Jawhead on, like, are we gonna do pick-offs or are we gonna like just push and outplay, right? Because it seems that Team Singapore, they're one step ahead in terms of the initiation department. You know, like the Atlas can initiate, the Louis can initiate. They can set up a lot. Yeah.
Yes, so that is the pros for Team Singapore. It's more on the crowd control.
Yeah.
Although, if we consider the pros of Team Thailand, it's more on the burst damage.
Yes.
So, regardless of it, it's all about the early stage of the game. So, for this one, yes, every single time for Mobile Legends, it's all about the first part of the game. But here we go into the game. This is gonna be game number 2. Team Thailand versus Team Singapore. Team Singapore with 1-0 lead in favor of Team Thailand.
We shall see, Chantel, if Team Thailand can even this up. Like what we've said, every time it's all about the first 3 minutes. It's all about who gets the buffs, who gets the turtle first. So we are witnessing the level 1 rotations coming in from both of these teams. The Hellcurt is now the one being funneled for the side of Team Thailand.
Actually, that's kind of interesting for Team Thailand, although we could say that it's kind of predictable for the side of Team Singapore, because they know that is the first one. And speaking of, guys, it's going to be, I guess, a flicker out for this new year. But again, going back to my thoughts, it's a bit okay. Let's go. Another one for the side of Team Thailand. That's going to be a an early 2-0 for this match. So far, so good for Team Thailand. Very aggressive on the play. They have two burst heroes here, Farza and Valir, plus the Hellcurt and the Jawhead. So if you are Team Singapore, you really do not want to force to engage into a team fight on the early part of the game.
I think kay ZP was too excited. He's just level 2, but I think he thought he's level 4 because of the previous game. Chantel, you will do that move, you will do that combo if you have an ultimate, but unfortunately he doesn't have. And wow, Team Thailand, like what you said, their damage in the early game is just too much. The Farsa and the Valir range are good against the Atlas. They can push him back. I mean, but as I say this, there you go. Another
man down.
Yes, another man down for Team Singapore.
Only for this one, for Team Thailand, there are moments if you are on the upper hand. Here comes the Dark Knight Falls and a kill for Team Thailand. Here goes KZP on his Atlas. So he will back away against this player coming from Team Thailand. And 4-0 is the score, guys. And going back to my thought, for Team Thailand, they have to be mindful of the outer lanes. Since they are going for the 4-man rotation and doing the gank, I guess they should also go for an objective push.
Yeah, like every time, right? Punish your enemies every time you kill. But I'm guessing that it's still difficult because again, there's the threat of the global diversion. Plus, actually, we did not see this. Sylvana is in the pool, right? So it's also a good combination with all of the Dead Sonatas for LY4. So you have good setups again for the side of Singapore. And Chantel, by the way, this is not Jason this time. Jason is now playing the Luyi, and kay ZP is now playing the Atlas. So we shall see how
a different strategy. Yes,
there you go.
But here comes the turtle objective, guys. It's gonna be secured here by Valir. Killing spree for the Parza. Sync is on a roll with an ultimate against 5. So that is gonna be actually a suicide dive here for Sync on his Sylvana. Although that is probably meant to save the other players from being chased here by Team Thailand. Although, as we can see here now for Team Thailand, they are really aggressive for this match. 10k versus 7k for this game number 2.
They're rolling, especially Frame Z Xset with 105. Now, of course, having the killing spree, the most popular assassin emblem right now. With that emblem, actually, you can pull off outplays in the late game, right? And Hellcurt, besides the killing spree, he has the Petrify. So, LY4 right now is on a tight predicament, Chantel. Because the Hellcurt right now with this power spike, he is now ripe. He wants to hunt and hunt and hunt every time the Dark Knight Falls is up, right? So now Team Singapore, they need to be careful on their positioning.
Oh my god, it's gonna be LY4 down for the side of Team Singapore. KZP is down as well. Another one, it's gonna be a checkpoint double kill for Avaloys onto this one. It's gonna be 9-0, guys. Onto this game, the damage is real. I guess this is the advantage of having a no tank. Literally no tank. Actually, yes, Uranus is considered to be a tank. But for this one, it is an off lane. So, damage per se, it's really on Team Thailand. All players here dealing damage against Team Singapore. And look at the cold hit, guys. It's really massive for Team Thailand.
Yeah, 14k against 9,000. It's not over 9,000. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I just want to put it out there. Oh well, by the way, like what you've said, Chantel, it's for Team Thailand. They're putting up checkpoints all throughout the map, right? Just like in the Philippines in the lockdown. By the way, guys, I hope you guys are safe. But is this the play that we're looking for? That is the diversion? No. But is this a bait though?
Okay, safe and ready for Team Singapore. Although we can see here for Team Thailand, I guess they are, or actually they secured another objective here for Team Singapore. I guess for Team Singapore, they really need to cope up here with the performance coming in from Team Thailand because here comes the Divine Judgment, guys. A secured kill for LY4. Team Thailand, I guess they will go for the initiation play, although here comes another feather airstrike, guys. Fatal Links coming in from the Atlas. Another one, another kill from Jason on the Tluyi, but here comes the Hellcurt on the side lanes, killing that player coming in from Team Singapore.
You know what? Team Singapore earlier, they with the diversion Fatal Links combo, they actually hesitated if they're gonna go in, right? So Jason was like, "Hey, enter my ring," and then go in with the Fatal Links. But everyone was like, "Hey, wait. Let's be patient. Let's be patient. They have the upper hand. The Dark Knight Falls is up. The Dark Knight Falls is online. So I think what we need to do is to fake it until we make it." Right? So after the Atlas teleportation, what they did was they hid themselves inside the bushes and they waited for someone to go in, and it's a classic ambush for the side of Team Singapore. Divine Judgment, wait for someone to pay check, and then pick off, and then hope for the best. But oh no, look at this.
Oh my god, it's gonna be a secure kill, I guess, but here comes Sylvan again with that kind of crucial ultimate against Team Thailand. After that is done, we have Hellcurt getting the third objective against Team Singapore. I guess for Team Singapore, they need to actually get intact together. If they see a Hellcurt do the Dark Knight Falls, I guess the Kaja and Atlas should be just around the corner just to negate that one. But guys, it's gonna be a killing spree for Team Thailand onto this match. Again, for Team Singapore, they need the damage of Granger. Okay, so this one for this game, it's gonna be 12-2 for the score, 8 minutes and 22 seconds in their game time. It's just the third turtle for this match. So another one, LY4 is down for the side of Team Singapore. Another one as well. Oh my god, the damage is real for Team Thailand onto this game. Plus another ejector, I guess, but here comes the Fatal Links. It's gonna be a counter setup play coming from the Atlas of Team Singapore, although the turret is down onto the middle lane.
Yeah, Chantel, I like what you said. LY4 right now it's an underwhelming performance, unlike his previous game. I'm sorry, I accidentally muted my mic. Yeah, but it's okay. I like what you said. Man, even though Team Singapore, they pulled off a sneaky play earlier, a sneaky ambush, sneaky pick off, their damage is still not enough to match up with Seth. Seth is just on a roll. He is now almost with his endless battle. He can pick off Sana, he can pick off LY4, even Jason he can actually outplay. So man, I think for Team Singapore, what they need to do is they need probably 3 or 4 pick-offs, because I don't really see how can they enter, like how will they initiate. But okay, there you go. That is the TV.
They're getting it as we have the team here. We have Hack on the side lanes. The Dark Knight Falls. Though, here comes Team Thailand on the counter play. We can see Hellcurt diving in. Sick is down. Though he has the immortality, and that is it. It's going to be a killing spree for this Uranus Knights. Fatal Links coming from KZP. Shut down for the Hellcurt. But then again, damage is real for this 2 mage bursts of Team Thailand.
That was not the target that you want. If you are Team Singapore, it's like a hitman knocking at the wrong house. 16 to 5. And man, that was a huge outplay for Team Thailand. We all thought that Team Singapore will make an astounding play, but hacking his way through Team Singapore's life. And with that, I think they will set up for the next Lord. Chantel.
Yes, actually for that one, I guess for Team Singapore, just like what you've said earlier, it's all about taking down at least 2 heroes, 1 hero, but not during a team fight. So getting a hero from a gank, from a single play is different from taking out a hero from a team fight, because right now on the situation, I guess Team Thailand really does the edge, or really has the advantage in terms of damage per se when it comes to team fight. So for Team Singapore, they have the Atlas, they have the Kaja for their lineup. It's not advisable for them to engage it on team fight. Rather, they need to take down heroes for Team Thailand for their Granger to be able to get enough gold to be able to cope up with the lead, or the gold lead here of Team Thailand. Yes.
But the question is how though? Because man, look at this. The Valir now with the Antikiras, all of them are now pulling off the Queen's Wings for added sustain. Even the Farsa went for a sustain type golden staff build. So man, this Granger really needs to shoot LY4. He really needs to shoot all of his bullets right in the right target at the right time, at the right moment, in the same moment as well. Because man, if not, man, the damage will just lack.
Yes, actually, and for this one, I guess for me, for the Granger pick, it's more on a skill-based kind of hero, because of with this kind of lineup, there's literally no option for this Granger to go for a free hit.
Yeah.
Because there is the Hellcrit, there is the Jawhead, we have the zoning out capacity of these two heroes being brought to us by Thailand, both Farsa and Balir.
I think the Sylvana is an underwhelming pick though for Team Singapore, because you have crowd controls on your lineup. I think what you need right now is more damage, probably, if you are Team Singapore, because the Sylvana, I think her build is a tank build, not really that assassin type of build. His build is a setup build for his team.
Actually.
And look at and man, look at this. They're just baiting the diversion. And there you go. Here's the Lord. Chantel, take this away.
Here's the Lord, guys. But we could see the damage of Amiloys on the far side, zoning out the players of Team Singapore. Here comes KZP on the fatal links, guys. Although a one-man down for Team Thailand. Zeke on the early engagement. Jason will get a kill on his Louis. So well defended for Team Singapore onto this match. Although we have the super minion here for Team Thailand. And speaking of which, this is the kind of team fight we should see coming from Singapore, because there is crowd control, there is the damage. All they need to do is to synchronize when and where they should use this skills. Every hero,
synchronize everything and put the books back on their proper shelves. Right? Just layer your skills perfectly, and you can definitely hope for the best, that you can get the damage that you need for your team to win. By the way, Chantel, besides that, I think one thing to take note is that Team Singapore, they have good spam. Right? It's not the spam food. They have good wave control in their lineup. Right? The dispersion and the law of punishment. The ring of punishment, I mean. For the Kaja.
It's very easy for them to actually defend every minion wave coming in from Team Thailand. Although we can see here for this Uranus, it's actually a full equipment for this Uranus. And we can see here for Team Singapore, there is the necklace of Durance. Though, one thing in mind for Team Singapore, I guess for Sync, actually, he could be a sacrificial lamb for this one. A good set of play plus the fatal links to connect that one, but we could see here the damage is real. LY4 is down for the side of Team Singapore. We have here the clash on the middle side. KZP is also down, although he has the immortality, but man, it's gonna be an inhibitor to the down for Team Singapore.
The positioning of Lois was perfect for him to dodge the Death Sonatas coming from LY4. And with that, it created space for him to land the feathered airstrike. With that, it's not yet over, but the mission was to get the tower. So with that, they're now waiting for the Lord to come up. 19 seconds left. Team Singapore, they are now pressured in defending their base. They're in quarantine mode right now inside their base.
Majid, for Team Singapore, I'm looking forward for this worthy divine judgment coming in from Sana or the Kaja of Team Singapore, because it would really be a lot disastrous coming for Team Thailand if he gets either this Valir or Farsa. So what's difficult for Team Singapore to dive into a team fight is these two players that I mentioned. But again, this is going to be another team fight onto the side of the both teams. We have the damage here with the feathered airstrike. Guys, the damage is real. Another ejector here coming from the giant monster kill for this one. Unstoppable and 2 men down come from the side of Team Singapore. KZP is going to be left for the side of Team Singapore. Nope, his is still alive, but another feathered airstrike here coming in from Lois, and I guess this may be the end of this game number 2.
Oh my, Chantel, I think you got tricked there from buying that, because the damage was fake. It was not real. Team Thailand getting the victory. Wow, it's now even. It's 1-1 for both of these teams. Congratulations to both of them. Props to Team Singapore. They put up a good fight, but man, the strat, the execution in the early stages on giving the Hellcurt what he wants, I think that was the key for Team Thailand to dominate each lane that they went to. So yeah, wow, congratulations to Team Thailand and for getting an even score.
Yep, and actually for that one, during the draft pick, we are kind of doubtful with the Forza and Valir being together in a single team, wherein they are heavily relying on the Hellcurt. So for that one, it was actually a good strategy here coming in from Team Thailand, because we have the zone out damage coming from those two burst mages for that team, and then there is no possibility for the initiators of Team Singapore to actually go in for the dive, because the moment they go in, there is the burst. So how much more if there is the Hellcurt to finish the burst that they initiated?
Yeah, and the ones pushing one, the Parsa, the Valir, and the Hellcurt. Oh my, what a day. It's just the third series. We still have the fourth one. By the way, are we gonna welcome back our host?
Yes, of course. I'm just waiting right here. Ladies, what a very dominating performance, of course. I'd just like to say, I mean, that game was a perfect example of a best offense is still the best defense. As you can see, everything else is damaged for the side. And comparing to the other team with only the Granger that they have, like what Manjin said, layer after layer of crowd controls. But if you cannot be able to do those things, definitely you're going to be losing. I think I also agree with Manjin that the Sylvanas is actually dragging the team down.
I think so too.
Yes.
Actually, there are moments wherein Sylvana is to be considered really dead on that situation, but then he tries to go in for the dive rather than to dive trying to escape. So there is no follow-up damage. So what if he dived in? I mean, he dived out. So maybe it'll be a different story for him. But anyway, Sylvana, I guess, is not really a good of an option for the other team.
Yes, most likely. I mean, in terms of the Sylvanas, yes, he can be able to add an additional layer, like what Bunchi, like from the Fatal Links, he could be able to chain up with his ult. And if you could be looking at the team or the draft itself of Team Thailand, it's like it's more on support and tanks. They have this like Loyi, they have this the Kaja, then the utility, and somehow everything else is squishy aside from the Atlas, and all their eggs were put into the Granger. Now, going back to the other team, it's all about damage. Even their tank, supposedly the tank, which is the Jawhead, could be able to scale up into damage. I guess that was it. Everything else, offense, going inside. Somehow they did make a good defense on the very first Lord, I think. They could that's one perfect example that only happened once.
Yeah, I thought that we're gonna have a 30-minute game based on what's happening in the late game. But Chantel was right. Their damage is just not enough. That is the story.
Yeah.
The Granger is just the crits from the Granger. It's not like the Bruno where you can like normal hit after normal hit. The Granger only had 3 bullets.
Yes.
Right? So you have 3 bullets on your ultimate and you have 6 on your first skill. So only 10 bullets in total. So
and actually, if you have
9 bullets. Sorry.
Nice math.
Yeah, go ahead, Chantal.
And speaking of the Granger, you don't want a Granger who's heavily relying on the positioning if you do a normal hit, if you have the Hellcurt on the other team. So you're really blind in terms of team fight because you have this Forza, you have this Valier, and you have the Hellcurt.
Yes, and anyway, do you have any final thoughts before we head on to our break, Gene?
Well, guys, thank you for having us, and please do like our social media pages. Mine's Manjin Paldas. How about you, Chantel?
All you have to do is to search at Caster Chantel.
There you go. Yeah, by the way, thank you for having us once again here at the Razer SEA-Invitational. I'm excited to watch the next game with the animals, Leo and Wolf, and we shall see each other again tomorrow, right? Tomorrow.
Definitely tomorrow. And of course, that's it for that match. Don't go anywhere because we still have our final series for the day. And don't forget to like and follow Razer on Facebook and of course, Tier 1 Entertainment. The last match for the day, it's going to be Team Brunei versus Team Vietnam. Don't go away.
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here.
The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing, can stop me now.
Let's take him from the side! Now!
Death to all who oppose me.
No!
So this is what I'm truly capable of.
Wake up! Yu Zhang! How is this possible?
You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Why me do my two-step?
Grovel before your king, human.
Killing spree! Double kill! Triple kill! Launch a legendary! Maniacs! Unstoppable! Legendary! Savage!
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
Hello, welcome back to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2024. Our final series for the day, it's going to be Team Brunei, their debut match here on the Razer SEA-Invitational, and they're going against Team Vietnam, who has the chance to be able to bag up the first day if ever that they could be able to pull off a win on Team Brunei. But going ahead here, I will be joined by our casters. The animals itself is going to be Wolf and Leo. But before I head onto our casters, I would like to remind you that we do have here our Razer Huntsman Tournament Edition, as you've been seeing on the videos, that this keyboard was actually built with absolute speed in mind. When a split second can mean the difference between victory and defeat, the absolute speed of the Razer Huntsman Tournament Edition is what separates the champions from everyone else. Designed and tested by Team Razer athletes, this gaming keyboard is armed with the fastest Razer switches to give you the edge you need to thrive where the competition is the fiercest. And for the product features, Razer linear optical switches for actuation of the speed of light, double shot PVE keycaps for increased durability and onboard memory, so you bring your settings anywhere and be ready in no time. Compact form factor and detachable USB Type-C cable. And yes, before anything else, for our final series, once again, that's going to be Team Brunei versus Team Vietnam. I will be sending you over to our casters. Wolf and Leo, take it away.
Thank you so much, Rob Luna. At one point, he is actually part of the animals as before. But here we are, wilding it out. The wolf, the lion, back in action, of course, for the Razer Southeast Asia Invitational Mobile Legends. I think we are down to our last series. Remind me, I think it's Team Brunei going up against Team Vietnam, Leo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Team Vietnam here. This is actually a team known as the VEC Fantasy Main, and Brunei gonna be fielding Goodfellas Gaming. So as Rob mentioned, this is the first match for Team Brunei. It's their debut match in the Invitational Group stage. And on the other hand, Vietnam, VEC, these guys are at the cusp of going for the home run, the very first sweep of the day, if they can clutch the 2-0 here. But nonetheless, I don't think we should be counting out the good fellas. What can we expect in this matchup, though?
Yeah, this is a team already with one. Well, they're top of the rankings, to say the least, for now. But that's only because they've only played once. So there's really nothing yet that we can say about this. As good as it is, when you look at the screen, Vietnam is top. There's not much that you can take away from it. But nonetheless, they have proven themselves that they are strong. I think the way that we watched Team Vietnam, they were dominant as well. They going up against Team Brunei. And you know what? There was one time, I think that during M1, was able to catch VEC, Beck Fantasy Main, from Team Vietnam and Team Brunei as well. But I can't remember if it was actually Goodfellas to represent Brunei at that moment. But since I only know Team Vietnam at this point, I can say that this team is perhaps more systematic. There it is. It's more systematic. There's not much when it comes to like explosive skills I can see from teams, at least from what we saw. But from my perspective, they were more systematic as compared to other teams. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's what I can expect from them coming into this matchup. Yes, Leo, you know what? Let's not talk about the teams itself. I want to ask you about stuff that you're looking for in a team when it comes to whoever plays. What should you look for in a winning recipe for a team?
Well, you mentioned systematic, and I think hand in hand with being systematic would be discipline. But the heroes today in the meta, a lot of them are also very mobile. So you're also just as much tempted to play kind of sour. You know, like you would play heroes that dive in, dive out, and it takes a lot of discipline. But just the same, I think even if you are a team that's not as systematic, there's another, some would say the opposite of that, which is a team that's super adaptive. And I think we saw that earlier today, especially in the last matchup, wherein we saw once more Team Thailand. And Team Thailand is a team that I can say, despite how they performed today, which is a little here and there, there's a few more days of competition, don't worry. I think the way that Team Thailand plays, that is the exact definition of a team that adapts well. They're able to essentially see a strategy and then kind of react to it, but not just in the sense of, all right, we have to counter it. There is a way to adapt and to pick up on certain things and still essentially keep your own pace. I think that's very important in a team. And I'm not sure if VEC is known for that, but I'm looking forward to Team Brunei, the good fellas here, to essentially show us that. Because if a team is systematic, then you know that they have a certain game plan. So what you do as the other team, you don't go by their pace. Don't let them set the game for you. You have to react, and you have to essentially, steal the reins. Just take it. Take the, take the horse and ride it for yourself. Because if you let them, then they will mow through you. So I guess that's a little bit of what I expect from a good fellas here as well.
I like it because even if you say that this team is ahead just because of their being systematic, and it's obviously one of those traits from a team that almost always wins a match, there's still a way for them to be defeated. And this is what I like mostly about Mobile Legends and MOBAs in general. There's always a way for you to win against your opponents. And this Razer SEA-Invitational, pitting the best of each country against each other, means that we will expect to see those kinds of not really upsets, but more about different ways and manners on how a team can win over another despite their background. Okay. We kind of talked about the teams, about the general idea of how you win a Mobile Legends or esports for that matter. Maybe we can talk about the meta itself. So far, Leo, we've watched 3 series. What have you seen so far, and what's your key takeaways? If there's like top 3 takeaways, or if you have top 5, I don't know, or just one maybe. Or what do you feel? What so far have we learned with the?
That's a lot of key takeaways. I mean, 5. The meta is evolving. We can say that for sure. And there are some changes, especially from what we know as the funnel meta, the 1-3-1, as a lot of us would like to call it. There's a lot that has changed. So one major change, I think you could put into that list of 3 or 5, would be essentially, I just can't get over it. It's the counter punch. I really like how certain lineups are capable of, well, I'm not sure if it's the lineup or the team. Maybe it's both of them, wherein it's not a matter of how good you get your ults in, but the timing of which you put your ults in. So we saw that in the matchup earlier, the match that Chantel and Manjin casted, wherein it's the layers upon layers, right? You have to time that well. It doesn't matter if the ults are well placed. It doesn't matter if the ults have great damage or CC, but it's the timing. Just as well, if you're the aggressor, it doesn't matter if you get your ults in on a certain hero, but if you do it at the wrong timing, then essentially all is in vain. So I think timing is a big deal here, and I think that's one big change that we can see, especially in the coming days of the Invitational. It's less of what you do, it's less of who you do it with, but I think it matters of how and when. That's one big change I've seen, especially in today's matchups.
So, do you think that this? From getting worse, I'm trying to summarize it up. So it doesn't really matter what your opponent's hero composition is, right? Well, obviously it matters, but in the grand scheme of things, no matter what happens, you always have to think, what is their weakness? What is their strength? And maybe play around that. And are you also saying that in this meta, it's more diverse as compared before, wherein now we actually have those counter punches?
Yes.
Kind of meta, no matter what happens.
Yes, exactly that. Before our friend Rob jumps in, I think it's exactly that. Not to say that the meta doesn't exist, but there is a meta, and now because of this capability of lineups to essentially dodge and weave, the meta is a little bit more open now. Rob, what do you think?
Yes, well, I think the meta right now is still edgy in terms of we still don't have a specific, because the recent patch was like around 2 weeks ago, or at least a week ago. So I think and still this is a 10-country Razer SEA-Invitational, so that's gonna make a larger scale of metas in between countries, and to see what actually works, it might actually take up around more days. We have to see more matches coming from each team, each country, and probably by the end, and hopefully by the end of this tournament, we could be able to see which one actually works.
Yeah.
What do you think, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's too early to say about the defining the meta or whatnot. What I do like about what you both said is that at this point, at the openness of the meta right now, it just means that more options are viable so far. Now, this brings me to the question so far for both of you guys. Imagine you are captains of a team or coaches of a team, or maybe a playing coach for the team. No matter what happens, you're the brains of that team. Team Leo and Team Rob. What's the identity of Team Leo? How do you play this meta game, for example? Given that you are going to be battling each other, which heroes will you draft? Which heroes do you like? And how do you execute it?
Here's what's interesting. Here's what's interesting. I keep upselling and hyping up the Luo Yi lineups, and I lose it whenever a team drafts around it, right? I think chat will agree that I might sound a little biased towards a team that drafts Luo Yi and plays it well. Even players, I would watch out for them. But the truth is, if I were to be competing in the SEA Invitational, thankfully I'm not, because I'm not ready for this kind of pressure. This is a huge scale tournament with a lot on the line. But if I were to bring my own team and to, direct the way that they would play, I'd stick to what you know, right? I would be the other half of the meta that essentially maybe sparingly picks Luo Yi. I for sure as hell study the lineup and how it behaves, but I myself would not play it very often. I think it's a little too dangerous to essentially like force and push a lineup or a strategy that is so fragile right now. So I would essentially be the aggressor. I'm not a fan of the thing that I noticed myself, right? The counter punch. I may have been the one to like observe it. I'm sure you guys see it too, but I don't like it. I personally am not a fan. I would rather just play it safe and, bolster my side lanes. I would go for safer initiates, maybe double tanks. I would rather go back to that, like back to the 1-2-2, than essentially force out the counter punch. I don't know, Rob. What do you think? What would Team Rob look like?
Well, for me, there's a part of what Leo said that I totally agree. Bolster your offlaners. And somehow, but in the parts of the two tanks, I'm somehow, if I will be creating or at least making a draft for a certain team here on the Razer SEA,
it's your team.
It's going to be my team. I'm more on an early to mid game type of player. I want the early aggressors. I want to control the map. I want to be the one to setting the tempo. Well, every team for sure really do want the setting the tempo of the game, but there are certain lineups like you have your power spike on the mid game. Like having such a Bruno pick, you're really waiting for him to get at least 1 or 2 core items to be able to be effective on team fights. But for me, I am more like somehow like a Lancelot type of pickups that could be able to do even on level 2 or at least level 4, could be able to get kills onto the back lanes of the enemy. So somehow I'm more, just to sum it up, early to mid game aggression is my style.
All right. Yeah. You know what? For your case, for your sake, for both of you guys' sake, because you also answered, I think it's just fair for me to also answer this.
Yeah.
I'm more of the, if anyone is wondering, I'm more of the guy, or I'm more of a coach that will prioritize my team to go for, prioritize teaching my team to go for more objective type of composition. So I'm that kind of team that will go Kimi Grok, Kimi Digi kind of composition.
Kimi Hylos.
Kimi Hylos. And if ever we pick up Ling, I'll make sure that I have Cho in the side so that we can push, or Masha in there. So that's me at least. And I like it because at least we get to role play for a little bit. I'm not sure what will happen now. I think that we are just for you start, Rob.
Yes, I think we will be having a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. It might take a little while for this final series to take in place. That's Team Brunei versus Team Vietnam. We'll see you in a very short while.
this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon.
Save the world from suffering, the Guardian Dragons harnessed their powers once more. Sensing the dragon's resurgence, the powerful Kraken hastened his plan to destroy the world. Inspired by the fiery dragon warrior, many fine and noble warriors entered the dragon trials. Among them, a warrior from an ancient elven realm made his way to the dragon sanctuary, where the final trial of wisdom awaited.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Why me do my two-step?
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill!
I am only a shepherd.
Monster kill!
for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This isn't about fame, fortune, or following. This is a calling. This is desire. This is obsession. This is what it takes to win. The search for more speed, focus, control. This is more than a game. This is esports.
All right, welcome back once again to the Razer SEA-Invitational 2024, our final series of the day. Of course, that's Team Brunei versus Team Vietnam. But I would like to remind everyone that we still have our giveaway. We're giving away $500 worth of Razer Gold pins to all lucky fans throughout the event. Be sure to click the contest link in the chat to enter. But I'm not gonna take any more of your time because I would like to send you over to our hype casters, the animal itself, Leo and Wolf. Take it away.
Thank you so much once again, Rob Luna, the great host for the Razer SEA-Invitational. Bring it back to the Wild Boys, the animals, Wolf and the Lion, Leo. This is gonna be exciting for sure. Aside from the fact that we were kind of stuck a little bit there, our momentum is already going up, and we've had a lot of good discussions. But now we're on it. Let's pick up where we left off. I think we were talking about the teams and how you should be, how important it is to have your own identity as a team. I think I was able to ask you guys what your identity is if you're like a coach for a team, and I think that's where you start. So far, for at least for the top teams, Malaysia, Vietnam, we can say that they have this distinct way of winning the fights. We were talking about being more systematic when it comes to approach for this one. And Leo, what still is, what are you still looking for? I mean, for this last series, what do you want to see? So far, you've seen systematic ways. We've seen also playful and more creative ways from teams like drafting Louis and playing it in a different manner. What are you still looking for to complete your day today for the first day of the Razer Southeast Asia Invitational Mobile Legends?
To be honest, man, just being part of the production here, the broadcast is quite more than enough, man. I appreciate this. We're part of history. But yeah, if you're asking what else I'm looking for, I'm guessing it would be more variety in the tanks. Like, we've seen a Ranger today, we've seen a Bruno, we've seen Ling, so these are our cores. But I think I want to see more tanks, man. I want to be able to see just more from the support side. I think that's what's lacking. We see a lot of mages, we see a lot of fighters, side laners, but the tanks, man. You and I, we love playing tanks. And again, a great tank, a great initiate, a great setup could lead to just a win out of nowhere. Comebacks are made off of just good frontliners. So with that being said, that's what I'm expecting from Vietnam and Brunei here. VEC and Goodfellas respectively.
Yeah, I think we all, at least for our cast and from some of the games, when it comes to high success rate, it's more on just the Kufra and the Atlas exclusively. We haven't seen successful Grok, for example, not even a draft or a Grok. I don't think so. So there's a different approach to how you play the Grok. It's not like a tank that sets up for stuns. It's more like a wave clear tank in your face with a wild charge for outplays, and that could be something that we miss out. Maybe something like a Lolita that's more explosive when it comes to representative for Ultimates. I mean, Minotaur has been so far gone, but yeah, I think we can see those big ticket tanks in the next coming games. You know what I'm missing though are those compositions that are kind of tilted towards the more objective side. Like, why haven't you seen Kimi so far? Why has there been Popol and Koopa? Maybe because it's so banned out, I guess.
For sure, Popol and Koopa because it's banned. But looking at what Vietnam and Brunei are thinking here, Brunei just straight up respecting the Luo Yi. Get out of here. As well as the Valier. Vietnam, though, this is more orthodox. Getting rid of the Salina and the Kaja. So with that being said, Wolf, Popol and Koopa's open, so that's at least one thing that is gonna put a smile on your face. We get to see the dog.
Yeah, it's the dog and the master,
little boy.
Popol and Koopa, the good boy and the little boy, I guess. But they go for a different master and beast type. It's the Claude, it's the Hunter, and Dexter, right? So,
I was like, my brain was like, wait, where's the animal? Oh, right, Dexter, the monkey.
All right. You missed that one out, of course. Long have we been seeing Popol and Koopa and respecting that master and that beast, but we forgot the original, the OG god, obviously. And it's a very interesting draft from Brunei, because instead of going for those high win rate or OP heroes, they went for what works. They went for like whatever is almost always working. They went back to Uranus Esmeralda. This is their solid side laners. Although we can say that Esmeralda can be played mid, but the meta dictates though that they are gonna play this on from the side lanes.
I think the way Brunei is going is slow and steady, right? Slow and steady. Look at Vietnam here. VEC, they know exactly what they want. This is just explosive. They can go for flashy plays, and they pick up the Popol and Koopa. Great way to pin people down, especially once Claude is ready to go. This is the Kufra ready to catch people off guard. And Brunei, this is look, they're mulling over the Ling. I think they lock it in, so now we're in the bans. So far, Brunei is just keeping it steady, just feet on the ground. I think they still have room for supports though, so that's where they're gonna make that up with.
So here, I like the draft order coming up from Team Vietnam. You go for the Claude, and Brunei did an interesting Uranus Esmeralda. So you kind of abuse what you have and make sure that you make the most out of it. Look at how amazing this is. They were able to pick up the Kufra, which also means that they won't have to mind the Ling at all, because they already have the counter to the Ling before the Ling was actually drafted by their opponent. Good heads up play. It also syncs well with their next pickup, which was the Popol and Koopa. This is going to be a very confident Popol and Koopa pushing the lanes, because you have your Kufra to set it up, maybe tank up in the front lines for sure, and then you have your pushing potential, and then come the late game when it will happen, when you know the close fights do happen, at least you'll have that Claude as insurance. But there's a little bit of a wrinkle in your face, man. What happened?
Now I'm starting to question it, because you're right. That's at least that's a double whammy, right? Like you draft the Ling into the Kufra and the Popol and Koopa, and I don't know, man. Like I see now the error in my ways. I mean, earlier I said play what you know, and it looks like Brunei is playing what they know. But also, does it expose a lack of dynamic strategies? Because if you draft the Ling into the lineup that Vietnam is putting out there, then I don't know, there's no way for this to be a download game. You know the concept of a download game, right? Wherein you give one series so that you know exactly what your opponent's thinking and you take the rest. But this is a series of 2, so there's no way you're downloading.
Yes. Unfortunately, a series of 2 doesn't allow much for download games, because it's diminishing returns for you, at least. Big words.
Oh, look at this. They pick up the Masha, but Wolf, there is one weakness I can see in the Vietnam lineup. It's a clean sweep, man. It's all physical damage. Well, some true, but it's all physical.
And that means that this Esmeralda and this Uranus will have a good time, as well as the Atlas. That's the grand scheme of things. I think they'll have the Lunox now played as a support. It's weird. Where do you place the Esmeralda? Where do you place the Lunox? That's where it's a little bit of disconnection now from me and the meta when it comes to looking at Team Brunei. Although there's a flaw in Team Vietnam side. But what they can do is just to completely ignore the heroes and just go for pushes with their composition. Imagine this Masha, the side laning BAMs as well. You have the Kufra, Popol, and Koopa. Almost at any given point, if there's a man advantage, to say the least, for the side of Team Vietnam, they can push. Yes, they are.
Yeah, I think it's less of a flaw for Vietnam and more of just specializing. They just chose to go down one route and commit all in. So this is just them taking all their chips and saying, yep, physical damage, and we'll just go this way. You guys react how you will. So I can appreciate that. So if we were going to go to predictions, I think I will be siding with Vietnam. But again, it's nice to see Brunei just keep their feet on the ground. I like their reliance on the Lunox, but we're just gonna have to see the game unfold.
You know what, Leo? I was kind of clear earlier that I want to see more objective-based compositions, like your Mashas, your Popol and Koopas.
Yes.
Koopas, whatever the plural form is. Right? And I'm given a trick. They are both in the same draft, same lineup, which also tells me that it's gonna be really scary. Like I said, if there's a man advantage, if there's like a trade that happened in favor, even if in favor of Team Vietnam, even if it's just like a 2-4-1 and a 3-4-2, any of the cores from the side of Team Vietnam will be able to push. Imagine if you kill the Claude, there's still Masha and Popol and Koopa. Same with you're killing the Masha, vice versa. They will always have that potential to take objectives. This is what I always like. Yeah.
And even a Tams you leave alone could just go mow through a lane. So that's what? 4 pushers that you cannot leave alone for any more than 30 seconds, right? A minute, a minute, and you're literally asking for your own funeral. So this is a great draft by Vietnam. Brunei, on the other hand, I like their versatility, the diversity of damage that they're bringing, the potential for their strategy. But again, if you're chasing more than one goose, you end up with no eggs. Is that the saying? I'm not sure, but it sounds pretty right to me.
It sounds pretty right. It makes a lot of sense, at least for me. Yeah, I think that this composition coming from Team Brunei is very reactive in a way, but there's a little bit of disconnect. They have their own understanding of how Mobile Legends is played, and unfortunately it doesn't clash against their opponents. However, I would say that when they execute their team fights well, they can win it, even if it's a full-blown 5v5. Imagine there's Falling Star Moon, there's whatever Lunox has, whatever he picks up, he thinks about using during the team fight. You also have good Fatal, you have these very good ultimates that will not depend on your own net worth or your own gold, which is the Fatal Links, for example, which also means that they can be able to win the fights even if they are behind, or even if they're just getting hammered down when it comes to push. If they take the good team fights, yes, absolutely, they can win it. And in the early game, I can see them winning it if they do, how to say this, the key here for Team Brunei is just to not die excessively.
Yeah.
So that they'll have the chance to bring it back. But
yeah,
here we are, Leo. Game 1 of this 2-game series between Team Vietnam and Team Brunei. We are favoring Team Vietnam just because of how easier it is for them to win this, just because of their objectives and how the lineup works well with each hero. And that doesn't mean, though, that Team Brunei will automatically lose this one. I'm still seeing them winning this. How about you, Leo? What do you think is the win condition, to say the least, for Team Brunei?
You know what's entertaining here? While these two teams are staying to their own side of the map for a majority of the early game here, a minute in, I like that we're seeing a new kind of lineup. You know how we talked about, like, what are you expecting to see? So there's this counter punch kind of lineup. There is this all-in type of lineup. And right now we see here that they're capable of doing a push type lineup. It's exactly what you were looking for, right?
Yeah.
The Masha, the Tams, even the Claude, the Popol and Koopa. It's a pleasure to see him come back. Like, I think in one game that was casted in series number 3, they were able to pull out the PNK. But here, man, I'm glad to see it in a lineup like this. But wait, hold up. This is Truong getting caught out. Flicker already expended here. And do note, this is the concussive blast on him. So we'll see how it works on the Kufra this time.
Yeah. Also, what I like about this composition from Team Vietnam is that even if you kind of miss some of your timings, like your pushes, the fact that this is Masha means that even if you're not perfect when it comes to execution, you still have that fallback plan. And that's also what I noticed about Popol and Koopa. Early game, spike. Mid game, kind of a little bit low. But look at that Masha able to duel against this Esmeralda, who just turned level 4. I wonder what happened there. Maybe the Esmeralda stayed for far too long.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, that's a kill that is really lovely for Team Vietnam.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think T-Dep Try there is just happy to take that. And again, he can just go back to pushing the lane. This is what Masha does best. You leave her be and you let her farm up. The next thing you know, she's taken down turrets wherein she has no business doing so. But that's exactly what Vietnam is doing here. The Tams down bottom, so sustainable, so independent. Masha up top, just threatening the push. And look at this now, 3-man collapse. Top lane.
3-man collapse up top lane, like you said. But this could mean just some pressure being given by Team Vietnam, maybe just to perhaps not get a kill. But if they do land their stuns, which will not be the case since the Purify has been thrown out, whenever the ultimate is available, and they'll take him down. I wonder what happened in there. Well, it is indeed Amasha and Kufra all together, so strong when it comes to taking down. And you know what? I haven't finished 3 sentences, and there's a turret push. That's how fast this is, guys.
Yes, for both of them. Like I'm glad to see that Brunei was willingly going to trade out Alai and the turret for Turtle. So at least if they are like conceding a few things on the map, they're taking some just the same. So it's a trade. I wouldn't have done it myself because it's too much, a life and a turret for the Turtle, but you take what you can and you make sure that Hajinity does not die very much. So here we go, another team fight in mid.
Want to go for the Popple and Koopa this time, but the Atlas will not be able to kill him down. They want to go for the Atlas this time for the punishment, and they'll be able to do so. 3 man, or actually 4 men, taking down that Dalnity. I hope I didn't butcher that.
Oh, wow. But look down bottom. T-Max here does not care. In the face of Tatsupong, he pushes the turret, and he did not even have to pop the Inferno.
Yeah. That's what you get from the Thames. The thing with this matchup, it's Razer versus Thames, which I will talk about later, because there could be a potential kill. Kind of dive with Koopa this time, but this is all smokes and mirrors. All they wanted was to get the push, and they will be successful in doing so. There's the Fatal Legs, actually, but in comes the Masha, still fighting through. Plenty amount of health now coming up from the Masha. They port back. They just fend off the attack from Team Vietnam. Will not die, but they did lose their tier 2 turret up top.
We're under 5 minutes in this game, and they're already pushing 3 in. Team Vietnam, again, they're making this lineup work. It's a push lineup. They're getting kills also where it counts. And look at this now. Trong Trien, a little bit in trouble, able to get out. Hajinity gonna be up next, using the Tempest of Blades to retreat. And now Tatsupong gonna bite the dust here. Broly gets the kill. And just like that, they're threatening to take mid. There's some minion waves. Broly uses the Bleeding Duet to clear that up. Can they catch Hajinity? They see him, but he's able to jump between the walls. And there you go, a push by Hyde in mid. And they're going to threaten another take. Man, double kills, but not for heroes, for turrets.
I think we talked about how systematic this team could be. And
Vietnam, yes.
Dude, this is textbook. How you win, like if you take into consideration how you take the objectives, this is like their best example for you. And I'm not only talking about macro objectives, like taking the turrets and taking the turtle, for example. You also take note of micro objectives that I call the buffs. All right, so it's not as big as those turrets for sure, but it gives a lot of it is very important. I'd say it's a micro objective that you need to secure. And look at Team Vietnam. The moment they won the fight middle, they went straight onto the right side where the purple buff is, and then they took it away from Team Brunei. They also took away the orange buff, I mean. And they're getting so much control of this map just by those little moves. And after kill down bottom, Leo, they take the turret. How good is this of a movement from Team Vietnam?
Conversion rate through the roof. Kill after turrets, man. Even the mini objectives, the micro objectives, as you call it, Dolinity here, gonna have to retreat, almost going down there. This is the last turret for Team Brunei before their base. So they have to protect this with all their lives. If not, they're gonna end up getting choked out under 9 minutes. That's usually where you see it. Like even in a one-sided game, it's usually at around the 9-minute mark where the team gets choked out by their opponents, taking all of their buffs, all of the resources, their jungle, and they're relegated to staying in the base. And Team Vietnam, man, they're systematic, and here I'd say they're surgical. They know exactly where to go next, what to take next, in order to get their goal. And this is exactly what they're doing. They're crashing all the lanes in. They're taking all the buffs. And it's a surprise for me that we're still just at, the second turtle of the game.
That's right. Now we'll want to go for more. It's a jump. They take the Atlas, and they're even stingy. They're giving it to the tank. Doesn't matter who gets the kill, because you know what? What matters most is the turret. They take the inhibitor 7 minutes, 50 seconds in. They punish the one who dove for it, which was the Uranus. And it seems like they're not stopping. They want to go for the jump. They don't care, Leo. They want to go for even the Lunox, popping the Brilliance this time. Jumps back to very small health. comes the punishment of Fatal Licks, but they still took out one. They will lose the tabs this time. A little bit of a punishment in there, but you know what? They will just transfer into the top lane for the Popol and Koopa. Masha on the bottom side for a little bit of pressure, and in a span of 30 seconds,
Look at this.
taking 2 kills and a turret up top.
Brunei chased down Hajinity. I think that's what they did. They just gave the mission to take down Hajinity, and look at this now. Bouncing ball into a rage. That is going to be a lie down, and they didn't even need to push bottom. I think they're just going to go for the win here. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 minutes, 45 seconds. VEC Fantasy main taking it to Team Brunei. Wolf, you said systematic. I noticed they were surgical here, but you didn't tell me they were in a hurry. That was crazy fast.
That was crazy fast, man. Not even wasting any second. I think that's one thing that we can take note from here. I mean, we already talked about how they were systematic. We already talked about how they're objective-based. But one thing that we missed out before is how good they are with their time. This is time management like a CEO. This is how good they are. They don't waste a second. And I like what you said. If you look at how they move, right? Even those micro pixel movements are also perfect. And the way they manage their ultimates, it's just so good. And it seemed like VEC made it easy for that game number 1. And you know what's hard now for us, Leo? How do you analyze a game that only lasted for 9 minutes and you only know one story? We don't want to be bad at describing the competitiveness of Team Brunei there, but we cannot also sugarcoat what happened. That was a stomp, Leo.
Yep. There were no big team fights at all. They were all just pickoffs or chases. And again, I think that comes down to them choosing where the battle happens, right? Like you don't want to fight under a turret. So what you do is you move out, you let them breathe, and then you go back into the turret. And I think that's what happened. And then if you see someone out of position, you take them down and repeat that 3 or 4 times. Literally what happened in this game. And you're right, like it's so hard to call it anything else. I mean, it was a quick game for sure. We can just say that. But how do you react? How do you switch it up? Is there even any way to say that Vietnam will do the same strategy? Because for sure, what do you even ban? Of course, the Popol and Koopa. As Team Brunei, you take out the Popol and Koopa. What else? I don't think Masha's worth banning.
Yeah, you know what? As good as that was a good draft, absolutely, and it's hard to say that you should ban out. You should ban out the 5 heroes that they just did, right? But there's one thing. There's a fix. I would feel like. Maybe if you draft in, you kind of change your order of draft, because the problem with showing your 2 side laners is I already know your hand. I may only see 2 of your cards, but the rest of the 3 I know already what's gonna happen, and I don't care. So here's the thing: they showed that it's Esmeralda and it's Uranus. The problem with those 2 heroes particularly is that they don't have this long-range wave clear, right? There's no way for them to clear the minion wave so fast. And even if you think about it, Esmeralda and Uranus, they aren't that quick when it comes to clearing the waves. And that's what you do against a pushing type of lineup, against an objective-taking type of team. So what you do is just get one. Right, just get one and maybe get another, so that at least you will not be checkmated by.
Yeah, you're right. The lineup that Brunei brought here was so fair. Like to clear minion waves, they have to be there. They have to commit to it and then rotate. But the way that the draft happened, you're right. They revealed their side laners too much, and in the 1-3-1 meta, which I think Brunei is still on. That's what I saw there. You're only as strong as your side laners. So that's right. I think that's a good idea. Like, put out your core first, pick up your supports, and then that's when you start to play around. And they lost out on the side laners, man. The Popol and Koopa was there, the Tams was there, and again, Uranus, he's independent, but besides being a nuisance, if he doesn't get his good early game or mid game, it just ends right there. So here Brunei bans out a side laner, and Vietnam bans out Kaja, which is a good support. I think they understand what Brunei should be doing now. So
that's right. So with the reaction now from Team Brunei, let's see if they will heed our advice. Not that they have heard it, but hopefully they did. Wow, I am surprised about this. Rarely do I get surprised by that. Esmeralda and Uranus both banned, which opens up many options. Actually, this is a weird move that sometimes you can do with when it comes to drafting. If there are meta heroes like Popol and Koopa and Ling, for example, don't ban any of them. Get one, or at least let your opponents get one and take the other. That's probably what Brunei is thinking about now. Taking the Uranus as well as the Esmeralda out of the equation means that they are kind of opening it up. Opening up the draft for themselves. Nevertheless, this is automatically going to be a cloud for Team Vietnam. Will they go Kufra or Popol and Koopa?
Popol and Koopa, man. Popol and Koopa. But again, I skipped a beat there. Brunei, their first pick is going to be the Luo Yi. The Luo Yi. There you go. The Luo Yi. But what's interesting here is they're not wrong. Like, this is a good idea here. Again, don't reveal your side laners. Pick up the support. Get the Luo Yi. Maybe the core here. And maybe one side laner or the tank. And go from there. So this is at least some progress from Brunei. At least we might see a more competitive game here. But yeah, Vietnam not skipping anything. I mean, checklists, Popol and Koopa, yes. Solid core, yes. So we're still on the process. We're still on the same page. Okay.
Sorry. All right. They will go back to the Ling this time in combination with the Jawhead. So I like the Jawhead though. It makes a lot of sense against the Claude. There's
one side laner.
Control. It's a good side laner, good to clear, and also provides some team fight. But that also means that Team Vietnam will just go back to what works. Specifically, I mean, in the previous game, which is the Kufra. Great against the Ling. At least good combination with Popol and Koopa, and with nothing changed from their recipe, this will be a classic. It's like mom's cooking at this point.
It's basically pancakes, right? Nobody hates pancakes. This is what this lineup is from Vietnam. So far, Brunei, it's development, right? It's learning from game one, but I think the pickup on the Jawhead could have been later. They should have focused on possibly the tank. So now they lose out on the Kufra. Vietnam banning out the Atlas. So who can Brunei pick up now? What can their tank be? Hylos? Is that a thing?
It can. I think it can go Grok. Can see it work a little bit. Oh, there's the Angela, which can be played offlane, by the way. There it is,
I think
the Grok.
It's ideal offlane. So there you go. That's one side laner for Vietnam.
Brunei, considering the Grok, I think they need another solid side laner. Maybe snatch the Thams. Oh, they banned the Thams. Okay. Maybe a Cho?
Cho. Yeah. Something to try to lock down the Claude, not the Angela, the Claude. Cho is a good idea here.
Maybe they can snatch the Masha. Where there it is. Predicted. Leo, very well done.
The thing about the Masha is they will be fighting Vietnam at a game that they're already very good at. So that's like challenging Michael Jordan to a game of basketball. Not a good idea. Challenging Pacquiao to boxing. Like, just don't do it. So I think,
they need to do a Mayweather. Like Mayweather challenging Conor McGregor. That's what they need to do right now.
Bring him to a different battlefield, man.
Yeah.
So it's the best that they could have done.
It's an admirable way for any knight or any warrior to challenge their opponents on an even playing field, just to say who's the best. But unfortunately, we're not in the times of medieval or chivalry.
No,
we are in the modern era, and what you need to do is do a Mayweather at this point. And unfortunately, after seeing game one, I cannot side, unfortunately, on Team Brunei. I don't want to sound biased or anything, but I've seen enough. And history almost never lies. I don't know. That's a bad
I totally agree, and I think this is the best way to say this is the fact that Team Vietnam is on this same strategy and they're able to draft this objective type or pushing lineup with different heroes despite the bans. It just shows how really specific they can be, how focused they can be, and really how good they are at choosing a strategy and following through. So yeah, this is going to be a prediction for Vietnam. I think they'll take this game too.
But we hope we are wrong. I wish that there will be like a wonderful initiation with the Louis. Will just go to the backlines, destroy them all, surprise them, catch them in their pants, and I don't know. I did another wrong phrase there, or I don't know.
It's something. I understood. I got what you meant.
You got what I meant.
Oh no, look at this. Tatsupong is in trouble. They're going for the dive. I think they're going to get it. You're right. Oh, Flicker used up. And still, first blood, just like in game 1, to Deptrai.
This is what you get from the Popol and Koopa almost always. You can dive even with level 1.
Yeah. Oh, Broly's in trouble. Where's the BMI? There it is.
Yeah, very quick BMI. Ling kind of considers fighting this, or maybe just wants to secure this orange buff. So while that chaos happened, actually, Team Brunei was able to snatch
they stole.
orange
They
buff.
stole.
So
Yes.
good steal, obviously. What you want? And round number 2.
What? Look at this. Tatsupong getting bullied. There you go, Blazing Duet underneath the turret. Hajinity looking low.
Kufra stole the orange buff.
Hajinity stole it. Wow. I'm wondering how. But yeah, I guess it was a bouncing ball.
And he jumps with a 2-man knock-up, dealing damage, of course, with the obviously concussive blast now in action. And they also have the flicker to run away.
That's how, Wolf. That's how.
That's how you do it.
Oh, they
and
go for another
jump. And oh my goodness. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'll try. Trong Trin.
Trong Trin. That's a valiant effort. I'll take it. I hope that our friends from Vietnam could correct us if we were wrong. But look at this. Alai is next, man. Oh, Deptrai having a time of his life with Tatsupong and Alai just following through. That's an easy double across the map for Vietnam. Broly here taking the River Crab, and of course now going to rotate out into their own jungle, take the small camp, while Trong Trin remains unpunished.
Kind of want to go back to what I said about Team Vietnam, that they are CEOs, the way they're acting, the way they're efficient.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they still have a 10 p.m. meeting, man.
They got a 9:45. They got a 9:45. They're like, Karen, check on my 9:45. I don't think I need to cancel.
Yeah. Man, with 3,500 lead by 3 minutes in, I've watched enough Mobile Legends game to say that this is practically over. But like I said, maybe maybe a good ultimate coming off from the Louis.
Yes. Or a surprise here would be well appreciated. Like if this went the other way, we would just be the same way happy, maybe even happier. Now Broly pop into the Blazing Duet a little earlier. He was as an initiate, and now it looks like they have another mission in mind. They want to bully Tatsupong. And that's the 4th time Tatsupong died in under 4 minutes. And now they're converting into the orange.
He's not allowed to get to level 4, man. Wave the Dragon isn't allowed. Team Vietnam. We're gonna bully you to death that you won't have your ultimate up, and then top lane. Finally, a top break coming up from Team Brunei, getting a kill up top. But in exchange for that, Team Vietnam will take the turtle, and not even gonna be able to push top lane. And here's round number 5. Wave the Dragon finally is available, and there's the punishment. Slot of gold going in his hands, but he still died in the end.
Man, this has got to be frustrating for Tatsupong. And now Deptrai going one-on-one against Hajinity. Looking good for Hajinity. Here you go, popping the Tempest of Blades, and he misses. Oh, wow! Shutting down Deptrai. Alai off-screen, taken out by our Claude Broly. They're trading, but Wolf, it's still not favorable, man. Again, they were able to convert up top, but they lost out down bottom. And man, mid and bottom already threatening the second tier under 5 minutes.
5 minutes 30 seconds if you're Claude. You have what? Nimble Blade and Demon Hunter Sword. You're excellent. 4 minutes 30 seconds with a Demon Hunter Sword. This is godly.
And a machete. It's just a full machete, right?
At this point, there's nobody ready from Team Brunei. There's no like a full-blown item ready for them, and they're gonna receive this blazing duet. But a wild, nice ball crunch. Not gonna be enough though. Just take out the Luo Yi. Now Agility will have to run away so badly against Team Vietnam because this is one angry Claude with the Angela on top. In comes the jump. They still are prepping the Tyrant's Revenge, but while that happened, a very quick Popol and Koopa push coming out from Team Vietnam.
Yep, and there's the Wind Talker onto Depth Try. Now, Tatsupong has to go back now. They're threatening to penetrate in under 6 minutes. This is ridiculous. There is a minion there, but again, the defense will still be successful. Now, Depth Try just alleviating a little bit of the pressure, moving up the top, making sure that they don't lose much of a turret either. So he is going to be pushing that lane in. I think he should try to take the turret as well. And man, Drone Trin showing us how to use Concussive Blast. That's gotta be something else, man. Again, early game is where it's the best. And then somehow maybe a little later in the game when in the tank needs to start clearing waves himself. But now look at this. Deptrai is in trouble. Dolinity.
Okay, nice rock block, and there's the Tempest of Blades. But while this happened, because 3 members of Team Brunei are up top, the middle is gonna be lost. And the base is this gonna be over? No, not yet. They cleared out the minion wave. That's good. There's the jump though. In comes the blazing duet. They kind of stopped it for a little bit, but just only for a little, as the Claude will be helped by the Angela. And now, with just 3 members remaining in the middle, can they defend? Kufra charging it up. Will it jump? No. The answer is no. There's still a cannon available in the middle, and the jumping Joe will just definitely be punished. In comes the Tempest of Blades, but he's gonna be punished as well. Was able to clear the minion wave, but can he run away? Yes, he cannot.
No.
What?
Deptrai was there to catch him, man. Hajinity bites the dust, and here we go. The threat of the finish is ever more imminent. Down goes Alai. Tong Trin gets the kill. This is going to be it. Deptrai wants this base, and they are going to end 7 minutes, 23 seconds in. Vietnam gets a full sweep for today. Day 1, Group A in the SEA Invitational. Razer, thank you so much for letting this happen. Man, 4-0. Vietnam is making a statement.
No, sorry, they didn't have a 9:45. They have a 9:30, and they're right on time.
Oh yeah,
right on time.
They can make a quick coffee. Karen, get me a batch, like real quick, some Joe.
I am lost for words. We did say that it will work in their favor, but not as quick as this. This 7 minutes. You haven't even built up the hype, man. We're still there, still going there, and they've already finished it.
Well, I don't know. A little bit of silver lining. In game 1, there was barely a team fight, right? There was barely one team fight. They were all skirmishes. Here, we saw them, meaning Vietnam. Man, I want to see more of Brunei, but to be honest, Vietnam here, there was an arc. There were some stories here. They neutralized Tatsupong round after round, maybe 5 kills straight. They tried to chase Hajinity. That was something. And there were like 2 team fights in their base. So at least there were more points here for us to talk about than in game 1. But nonetheless, game 1 was like training wheels. They were like practicing, can we make a push or objective-based strategy happen? And here they were like, let's turn it up a notch. Let's go to 6th gear, 7th gear, and make it our meeting at 9:30. But nonetheless, kidding aside, congratulations, Team Vietnam. Team Brunei, there's a couple more days in the group stages here for them to get points and make it into the playoffs. But yeah, back to the drawing board, I believe. Back to the drawing board. There's a lot that they need to pick up on.
And how about let's prep up the drawing board for them? How about let's talk about homeworks for Team Brunei and what they need to work with. I'm going to start because I think that they need to not be stubborn first. Do not fight their opponents on their own terms, like what they did in game number 2. It's literally they just let it happen. Only one hero was changed, and they did not adjust. Leo, before you open up your homework for Team Brunei, how about we welcome back Rob Luna back at the panel?
Hello, Rob.
Yes. So, well, for me, about for the homework for the team of Brunei, you have to respect Broly's Claude. He actually had the Savage in their game against Singapore earlier this day, and just repeat what he has to do. And what interesting about the Claude is that after the DHS, he goes directly to the Queen's Wings. Everything is about team fight and as well. He knows where to go right after he was in the middle lane, now to the bottom lane, and it's a complete pub stomp. And this is by far the fastest match that we had here on the Razer SEA-Invitational, ladies and gentlemen.
No doubt. But Rob, that's a little bit of an external factor. I believe somewhere down the line, if ever Brunei does face off against Vietnam once more, that is one good bit, right? Watch out for Broly. Like, just stop Broly from doing Broly things. But I think for Team Brunei, before we close up the show, I think what they should do is, again, just to kind of build upon what Wolf said, I think they need to learn how to read opponents' lineups. They need to learn how to read strategies. And, like, if they see a team that's like going down one road, just make a left, make a right. If you see a bakery, just stop right there, breathe, and then go make another right. Like, just totally avoid that and play on a different axis, because I think they'll be more successful that way if they dodge what teams are willing to do. Because if a team brings a strategy, best believe they practice that and they're good at that. Maybe they should like instead try to take their own path, like make a lineup that this meta has not seen before. And I think that should be key to Brunei making it farther in the Invitational.
Yes, and very well said, Leo. And as we can see here, ladies and gentlemen, into our Group A standings, of course, Team Vietnam having no loss and total of 6 points. So this is a best of two, a game 2 series that if you don't lose a match, you get a 3 point, and that's what Vietnam had. They won 2-0 against Singapore earlier this day, and now against Team Brunei, and they're looking very, very strong. It's because they only have around 2 more matches within the Group A standing. If probably they get another win, probably they could be able to secure their position here on the Group A. What do you think, guys? Wolf?
I think that it's really important for you to start getting those 2-0s now. If I think it's applicable to any team at this point, because before you know it, the group stage is already over. You've already played like 2 matches for the day, and then the following days. It's always better if you start strong, specifically because it's just a 2-game series. Some formats, like if you have best of 3 series, you can go for download games, for example, so that you'll have a better understanding of your opponents. But that is a luxury here for a best of 2 series, so a 2-game series. So that's one thing that I think that teams should, a team from any ranking at this point should take into consideration heading into the next days.
Yep. If anything, there could be download days, not download games. So maybe day 1 in Group A could have been the download, but nonetheless, it's very risky giving Vietnam the 4-0 sweep. So in the following days, starting tomorrow and even Wednesday, I'd like to see someone take it to Vietnam. You know what I mean? Like BEC, Fantasy Main, you guys are great. I'd like to see someone who's better, greater even. Like, give them a good show, give our fans a good show, and give us more than just 9 minutes of casting. Like, that would be great. So I think we're yet to see even more awesome games in the next couple of days here in Group A.
Yes, that's going to be a certain but unfortunately, we won't be able to see Vietnam for tomorrow's matches, because we do have here 3 more series going to be start with Brunei and Thailand, of course. But before we head on to end the show, we would like on the first day of the Razer SEA-Invitational 2020, we would like to thank the teams who participated for today's matches. We were hoping to see more exciting matches from you guys tomorrow, and that's gonna do it for us here. And on behalf of all the production and broadcast crew, our casters as well, the Animals, Leo, and Wolf, and Tier 1 Entertainment staff, thank you for watching, and we'll see you once again tomorrow, and good night.
Gaming with this phone means you don't have to wait, so your characters can boogie and performance is great. Go Dragon, go Dragon, go, 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 go Dragon!
The Razer SEA Games eSport event was absolutely a historical moment, not just for Southeast Asia region, but for the global eSport audience. With our sight firmly set to establish eSport at Olympic Games as a vision of our CEO Minang, there are three focuses that we have to really go forward and have our vision established in the near future. The first is to grow our global eSport audience. Second is to establish the fundamentals, infrastructure,